Nice girls don't get the corner office. Unconscious mistakes women make that sabotage their careers. Written and read by Lois P. Frankel, Ph.D. Introduction. In the intervening years since Nice Girls Don't Get the Corner Office was first published, the United States elected its first African-American president, the world was introduced to the concept of social networking, the Arab Spring deposed male rulers from nearly 24 countries, and baby boomers began their mass exodus from the world of work. Despite these changes of a huge magnitude, progress for women has remained relatively flat. There's no denying that there has been some movement, but it has been at glacial speed, and the numbers remain largely unchanged and bleak. As of this writing, women total 3.8% of Fortune 500 CEOs. Worldwide, 8% of top executives are female. Women make up 23.7% of U.S. legislators. There are 20 women heads of state worldwide. Women account for 20.3% of elected parliamentarians around the globe. Kudos to Nordic countries with 40% women. Globally, the differences in earnings between men and women vary, with Japan and Korea seeing the largest disparity of 28% and 39% respectively. Hungary is the lowest, with only a 4% difference in earnings between men and women. On average, in the United States, Caucasian women earn 77% of what men earn for doing the same jobs, but African American women earn only 69 cents on the dollar and Latinas only 58 cents on the dollar. Within just 1 year of completing college, women are earning 8% less than men with whom they graduated, and by mid-career that number increases to more than 20%. Frankly, I wish I didn't have to write an updated and revised 10th anniversary edition of this book. It's not that I have better things to do or that I don't want to spend time on it. It's that I wish there was no need for it because in the decades since it was first published, women have made more progress at work, in politics, and at home. Whereas in many instances women have broken through the glass ceiling, there remains a glass treehouse, that place where the upper tier of senior executives and directors of companies reside. Although there are notable exceptions, Marissa Mayer, Christine Lagarde, Sheryl Sandberg, and Meg Whitman among them, the vast majority of women are left peering in from the outside. This happens despite the fact that data from the research organization Catalyst and consulting firm McKinsey & Company, Inc. reveal that having more women in leadership roles is correlated with stronger financial returns. If you're not persuaded by the numbers and instead believe that society embraces the concept of equality for women, let me dissuade you of this notion by sharing just a few of the comments I've heard from women just like you around the world. These are women who read the first edition of this book and then wrote to me or came up to speak with me after one of my Nice Girls Don't Get the Corner Office keynote presentations. Janice from Colorado said that despite the fact that she instills in her 4-year-old daughter the notion that she is equal to anyone else and dresses her in sneakers and overalls so that she can run and climb on the playground, her child came home from preschool and announced, "Mommy, my teacher said you should dress me more like a girl." Ingrid from Copenhagen was surprised when her boss told her he was promoting her because there were several men in the company with more tenure. He told her the change would take place within a month or so. In the interim, Ingrid learned she was pregnant and shared this with her boss. When the promotion seemed to be lagging, she asked him what was happening. The boss feigned surprise, pretended the conversation about the promotion never took place, and suggested she must have misunderstood him. Rosa from Miami is an attorney working for an immigration law firm. Her boss continually makes demeaning remarks to the women in the office about their appearance. If he doesn't like a certain hairstyle, he'll say, "Did you lose your comb?" Or if he thinks a woman's skirt is too short, he'll remark, "Did your grandmother run out of yarn before she finished making that?" Fiona from Sydney changed her major in college to engineering. Her mother's response upon hearing this was, "Oh, great, now you'll never get married." Allison, from a small town in West Virginia, had to send her letter to me via U.S. mail because her emotionally abusive husband reads all her emails. She wanted to know what she should do about the fact that she wants to go back to work now that her children are grown so that she can gain some financial independence. But her source of primary emotional support, her mother, told her, "Just don't make any waves. You're lucky to have a husband making a good living who provides for you." Farah is an Iranian Jewish physician who dreads going to Friday night dinner with her parents because all they want to know is when she'll give up this crazy idea of being a professional woman and get married and have babies. There's one more reason why I'm writing this book. The workplace has changed in the past 10 years. The biggest economic decline since the Great Depression has caused it to become increasingly competitive. Social networking wasn't even a blip on the radar screen a decade ago, but is now a must-do. Work-life integration is an even greater challenge as women in need of the income work more hours, and educated women are entering the workforce at higher percentages than ever before. Given these new issues, I want to provide additional coaching tips for how you can get and keep the job you want. These statistics, comments, social changes, and the women themselves make me realize my work is far from over. In the last decade, I have been fortunate to travel around the world talking about women's issues. I have learned that women from native villages in Alaska share common challenges with women from South Africa. Despite what we are telling our daughters and sons at home about the capabilities of women, we cannot protect them from the external messages that continue to minimize the roles of women in society. And perhaps most important, I learned that the advice provided in this book has made a difference in the lives of readers. The mistakes described in each chapter are real, as are the accompanying examples, although the identities have been altered to maintain confidentiality. Many come from more than 2 decades of interacting with women and men as an executive coach. The coaching tips that follow each mistake work. I know this because my clients have told me that when they follow them, they get the promotions they want, the confidence they need, and the respect they deserve. I measure my own effectiveness through their success stories and am delighted whenever an unsolicited email appears in my inbox or letters from as far as the Ukraine arrive at my office telling me, "Your book made a difference in my life." But you should know from the outset, this book isn't for everyone. Many women have found ways to overcome the stereotypes they learned in childhood and act in empowered ways most of the time. It's nearly impossible to act empowered all the time. Whether it's by honing your own unique style of communication and behavior or adopting and modifying more stereotypically masculine behaviors, you may be one of those women who is satisfied with the degree of professional success you've achieved. If that's the case, then you may find some additional tips in this book to help you further develop your unique style or to use with coaching and mentoring others. To you, I say, you go, girl. Other women may find that they've tried to do the same only to be criticized by men and women alike for their strident or atypical behaviors. If you fall into this category, this book will seem the antithesis of all you've worked toward and therefore will be difficult for you to relate to. Not to worry, though, there are plenty of other books out there written just for you. How do you know if this book will help you? Simple. First, listen to the following list of 12 characteristics and mentally check those that you can honestly say are typical of you most of the time. I make decisions without being overly concerned with what others will say. I have created a unique personal brand that distinguishes me from others. I use social networking cautiously and appropriately. I negotiate effectively for what I want or need. I exhibit the courage to speak the unspoken. I leverage workplace relationships to my advantage. Others describe me as articulate and persuasive. When it comes to playing workplace politics, I'm definitely in the game. My middle name is self-confident. I market myself effectively. I compete to win. I actively advocate for other women. If you've mentally checked all 12 items, it's time for you to write your own book. On the other hand, if you think that only 1 to 8 items apply to you, this book was written for you. Keep in mind that the corner office is simply a metaphor for achieving the career success you want. You may not aspire to be a senior executive, but you might want a promotion, more pay, or other perks. Not only are the characteristics just mentioned critical for success for both men and women, but I have also found that they are the development areas most frequently addressed in coaching engagements with women. The majority of women I coach don't have to work on all 12 areas, although I've known a few who do, but rather identify 2 or 3 as requiring development if they are to achieve their career goals. From the therapy room to the conference room, for more than 25 years, I have listened to women tell stories of how they were overlooked for promotions and placated when they expressed their ideas. I have observed women in hundreds of meetings. The thread common to those who were ignored was how they acted and reacted to their situations. I could hear and see the ways in which they unknowingly undermined their credibility and sabotaged their own careers. No one had to do it for them. I was trained at the University of Southern California as an existential clinician. The title sounds fancy, but all it really means is that it's the therapist's job to illuminate for the client the array of choices available. No matter what hand life deals us, we are ultimately left with the dilemma of how we choose to respond. That is where our control lies. It doesn't lie in the hand that's already been dealt. It doesn't lie in trying to change others. That's an illusion. It lies in the actions we choose to take in response to our particular situations. And when it comes to being women in the workplace, we can choose to behave in ways consistent with what others want and expect, or we can choose another course: empowerment. I am fully aware that there are those who say the term empowerment is outdated and overdone. I strongly disagree. The people who think it's overdone are those who possess the most power. Easy for them to say. They don't really want anyone to have the same power and influence that they enjoy, and so they downplay empowerment's importance in the employment and social arenas. It's a classic case of the desire to maintain the status quo. Those who have power don't really want to share it, so they minimize the need for others to share it. Without embarrassment or apology, I say, this book is about empowerment. Unlike other books that help you identify potential areas for development or point out critical success factors, this book doesn't stop there. Raising awareness is only the first step. Next, you need concrete suggestions for behavioral change that are proven to be effective in moving women forward in their careers. Behaviors that were appropriate in girlhood, but not in womanhood, may be contributing to your career's stagnating, plateauing, or even derailing from its career path. Success comes not from acting more like a man, as some might lead you to believe, but by acting more like a woman instead of a girl. Even if you only select 10% of the hundreds of coaching tips provided in this book and incorporate them into your skill set, your investment will pay off. How to get the most from this book. This book contains 133 typical mistakes women make at work due to their socialization. Keep in mind, most women don't make all 133 mistakes, but they do make more than one. I've found through my practice and experience that the more mistakes you make, the less likely you are to achieve your full career potential. When you have a chance to do so, complete the assessment contained in the included bonus materials PDF. It will help you identify the self-defeating behaviors in which you most often engage and then allow you to focus on those portions of this audiobook. After each mistake, you will find tips for counteracting the mistake. As I said earlier, these are the same tips I give to my own clients when they come for coaching, so I know they work. But like a diet, They only work if you commit to them fully and apply them consistently. Don't make it more complex than it needs to be. Choose just one behavior a week and focus on it. What you will find is that by focusing on the behavior, you'll become increasingly aware of when and how you sabotage yourself. The next step is to replace the self-defeating behavior with more effective action. You can do it. It's your choice. All it takes is acting more like the woman you are capable of becoming than the girl you were taught to be. There's an A. Milne quote I've always enjoyed that I'd like you to keep in mind as you listen to this book. There is something you must always remember. You are braver than you believe, stronger than you seem, and smarter than you think. Chapter 1. Getting Started. Here's your first coaching tip. Don't begin listening to this book until you've learned how to use it to your advantage. You'll only end up thinking everything applies to you in equal proportions when in fact, you're probably doing better than you think. I'm always surprised when a woman tells me, "I make every mistake you list in the book." You know how we women can be, more critical of ourselves than necessary, and reluctant to take credit where it's due. When I coach women, I often tell them that changing behavior is much easier if they can understand where it comes from and what purpose it serves. All behavior serves a purpose. Take a few minutes now to understand what purpose yours serves. From the outset, I want you to know, and even more important, believe, that the mistakes impeding you from reaching your career goals or potential don't happen because you're stupid or incompetent, although others might want to make you think so. You are simply acting in ways consistent with your socialization or in response to cultural expectations. Beyond girlhood, no one ever tells us that acting differently is an option, and so we don't. Whether it's because we are explicitly discouraged from doing so, because social messages inform our behavior, or because we are unaware of the alternatives, we often fail to develop a repertoire of women-appropriate behaviors. Why do smart, capable women act in ways detrimental to their career mobility, not to mention their mental health? During my career working with literally thousands of professional men and women and comparing their behaviors, I found the answer to that question through inquiry and study. From early childhood, girls are taught that their well-being and ultimate success are contingent upon acting in certain stereotypical ways, such as being polite, soft-spoken, compliant, and relationship-oriented. Throughout their lifetimes, this is reinforced through media, family, and social messages. It's not that women consciously act in self-sabotaging ways. They simply act in ways consistent with their learning experiences. Even women who proclaim to have gotten the right messages in childhood from parents who encourage them to achieve their full potential by becoming anything they want to be, find that when they enter the real world, all bets are off. This is particularly true for many African American women who grew up with strong mothers, something I address in mistake number 3. Whether by example or encouragement, if a woman exhibits confidence and courage on a par with a man, she is often accused of being that dreaded B word. Attempts to act counter to social stereotypes are frequently met with ridicule, disapproval, and scorn. Whether it was mom's message, "Boys don't like girls who are too loud," or in response to an angry outburst, a spouse's message, "What's the matter? Is it that time of the month?" Women are continually bombarded with negative reinforcement for acting in any manner contrary to what they were taught in childhood. As a result, they learn that acting like a nice girl is less painful than assuming behaviors more appropriate for adult women and totally acceptable for boys and adult men. In short, women wind up acting like little girls even after they're grown up. Now, is this to say gender bias no longer exists in the workplace? Not at all. The statistics at the beginning of the introduction speak for themselves. Additionally, women are more likely to be overlooked for developmental assignments and promotions to senior levels of an organization. Research shows that on performance evaluation ratings, women consistently score less favorably than men. These are the realities. But after all these years, I continued to go to the place of, so what? We can rationalize, defend, and bemoan these facts, or we can acknowledge that these are the realities within which we must work. Rationalizing, defending, and bemoaning won't get us where we want to be. They become excuses for staying where we are. Although there are plenty of mistakes made by both men and women that hold them back, there are a unique set of mistakes made predominantly by women. Whether I'm working in Jakarta, Oslo, Prague, Frankfurt, Trinidad, or Houston, I'm amazed to watch women across cultures make the same mistakes at work. They may be more exaggerated in Hong Kong than in Los Angeles, but they're variations on the same theme. And I know these are mistakes because once women address them and begin to act differently, their career paths take wonderful turns they never thought possible. So why do women stay in the place of girlhood long after it's productive for them? One reason is because we've been taught that acting like a nice girl, even when we're grown up, isn't such a bad thing. Girls get taken care of in ways boys don't. Girls aren't expected to fend for or take care of themselves. Others do that for them. Sugar and spice and everything nice, that's what little girls are made of. Who doesn't want to be everything nice? People like girls. Men want to protect you, cuddly or sweet, tall or tan. Girls don't ask for much. They're nice to be around and they're nice to have around, sort of like pets. Being a girl is certainly easier than being a woman. Girls don't have to take responsibility for their destiny. Their choices are limited by a narrowly defined scope of expectations. And here's another reason why we continue to exhibit the behaviors learned in childhood, even when at some level we know they're holding us back. We can't see beyond the boundaries that have traditionally circumscribed the parameters of our influence. It's dangerous to go out of bounds. When you do, you get accused of trying to act like a man or being bitchy. All in all, it's easier to behave in socially acceptable ways. This might also be a good time to dispel the myth that overcoming the nice girl syndrome means you have to be mean and nasty. It's the question I am most often asked in interviews. Some women have even told me they didn't buy the book because they assumed from the title that it must contain suggestions for how to be more like a man. Nothing could be further from the truth. If I've said it once, I've said it literally 500 times in the last 10 years. Nice is necessary for success, it's simply not sufficient. If you over-rely on being nice to the exclusion of developing complementary behaviors, you'll never achieve your adult goals. This book will help you to expand your toolkit so that you have a wider variety of responses on which to draw. When we live lives circumscribed by the expectations of others, we live limited lives. What does it really mean to live our lives as girls rather than women? It means we choose behaviors consistent with those that are expected of us, rather than those that move us toward fulfillment and self-actualization. Rather than live consciously, we live reactively. Although we mature physically, we never really mature emotionally. And while this may allow us momentary relief from real-world dilemmas, it never allows us to be fully in control of our destinies. Missed opportunities for career-furthering assignments or promotions arise from acting like the nice little girl you were taught to be in childhood, being reluctant to showcase your capabilities, feeling hesitant to speak in meetings, and working so hard that you forget to build the relationships necessary for long-term success. I've observed these behaviors magnified in workshops at which men and women are the participants. My work in corporations has allowed me to facilitate both workshops for only women and leadership development programs for mixed groups within the same company. Even women whom I've seen act assertively in a group of other women become more passive, compliant, and reticent to speak up in a mixed group. When men are around, we dumb down or try to become invisible so as not to incur their wrath. The case of Susan. Let me give you an example of a woman with whom I worked who wondered why she wasn't reaching her full potential. Susan was a procurement manager for a Fortune 100 oil company. She'd been with this firm for more than 12 years when she expressed frustration over not moving as far or as fast as male colleagues who'd commenced employment at the same time she did. Although Susan thought there might be gender bias at play, she never considered how she contributed to her own career plateauing. Before Susan and I met one-on-one in a coaching session, I had the opportunity to observe her in meetings with her peers. At the first meeting, I noticed this attractive woman with long blonde hair, a diminutive figure, and deep blue eyes. Being from Texas, she spoke with a delicate Southern accent and had an alluring way of cocking her head and smiling as she listened to others. She was a pleasure to have in the room, but she reminded me of a cheerleader, attractive, vivacious, warm, and supportive. As others spoke, she nodded her head and smiled. When she did speak, she used equivocating phrases like, "Perhaps we should consider," "Maybe it's because," and "What if we..." Because of these behaviors, no one would ever accuse Susan of being offensive, but neither would they consider her executive material. After several more meetings at which I observed her behavior vis-a-vis her peers, Susan and I met privately to explore her career aspirations. Based on her looks, demeanor, and what I had heard her say in meetings, I assumed she was perhaps 30 to 35 years old. I was floored when she told me she was 47, with nearly 20 years' experience in the area of procurement. I had no clue she had that kind of history and experience, and if I didn't, no one else did either. Without realizing it, Susan was acting in ways consistent with her socialization. She had received so much positive reinforcement for these behaviors that she'd come to believe they were the only ways she could act and still be successful. Susan bought into the stereotype of being a nice girl. Truth be told, the behaviors she exhibited in meetings did contribute to her early career success. The problem was that they would not contribute to reaching future goals and aspirations. Her managers, peers, and direct reports acknowledged she was a delight to work with, but they didn't seriously consider her for more senior positions or high-visibility assignments. Susan acted like a nice girl and, accordingly, was treated like one. Although she knew she had to do some things differently if she were to have any chance of achieving her full career potential, she didn't have a clue what those things would be. I eventually came to learn Susan was the youngest of 4 children and the only girl in the family. She was the apple of Daddy's eye and protected by her brothers. She learned early on that being a girl was a good thing. She used it to her advantage, and as Susan grew up, she continued to rely on the stereotypically feminine behaviors that resulted in getting her needs met. She was the student teachers loved having in class, the classmate with whom everyone wanted to be friends, and the cheerleader everyone admired. Susan had no reference for alternative ways of acting that would bring her closer to her dream of being promoted to a vice presidential position. We're all girls at heart. Although Susan is an extreme example of how being a girl can pay huge dividends, most of us have some Susan in us. We behave in ways consistent with the roles we were socialized to play, thereby never completely moving from girlhood to womanhood. As nurturers, supporters, or helpmates, we are more invested in seeing others get their needs met than ensuring that our needs are acknowledged. And there's another catch. When we do try to break out of these roles and act in more mature, self-actualizing ways, we are often met with subtle and not-so-subtle resistance designed to keep us in a girl role. Comments like, "You're so cute when you're angry," "What's the matter, are you on the rag?" or "Why can't you be satisfied with where you are?" designed to keep us in the role of a girl. When others question our femininity or the validity of our feelings, our typical response is to back off rather than make waves. we question the veracity of our experience. If it's fight or flight, we often flee. Every time we do, we take a step back into girlhood and question our self-worth. In this way, we collude with others to remain girls rather than become women. And here is where we must begin to accept responsibility for not getting our needs met or never reaching our full potential. Eleanor Roosevelt was right when she said, "No one can make you feel inferior without your consent." Stop consenting. Stop colluding. Stop being that nice little girl you were taught to be in childhood. Managing your anxiety. I can see by the looks on women's faces and from their comments that anxiety and confusion are part of the process for becoming more confident, competent, and courageous. When the suggestion is made to embrace their power, women reject the notion for fear of being perceived as too masculine, aggressive, or uncooperative. When I ask a group of hundreds of women to raise their hands if they're powerful, people tend to look around at one another. Then only a few hands go up, then a few more. Rarely does every woman in the room raise her hand. Ask a group of men and women the same question, and nearly every male hand goes up immediately. It is so counter to our socialization that women prematurely dismiss the notion of being powerful. The belief that we must be for others rather than for ourselves is implanted so strongly that we are reluctant to explore the alternative. The irony is that women act powerfully all the time, but in ways different from men. Relying on our girlish charm can be just as influential, but less direct and confrontational. In other words, we wield power less directly than men. We learn to be less direct so that we will not be perceived as taking too much power away from men. This is at the core of our difficulties with gaining increased influence skills, negotiation capabilities, and organizational visibility. Each time a woman directly asserts herself, she is essentially saying to the men in her life, whether they are husbands, sons, bosses, or other male authority figures, "I want something from you. I want what is rightfully mine. I expect my needs to be met too." With each assertion, we frequently feel guilty. We equate taking control back with taking something away from someone else. More than simply getting what we need, deserve, or want, we are forcing others to give back what we have been giving away for so long. The reactions we get are difficult to cope with. Others don't really want the situation to change. They already have everything they need, so why should they change? Resistance to change is normal. It's to be expected. Like the alcoholic in recovery who finds others colluding to bring him or her back to a place of intoxication, the girl who moves towards womanhood will find herself faced with people who want to continue to infantilize her. This is what you must keep in mind if you want to achieve your goals. What's a girl to do? Here are some specific coaching tips, a prelude of what is to follow. Take them one at a time. Don't try to do them all at once. You'll only set yourself up for frustration. Choose one or two on which to work, then come back for more. Give yourself permission to move from nice girl to adult woman. It may seem like a simple idea, but it's one that is often resisted for all the reasons I've already mentioned. Have a good long talk with yourself. Tell yourself that you are not only allowed, but entitled to act in ways that move you toward goal attainment. Try the mantra, "I am entitled to have my needs met too." Visualize yourself as you want to be. If you can see it, you can be it. Picture yourself in the role to which you aspire. If it's in the corner office, see yourself at the desk with the accoutrements that go along with it. Consider the behaviors in which you will engage to warrant this position and the ways in which you will act. Bring them into your reality. Talk back to the fearful voice inside your head. This may sound crazy at first, but you must counter the old messages and replace them with new ones. If your fearful girl's voice says, "But no one will like me if I change," let your woman's voice respond with, "That's an old message. Let's create a new one, a more empowered one. Surround yourself with a plexiglass shield. The plexiglass shield is designed to allow you to see what is going on around you, but not be punctured by the negativity of others. I suggested this to a client who later told me she thought it sounded a little crazy but decided to try it, only to find that it worked. In difficult situations, she would picture herself encapsulated in a plexiglass bubble that protected her from the disparaging remarks of others and allowed her to remain in a grounded adult position. Create the word on the street. There's a word on the street about all of us. It's what people say about us when we leave a room. A routine exercise we do in leadership classes is to ask participants to write a 25-word statement of how they want to be described, then list the behaviors needed to get them there. You can do the same. When you have a chance, write down what you want others to be saying about you, then follow it up with specific actions to make it happen. In short, accept the responsibility of adulthood. Recognize resistance and put a name to it. When you find others resisting your efforts to be more direct and empowered, consider first that their responses are designed to keep you in a less powerful place. Rather than acquiesce, question it. Say something like, "It seems to me you don't agree with what I'm saying. Let me give you the rationale for my position, and then perhaps you can tell me what it is you take issue with." Others may be so invested in having you remain the same that they can't engage in an objective dialogue about your needs. If this is the case, you may want to get professional help to learn how to deal with their resistance in a healthy and productive way. Ask for feedback. If you're worried that you are in some way acting inappropriately, ask a trusted friend or colleague for feedback. Avoid asking a yes or no question, such as, "Do you think I was out of line?" Try asking an open-ended question that will give you insight into how you're perceived, such as, "Tell me what I did in that meeting that helped me or hindered me from achieving my goals." Don't aim for perfection. Even I don't engage in all the behaviors described in this book. There are some that are just so counter to my personality, I don't even try. There are others that, no matter how hard I try, I don't do well. As I often tell women, I'm a recovering nice girl. The important thing is to do a few really well and allow the rest to fall into place. Next steps. All 133 mistakes are real mistakes made by real women. They were accumulated as the result of my own work as a coach, soliciting input from men and women in companies I've worked with around the globe, contributions made from women who attended my Nice Girls Don't Get the Corner Office workshops and keynote presentations, and women who wrote to me after reading or listening to this book when it was first released. As for the coaching tips, most are suggestions I've provided to women for years, and I've gotten feedback confirming that even small changes have a big impact on how they're perceived. Others were provided by my colleagues, many of whom are on the consulting team at Corporate Coaching International and who are subject matter experts in various coaching areas, including communications, strategic career planning, and work-life integration. As you listen to the tips, you'll find I make reference to books or classes. The appendix, which is provided as part of the PDF included with this audiobook, provides you with two important things: a summary of these references, and a personal development plan template. If you're serious about achieving your personal and professional best, I urge you to complete the plan soon after listening to the book. It will help you to keep on track and allow you to chart your own progress. Now it's up to you. Go get your corner office. Chapter 2. How you play the game. A friend and I were discussing the Olympics soon after the closing ceremony. I remarked that I loved seeing people achieving the goals they had strived for their entire lives and performing at the top of their games. She, on the other hand, said she didn't like how competitive it was, with constant reminders of how many medals each country had won. "It's the Olympics," I blurted out in disbelief. "They're supposed to be competitive." A few days later, I was playing online Scrabble, and my opponent got 2 bingos in a row. A bingo is when you use all your letters to get bonus points, which is somewhat unusual at my level of play. The person typed, "I'm sorry." I immediately typed back, "May I ask if you're a man or a woman?" The reply didn't surprise me. Of course it was a woman. I've never had a man apologize for legitimately gaining an advantage. Many women, especially those who grew up in the 1960s and 70s, never had the opportunity to participate in competitive sports. Until relatively recently, few of us served in the armed forces, attended military academies, or participated in other activities that required us to play to win. As a result, we don't know how to play the game, let alone play within bounds but at the edge, which will be explored further a little later in this chapter, and play to win without feeling apologetic or guilty. Worse yet, many women view the whole idea of the game of business as something unpleasant, dirty, and to be avoided at all costs. Let's start with the most important lesson. Business is a game, and you can win it. As a matter of fact, women are born to win this game. I spend half of my time working with men, teaching them to be more like women. Of course, I don't quite put it that way, or I would be out of business. I coined the term feminization of leadership to describe the ways in which today's workforce responds more positively to stereotypically feminine behaviors than to masculine ones. I talk to men about the importance of things like listening, collaborating, motivating, and seeing the human side of their staff. These factors contribute to what's known as EQ, or emotional quotient. And EQ is the sine qua non for workplace success. On top of that, it's been shown that women exceed men in 4 out of 5 EQ factors, including self-awareness, self-regulation, empathy, and social skills. Women and men are equal on the 5th factor, self-motivation. Whether women do these things because they've been taught the behaviors and have had a lot of practice at them, or because they come naturally, really doesn't matter. To win the game of business, you need to capitalize on your high EQ. The areas in which women often aren't quite as skilled as men include knowing where the imaginary boundaries of the workplace playing field are, getting into the game, and understanding the unspoken rules for winning the game. Of all the coaching tips in this audiobook, the following are the most difficult for women to incorporate into their corporate skill set. Many of the suggestions are counter to everything we learned growing up. Resist the urge to skip the hard stuff. If you don't play, you can't win. Mistake 1. Pretending it isn't a game. The workplace is exactly that, a game. It has rules, boundaries, strategies, winners, and losers. Women tend to approach work more like an event, a picnic, concert, fundraiser, where everyone comes together for the day to play together nicely. In our desire to create win-win situations, we unknowingly create win-lose ones, where we are the losers. Playing the game of business doesn't mean you're out to cause others to fail, but it is competitive. It means you are aware of the rules and develop strategies for making them work to your advantage. An interesting scenario played out that underscores this uniquely feminine phenomenon. The women's softball teams of Western Oregon University and Central Washington University were competing toward the end of the season when a senior who had never hit a home run during her college career came up to bat and smacked it over the fence. As she was running toward first base, she tore a ligament in her leg and could no longer run. Knowing her situation and not wanting to deprive her of one last chance for a homer, players from the opposing team carried her around the field to touch each base, allowing her to have officially hit a home run. When was the last time you heard this happen in any sport where men were playing? To the contrary. As a male Nestle executive said to me, "When a man's friend wins, a little piece of him dies." Although I think it was a nice thing to do, and maybe even the right thing to do under the circumstances, women also need to understand when playing to win is more important than being nice and putting the needs of others first. The ability to differentiate when collaboration that will yield maximum results is needed from when going flat out to win should be employed moves you from nice girl to winning woman. Barbara is a workplace example of someone who didn't understand the game. She worked as a director of marketing in the banking industry for many years. She reached the point in her career where she was so successful that she was sought after for senior positions by a number of companies. She selected one in the specialty chemical business, where she entered as a vice president. When she was referred to me for coaching, she could not understand why she was foundering. Everything that had worked for her in banking failed her in her new position. Her polite, laid-back way of managing and interacting with others was now seen as weak and indecisive. Not understanding that this was a new ballgame, Barbara played the new game by the old rules and found herself facing the possibility of failure for the first time in her career. In a more competitive business, or when working for someone who values competition, you've got to play to win, or you'll soon find yourself on the bench. Not only is business a game, but the rules of the game change from organization to organization and from department to department within an organization. What works with one boss may not work with the next one. Keeping your eye on the ball is essential when it comes to winning the game of business. Coaching tips. Learn to play chess. It will help you develop a more strategic mind when it comes to winning games. Make a list of the rules of the game at your workplace. Remember, these are usually unspoken expectations for how fast trackers should behave. Rather than completing it in one sitting, you may have to compile the list gradually as you observe interactions, memos, and meetings in a different way than you have in the past. Examples of rules in some workplaces include: don't disagree with the boss. Everyone works at least 10 hours of overtime. Being polite is more important than being right. Deadlines must be met no matter what the circumstance. Budgets are strictly adhered to. The customer always comes first, and so on. As you make your list, begin thinking about how your behavior compares with the expectations. Read Hardball for Women, Winning at the Game of Business, Revised Edition by Pat Heim, Ph.D., and Susan Gallant. It will help you better understand the male business culture and how to use it to your advantage. Among the tips provided are ways to be assertive without being obnoxious, how to engage in smart self-promotion, and methods to display confidence even when you may feel powerless. Identify a mentor, someone who is successful at playing the game and with whom you can openly discuss the rules in your organization. It's often helpful to have both a man and a woman as mentors, as each will have invaluable guidance for success. If you don't currently play a sport, start. It doesn't matter whether it's tennis, kickboxing, softball, or golf. Playing sports helps you learn the language of the game. Mistake 2. Playing the game safely and within bounds. As an avid but quite average tennis player, I used to hit the ball squarely within bounds for fear of going out and losing the point. In an effort to play safely, I artificially narrowed my playing field. After a while, it occurred to me that I would never win the game playing that way. I had to learn to hit the ball toward the edges, yet within bounds, if I ever hoped to win. So I started going outside of my comfort zone and found that I actually won more games. In any game, points aren't won in the middle of the field, they're won at the edge. Taking calculated risks might sometimes cause you to go out of bounds, but as long as you win the majority of points, you won't lose the game. It's important to get yourself out of the women's safe zone and toward the edge of the field where the winners are playing. I had the opportunity to use this analogy with a client who was recently promoted to supervisor and getting feedback that she wasn't proactive enough. How can I be accused of not being proactive, she wondered. I do everything I'm supposed to without being asked. Doing everything you're supposed to isn't being proactive. It's only doing what you're supposed to. At her new level, management expected her to take more responsibility and make decisions independently. When I suggested this to her, she said she didn't want to overstep her authority. so she ran most important decisions by her supervisor first. I asked the woman if she played tennis, and fortunately she did. Within moments of using the analogy of playing it safe in tennis, she got it. She could understand how she wasn't using all the court available to her. By making assumptions about what would and wouldn't be acceptable to her management, she narrowed her playing field. Rather than risk hitting the ball out of bounds, she engaged only in behaviors she knew would land the ball squarely within the court. It wasn't enough for the woman's manager, who wanted her team members to take calculated risks and go beyond what was asked of them. This same phenomenon plays out in the workplace all the time. Even when a woman knows the workplace is a game, she has the tendency to play safe rather than play smart. She obeys all the rules to the letter and expects others to as well. If the policy says don't do it, then it can't be done. If it might upset someone, she doesn't do it. You never want to act unethically, but it is a game, and one you want to win. To do so, you have to use the entire field available to you. In my client's case, she followed my suggestion to ask her manager to help her define her scope of authority so that she would feel more comfortable taking risks. The manager called me several weeks later and, during the course of conversation about another matter, mentioned that the woman was now showing more initiative and meeting her performance objectives. Coaching tips. Play the game within bounds, but at the edges. If you're not sure where the edges of your company's playing field are, look at the women in your workplace who are winning the game. Consider what they're doing that you should be doing too. Write down 2 rules you interpret narrowly and always follow. Have you seen other people bend these rules? If so, what's happened to them? If nothing, then take the risk of stretching the bounds by broadly rather than narrowly interpreting the rules. If you're not sure something is fair, do it anyway. If you're not sure something is ethical, ask. If you're called out, don't take it personally, and by all means, don't revert to playing safe. Look at it as an opportunity to learn where the edge of the boundary is and how to play to it. Mistake 3. Assuming the rules, boundaries, and strategies are the same for everyone. This is by far the most controversial issue I discuss in my keynote presentations. I intentionally left it out of the first edition because I wasn't sure how readers would respond. I chose to play it safe. Now, after receiving so much positive feedback from groups that I've spoken to, along with some pushback from those finding it patently unfair, I feel I not only should, but must include it, because to do otherwise would be an egregious oversight. If you've ever wondered why, when you say something in the exact same way a male counterpart says it, you get called a bitch, and he gets called assertive, it's because the rules, boundaries, and strategies are different for men and women, and for people of color and Caucasians. I don't think it's fair or right, but it does explain why people are treated and evaluated differently at work. Women can't play by the same rules as men and expect to win the game. Right or wrong, we live in a society where we don't like men who act like women, and we don't like women who act like men. Imagine if Warren Buffett cried during an earnings call. People would think the Oracle from Omaha had completely lost it. Similarly, when women exceed the boundaries of acceptability for assertiveness in their corporate culture, they risk getting called out, called names, or called on the carpet. Now let's consider the assertive playing field for women of color. The boundaries are even narrower. As a Caucasian woman, I can say things in a more assertive manner without going out of bounds than can a woman of color. When a woman of color, particularly African American women, are assertive, they are wrongly accused of being angry. Cultural issues that go into understanding the strength of their messages, such as having strong female role models and the acceptability of louder communications, are ignored, and they are categorized in a way that disinclines them from speaking their minds in the future, which just might be the purpose of the accusation to begin with. Renata was just such a woman. As the CIO, Chief Information Officer at a multinational women's clothing firm, she was smart, no nonsense, articulate, hardworking, and quick on her feet. If she were a man, she'd be envied. But because she was an African American woman, she was feared. When she was referred to me for coaching, I conducted interviews with her peers, her management, and people who reported to her. In the vaguest terms, they described her as capable, but not in sync with the corporate culture. This is usually code for, she goes out of bounds. Personally, I liked Renata and saw that she had a lot of value to add to her employer, but their playing field was so narrowly defined that she would have to turn herself into a pretzel to conform to it. This was an unfortunate circumstance where, despite my best efforts to help her see it wasn't her, but the culture that needed changing, and there was nothing either of us could do about that, she refused to adjust her behavior. Instead, she continued acting and communicating in ways that were most comfortable for her, but not for those around her. In the best of all worlds, I would have liked her to find a bigger playing field where she could simultaneously be herself and be appreciated. But instead, her intransigence around change caused her to ultimately be terminated. One additional thing to remember is that the rules, boundaries, and strategies don't only change for women and people of color, they change from company to company and boss to boss. What makes you successful in one company or with one boss won't always hold true in a different company or with a different boss. Each corporate culture has its own unique rules of engagement. I was talking about the playing field concept to a group of women at a defense contractor. Instead of using assertiveness to illustrate my point, I used creativity. After explaining that the boundaries for creativity in the entertainment industry are almost non-existent, whereas the boundaries for creativity in the defense industry are narrower, wacky ideas aren't embraced in quite the same way as in entertainment, a woman raised her hand and said, "That explains everything." It turns out she had recently transferred to this company from a film studio, and as she put it, whereas I could do nothing wrong in my last job, I could do nothing right in my current one. Coaching tips. Size up the playing field in your organization and identify the rules and boundaries for various behaviors. This in turn will help you to create strategies for successfully maneuvering the field within bounds but at the edge. Consciously decide if it's you or the size of the field that's holding you back. Sometimes we receive feedback that would be true on any field, in which case it's best to take it to heart and act on it. At other times, the feedback is unique to the situation or company. If in every job you've had, you've heard that you don't communicate crisply enough, then it's time to do something about it. Understand that it is unlikely that you will change the size of the playing field to suit your needs. Playing your game at the edge can help to stretch the boundaries, but if it's too narrowly defined for you, start looking for a bigger field. When transferring to a new company or a different boss, don't over-rely on past strengths to build your credibility. They may or may not work. If you find yourself challenged by the transition, assess the new playing field by observing the behaviors of the people who seem to be winning the game. You might need to add some of their actions to your toolkit. If you're a manager or business owner, focus on making the playing field equal for everyone by avoiding stereotyped judgments, proactively valuing and capitalizing on diversity, and holding people accountable for treating everyone equitably. Mistake 4. Dancing around pregnancy. What should be the happiest moment of your life becomes one of the scariest when you realize you're going to have to tell the boss about it. You obsess over the right time to do it, how to do it, and whether it will cause him or her to treat you differently. You try to hide it, avoid it, or play it down, when what you really want to do is shout it loud, "I'm pregnant and proud." I know there are many pundits who suggest that you should keep your pregnancy on the DL, down low, for as long as possible, but I'm not one of them. Men don't keep the impending births of their children a secret, at least not intentionally, and you shouldn't have to either. The difference, of course, is that it's not expected that a man's performance will be impacted by the birth of his child, but it's expected that a woman's performance will be. Like everything else that you do with your career, this presents yet another opportunity for you to be strategic. Marissa Mayer made a splash when on the same day the company announced her appointment as CEO of Yahoo, she announced that she was 6 months pregnant. I have no doubt that she told the board of directors before accepting the offer. I also have no doubt that she assured them she was up for the challenge, pregnant or not. Her promotion despite her pregnancy was touted as a win for women in the workplace, but not so fast. Another situation that was compared with Myers was that of Jennifer Christensen, an associate director of consumer marketing at the pharmaceutical company Bayer, a client of mine and a company that I consider to be a great place for women to work. A major difference, however, was that the pregnant Christensen asked if she could participate in the company's job-sharing program. Despite the fact that she had a history of outstanding performance, her boss refused to allow her to take advantage of the program and supposedly said, "I need to stop hiring women of reproductive age." While on maternity leave, Christensen was terminated and is now part of a $100 million class action suit against the company. There is no doubt about it. If you're pregnant in the workplace, you're between a rock and a hard place. When you hide your pregnancy for fear of what others will think, you wind up looking less than honest and perhaps even deceptive. If you announce it sooner than later, others may make judgments about your capabilities or commitment. I believe the only thing your employer really cares about at the end of the day is that you get your job done. Whereas Meyer made her pregnancy a non-issue, Christensen asked for more flexible working hours. Regardless of what policies are in place that provide consideration for pregnancy, by assuring your management that you're not going to miss a beat, you appear more confident and in control of things when you belly up to the bar early on this one. Pun intended. One more thing to note while I'm on the subject of working moms is taking advantage of other company policies such as flex time and telecommuting. After the birth of her third child, I asked a woman who works in publishing, a field dominated by women, if she was working flex hours. Without hesitation, she said no. To do so would be the kiss of death. Consequently, I've consulted with other women to get their input, and it's been the same. Their strategy, and I think it's a wise one, is to simply take time off or work from home when a family situation requires them to do so. As each woman implied, it doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. Formally requesting flex time as a steady diet contributes to the opinion that you're less than committed to the job. Before you start sending me irate letters and email, let me say I'm a huge proponent of creating avenues for women to be able to work while still meeting the expectation that they will be the primary caretakers for their children. It's an unfair burden that is placed on women in society. Although savvy companies are addressing the issue in an effort to retain talented women and the fact that there are laws to protect pregnant women, it remains a hot-button topic. So hot, in fact, that when Google's Marissa Mayer abolished telecommuting soon after assuming the position of CEO, she was accused of being sexist and having no concern for women without the same resources and stature that she has. I disagree with the critics. Mayer defended her position by saying that people are more creative and innovative when working collaboratively, and that is best achieved in the office. It was a business decision based on the needs of the company at the time. Coaching tips. Announce your pregnancy when you're ready. For a variety of reasons, it does not have to be the moment it's confirmed by your doctor. You're entitled to your privacy. Decide on a time that makes the most sense to you and your significant other. Accompany your announcement with a clear and definitive statement of what can be expected of you during the pregnancy and after. In no uncertain terms, inform your management that you will continue to perform at the level you always have, will prepare for your absence so that nothing slips between the cracks, and will return to work fit for resuming your duties. Handle pregnancy-related issues, morning sickness, doctor's appointments, and so on a case-by-case basis in the same manner you handle all other personal issues. If you need to miss work, don't go into graphic detail about why. Simply inform whoever needs to be informed that you'll be late or out and offer assurance that the projects you're working on are on track for completion. Give yourself permission to change your mind about your priorities. For Marissa Meyer, it was business as usual before and after the birth of her son. If at any point you realize that for health or personal reasons you can't work at the same pace or the same hours as you have in the past, then honor your values. Be clear about your priorities and live your life in a way that reflects your commitment to them. This is your life, no one else's. Starting a family may significantly change your perspective about the importance of work or family. No one will take away your card to the Sacred Women's Club because you choose to focus more on one or the other. Mistake 5. Sitting out the social network game. Remember how your parents used to tell you that just because everyone else was doing something, that didn't mean you should? When it comes to social networking, they were wrong. I'm the first to admit that social networking can be a nuisance. I have more important things to do than check my Facebook page or be interrupted by an incoming feed that tells me where someone is having lunch today. One tech-savvy friend went so far as to call me a Luddite. I had to look that one up. Yet, like it or not, we live in an age where social networking is not a nice-to, but rather a must-do if we want to be considered in the know. Even I grudgingly have to agree that when used properly, the advantages of social networking include that it makes you appear as if you belong in the 21st century, allows you to market yourself, enables you to engage in my number one rule for success, build strong 360-degree relationships, gives you access to what the competition is up to, provides you with a forum to exchange ideas or solicit opinions, enhances your credibility as a subject matter expert, and can be a fun and efficient way to keep up with colleagues. The key phrase here is used properly. Unfortunately, many women don't realize the web footprint they leave with their Facebook pages, LinkedIn accounts, and tweeting. As a result, they do more potential damage to their reputations and credibility than they do good. I'll talk more about that in the chapter on personal branding, but for now, suffice it to say that if you're not engaged in social networking, it's time to buy a front row seat to this game. Coaching tips. Set up a Facebook page and use it for business purposes only. In subsequent mistakes, you'll find coaching tips for how to maximize its value to you and how to avoid common pitfalls when engaging in social networking. Join LinkedIn, the social networking site for professionals. By nature, it limits what you can post and whom you can communicate with, and vice versa. It's designed to showcase you professionally and enable you to network with people with whom you have colleagues in common. Create your own personal website. It's an inexpensive way to market your brand while having control over content, although not necessarily over who visits the site. Check out Weebly.com for an inexpensive place to establish numerous websites and blogs. Mistake 6. Overlooking the importance of mentors and sponsors advocates. The September 2010 issue of Harvard Business Review contained an article titled Why Men Still Get More Promotions Than Women by Herminia Ibarra, Nancy M. Carter, and Christine Silva. The premise of this piece is that women receive fewer promotions than men because they're less likely to have mentors who are also advocates for them. The authors found through their research, quote, there is a special kind of relationship called sponsorship in which the mentor goes beyond giving feedback and advice and uses his or her influence with senior executives to advocate for the mentee. Our interviews and surveys alike suggest that high-potential women are over-mentored and under-sponsored relative to their male peers, and that they are not advancing in their organizations. Furthermore, without sponsorship, women not only are less likely than men to be appointed to top roles, but may also be more reluctant to go for them. End quote. The difference between mentoring and advocacy, or sponsorship, is the level of active involvement in helping you with your career. Mentors offer advice and guidance that help you to grow in your career, in your field, and within your company. Advocates, on the other hand, speak up for you on your behalf in your absence, introduce you to people who might be able to help you and vice versa, and put you on the radar screens of people who can help further your career. As I mentioned previously, mentors can also help you to learn the rules of the road and find the edge of the playing field. Yet many women are reluctant to ask someone to mentor them because they fear it's an imposition. They don't feel connected enough to the people who could mentor them, or they don't know whom to ask to be a mentor. The following tips will help you overcome these and other challenges and increase the likelihood of getting both mentorship and sponsorship. Coaching tips. Find out if your company has a formal or informal mentoring program. If so, this is the place to identify a few people who could potentially mentor you. Again, it's not a bad idea to have a male and a female mentor because each will have unique experiences that will add to your understanding of how to play the game to win on your corporate playing field. If your company does not have a mentoring program, look to the edge of the playing field. That's where the people who are winning the game are playing. Identify a few people you admire and ask if they would be willing to spend 30 minutes to 1 hour a month or even a quarter with you to answer questions you have about career issues. Be specific about the amount of time you're asking for so they don't think that this is going to take an inordinate amount of time. Also, make it clear that you will be responsible for getting on their calendars and driving the agenda. The easier you make it for the person, the more likely they are to agree to mentor you. Go to the website mentoringgroup.com and order the Mentor's Guide and the Mentee's Guide. These two pamphlets are extraordinarily helpful in establishing roles and responsibilities in mentoring. During your first meeting with your mentor, give him or her the Mentor's Guide. Explain what you've learned from your own guide and use it to discuss the terms of engagement for your relationship. Ask for situation-specific advocacy from people in positions to provide it. These people might include your mentors, but possibly also individuals who do not mentor you, yet are familiar with your work and are in positions to provide you with visibility or recommendations. Situation-specific means asking for advocacy related to a particular opportunity, not simply asking the person to keep you in mind when a good opportunity arises. For example, ask an advocate to write a letter of recommendation for a promotion you're up for or to recommend you for a committee that will get high visibility from executive management. The more specific you are, the more likely the person is to take action. Join the appropriate affinity group within your company. Many companies have initiated groups for people with common workplace challenges as a means of providing support for them. Find out if your company has such a group for women and/or for people of color, and if so, join it. You'll often find senior women involved in these groups who want to mentor younger or less senior women, making your task of asking for a mentor that much less daunting. Mistake 7. Working hard. There's a popular saying, women have to work twice as hard to be considered half as good. As a result, women are like tiny little ants, working. They complain that they do more than anyone else, and they do. It's a myth that people get ahead because they work hard. The truth is, no one ever got promoted purely because of hard work. Likability, strategic thinking, networking, and being a team player are but a few of the other factors that go into crafting a successful career. In every organization, there's a baseline for hard work. In some organizations, that baseline is higher than in others. I work with a lot of professional and financial services firms where working hard is not only expected, it's required. Women, however, take it to the extreme, working far harder than their male colleagues. When you consistently go over that baseline, you aren't always recognized, but you usually are given more work to do because you've shown you can and will do it. Sometimes I think women work hard because it's easier to do what they know best rather than to engage in behaviors that seem foreign to them. One woman complained to me about the guy she worked with who, every Monday morning during football season, spent the first half hour of the day rehashing Sunday's games with the boss. "What a waste of time! Here I am working away and they're talking about football," she lamented. What bothered her even more was the fact that these same guys were being tapped for prime assignments, whereas women see it as wasting the company's money to do anything less than focus on the task at hand between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. Men know that whether it's talking about football or last weekend's golf scores, they're building relationships that will later work for them. In this situation, her male coworkers were bonding with the boss in a way that allowed him to better know these team members. As a result, when growth opportunities became available, he picked them because he was familiar and comfortable with them. And herein lies one of business's best-kept secrets. People aren't hired and promoted simply because they work hard. It happens because the decision-maker knows the character of the person and feels confident about his or her ability not only to do the job, but also to do it in a way that promotes collegial team relationships. By keeping her nose to the grindstone, the woman was actually acting in a way detrimental to getting what she most wanted: more interesting work and an opportunity to show she was capable of doing more. Coaching tips. Give yourself permission to waste a little time. If you're not spending 5% of your day building relationships, you're doing something wrong. Define your work hours and stick with them. Remember Parkinson's Law. Work expands to fill the time available. This isn't to say there won't be times when you must work overtime, but if you're consistently the last one left at the office, there's something wrong with that picture. At the beginning of each day, define what you want to accomplish. You can avoid the tendency to take on whatever comes across your desk during the course of the day by deliberately scheduling it for a later time. Mistake 8. Doing the work of others. When Harry S. Truman said, "The buck stops here," surely he was thinking of a woman. Our tendency to take responsibility for not only our own work, but also the work of others is yet another self-defeating behavior. Yes, you have a responsibility to your employer to ensure the delivery of a high-quality product or service, but it is not your responsibility alone. Women have a nasty habit of saying, "Well, if I don't do it, no one else will." This only ensures that you'll be doing it, and for a long time. And there's another problem associated with taking too much responsibility. While women are doing the grunt work, men are building their careers. They're no fools. Promotions are rewards for getting the job done, not necessarily for doing the job. I had a boss once who told me there are two kinds of people in the world: careerists and achievers. Achievers keep busy by doing the work. Careerists spend their time managing their careers. Truth be known, you've got to be a little of both to get ahead. Coaching tips. Stop volunteering for low-profile, low-impact assignments. If necessary, sit on your hand rather than raise it. Recognize when people delegate inappropriately to you. Practice saying unapologetically, "You know, I'd love to help you out with this, but I am swamped." Then stop talking. Avoid the inclination to want to solve the problem for others. It's their problem, not yours. If you're a manager or a supervisor, don't let people delegate up. This most often happens when people reporting to you claim to be unable to perform a task or say they don't have the time. Avoid the tendency to take it over because it will be faster if you do it yourself. Instead, suggest that they ask a coworker for technical assistance, or if you have the time, use it as a teaching opportunity. Use self-talk to replace feeling guilty about saying no. Try saying something like, "I don't have to feel guilty about seeing that my needs are met." Mistake 9. Working without a break. There's certainly truth to the adage, if you need something done, give it to a woman. Women will work non-stop to crank out a project. Working without a break is not only damaging to your health, but actually impedes optimum performance as well. productivity experts suggest that a break every 90 minutes is required to maintain maximum levels of concentration and accuracy. From a productivity standpoint, there are diminishing marginal returns when you ask your brain to exert constant effort through an 8-hour day, says Dr. Janet Scarborough Civitelli, a workplace psychologist at vocationvillage.com. Working without a break also contributes to the impression that you're flustered or inefficient. One executive told me that a female vice president reporting to him made him feel uncomfortable because she always looked like she was overworked and harried, a word you rarely hear used to describe a man. Working through lunch hours or without coming up for air won't get you ahead. Giving the impression you are always up to your ears in alligators could hinder being given special projects or assignments that could later bring you recognition. And if you're not convinced yet, according to self-proclaimed time management ninja Craig Jarrow, there are 5 more good reasons why you should take breaks. Number 1, gain perspective. If your head is down in your work, you aren't aware of your surrounding environment. Priorities may have changed since you started your project. A break can let you zoom in and out again. Number 2, recharge. Everyone needs to fill their tanks, or eventually their energy reserves will reach 0. Rest is needed to let the body and the mind recharge. Number 3, refocus. It is easy to get distracted and pulled off task. Taking a break can let you address those distractions and then refocus your energy on the more important tasks. Number 4, get advice. No one can operate entirely independently. Seeking advice from others can save you much time and effort. Maybe they have previously done what you are doing and can provide time-saving tips. And number 5, take care of yourself. Life is a marathon, not a sprint. You can't keep going at 100% without burning yourself out. Even top-notch machines will burn out if they're not maintained. Make sure you are maintaining yourself. Coaching tips. Get in the habit of getting up from your desk for a stretch break at least once every 90 minutes. At the beginning of each week, make it a point to schedule at least one lunch meeting. Schedule times throughout the day to drop by a colleague's office for a few minutes of casual conversation. When someone drops by yours, stop what you're doing and invite him or her in. Use the alarm function on your computer to remind you of your break, and when it goes off, take your break. Use the lunch hour to your advantage. Join a Toastmasters club, run an errand that will allow you to get home a little earlier after work, or just take a walk and refresh yourself for your afternoon activities. If about now you're thinking, I don't have time for this, then you're definitely doing too much at work. Mistake 10, being naive. Women may not have the market on naivete, but we certainly do our fair share of taking what people say at face value. The dynamic behind this is interesting. We often don't probe deeply enough to determine the veracity of what we're told, either because we don't want to embarrass the other person or because we want to see only the good in people. By busily focusing on the work itself, we often miss the more obvious behaviors that lie on the periphery. Lisa was someone whose naivete got her into trouble. She was the director of development for a nationally known nonprofit agency. Her department was efficient. There was a good sense of teamwork and camaraderie among her staff, and every year that Lisa was at the helm, they surpassed their fundraising goals. Until she hired Adam, that is. He was the son of one of the board members, and her colleagues at the agency warned her it was not a good idea to hire him. Lisa was sure that if she established ground rules and kept the lines of communication open with Adam, it would work out just fine. Within a few months, the team began to falter. Morale was spiraling downward. Team members weren't hitting their monthly targets. Several team members confided in Lisa that Adam was bad-mouthing her behind her back and spreading lies about her. Lisa's manager called her into his office several times to discuss the unrest on her team. For the first time in her career, she was seen as a less than capable leader. When she openly discussed the problem with Adam, he denied doing anything to undermine her authority. She wanted to believe him and reiterated her expectations of him. The problem only went from bad to worse. Board members were beginning to question the head of the agency about problems that kept surfacing. Finally, Lisa left the agency for a better position, but not one she would have considered before Adam had come along. When we see naivete in another person, we often find it refreshing. Sometimes young people just beginning their careers benefit from it by making others want to mentor them or show them the rules of the road. When we see it in a more seasoned professional, however, we use it to discredit them. A woman's expression of naivete underscores her inability to read a situation appropriately or learn from her experience. Coaching tips. If something doesn't make sense to you, ask for an explanation. If someone downplays your need for an explanation, be suspicious. Without assuming the worst, get in the habit of asking yourself what a person's motives might be. Don't rely on just one person's expertise when making major decisions. Solicit input from several reliable sources. If you find yourself the only person in the room who disagrees with the consensus that it can't be done, and you think, "But I could make it happen," an alarm should go off that you're being naive. Trust your instincts. If it looks like a duck, sounds like a duck, and walks like a duck, it's a duck. Read Spy the Lie by Philip Houston, Michael Floyd, and Susan Carnicero. Former CIA agents help you to identify deceptive behaviors before you fall prey to them. Mistake 11. Pinching company pennies. Accustomed to having to account for how they spend their money, it seems even women who aren't hesitant to spend their own money on themselves fall into the trap of pinching company pennies. They allow themselves to be inconvenienced or deny themselves the smallest item for fear of spending a few extra dollars of the company's money on legitimate business expenses. Some women wear their savings as a badge of honor, when in most cases the amount of money they save is rounding off numbers for their corporation. I was reminded of the folly of this when a woman executive told me about being delayed in Los Angeles for a flight to JFK. She was originally going to take a train to her hometown where her husband was going to pick her up, but with the delay, it would be too late to catch the last train. She struggled with how to get home in the most economical way possible. She even considered asking her husband to pick her up at 2 a.m. to save cab fare. Now that's a mistake. A man wouldn't hesitate to call a car company or take a cab at that hour, regardless of the expense. As someone who travels quite a bit for clients who pay my expenses, I pride myself on treating their money the same as I would my own, frugally. Recently, I had a discussion with a male colleague about the increasing cost of airfare tickets and how much I hated to charge back these high prices to my clients. He was amused at my concern for the bottom lines of these behemoth corporations. "I don't treat myself the same as if I were writing the check," he said. "I treat myself better. If they want me to arrive refreshed, eager to work, and delighted to be there, then I'm going to fly business class no matter what the cost. They know the cost of doing business, and you should too." My inner nice girl flinched, but I knew he was right. In another scenario, the assistant to a female executive at a major manufacturing company was retiring after 22 years of service. The executive, notorious for her frugality, arranged a potluck going-away party. Thinking that she must be saving the money for a nice retirement gift, several employees asked if she would like help in purchasing it. Without hesitation or embarrassment, the executive said she thought the party was enough. As you can imagine, the word on the street about this executive was that she was cheap and thoughtless. It would be one thing if the company was experiencing financial difficulties, but this was far from the case. In fact, the male executives in the same company were known for quite lavish send-offs for long-term, loyal employees. When you pinch pennies, you're wasting time and energy on meaningless matters. Additionally, you're more likely to be viewed as someone who isn't ready to play in the big leagues, and you definitely are not taking care of the company's greatest assets, you and others. Coaching tips. When considering an expenditure, Look at the big picture and how much difference the expense will really make in the larger scheme of things. If you have a budget, use it. Few companies reward, let alone notice, employees for being frugal. Consider the payoffs for spending small amounts of money on employees. Paying for a lunch or a floral arrangement to a staff member in the hospital won't break the budget, but it will reap dividends in terms of goodwill and loyalty. Unless you're directed otherwise, never ask permission to spend money. Instead, expect you'll be told if there's a problem, and if there is, don't apologize. Simply acknowledge your understanding of the message and ask for clarification around spending authority. When a voice comes into your head that says, "I'm not sure I should spend this money," talk back to it by asking, "What's the cost, in terms of time, resources, goodwill, or money, of not spending it?" Mistake 12. Waiting to be given what you want. I frequently hear women express disappointment over not having their needs met without having to ask. I don't get it. Ever hear of the saying, "the squeaky wheel gets the grease"? On the other hand, if you're one of those people who, no matter what they're given, it isn't enough, you might find people resisting your constant requests. Still, more often, women are made to feel like they're asking for too much when in fact they're not. If you won't ask, you don't risk hearing no, but you also won't get what you want. The most obvious examples of this come when women finally get up the nerve to ask for a raise. They're frequently made to feel they're doing something wrong or have no right to ask for what is rightfully theirs. Having worked in human resources for many years, I know that men take care of their own needs, but will often minimize what women are worth or owed. As of this writing, on average, full-time working women earn $36,931 annually, compared to men's $47,715 annually. As mentioned earlier, the figures are even bleaker for African American women and Latinas. Although part of this discrepancy is clearly due to discrimination, and another reason is the fact that women gravitate toward lower-paying jobs, it's largely true because disenfranchised groups are less likely to ask for what they want. A client once called to tell me that she hadn't received the same signing bonus everyone else had already gotten as the result of transferring to a newly formed department. I inquired as to why she thought this happened. As people often do when confronted with a situation they don't understand, she made up a story in her head that it must have something to do with not being respected or just treating her as if she were invisible. It bothered her so much that she was losing sleep over it. Obviously, she needed to do something about it, but she was hesitant to rock the boat. After much discussion, we scripted out what she could say to her human resources manager to find out about the missing bonus. The way she wanted to put it was to ask whether she was entitled to a bonus. Typical girl behavior. Never assume you're entitled to something you've been promised. My tip to her was not to ask, but to assume she was entitled to the bonus and find out why she hadn't received it. Essentially, she went in and said, "My signing bonus wasn't in my check for the past 2 pay periods, and I'm wondering when I can expect to receive it." Lo and behold, it had nothing at all to do with respect or being a woman. He had made a mistake. Of all the people who had transferred over, she was the only one who was due a performance review and annual raise within the next several weeks. He decided to wait on giving her the bonus so that he could do all the paperwork at one time. When her performance review was postponed because of the new assignment, though, he had forgotten to put in for the bonus. If she hadn't asked, she would have continued to be distracted by and lose sleep over this apparent slight. The lesson for her was twofold. First, rather than make up a negative story, get the facts. Second, don't wait to be given what's owed to you, ask for it. Coaching tips. Mentally prepare requests in advance. Think about what you want and why you want it. When asking, be direct, straightforward, and accompany each request with 2 or 3 legitimate reasons why you should be given what you've requested. Try using the desk script method provided under Mistake 91. Consider the value of using the negotiation technique of fait accompli, that is, couch your request in the form of a statement. For example, rather than say, "I'd like to ask for an additional $10,000 for next year's training budget," say, "I've added $10,000 to the training budget. Additional staff and new technology account for this increase." Read Her Place at the Table, A Woman's Guide to Negotiating 5 Key Challenges to Leadership Success by Deborah Kolb, Judith Williams, and Carol Frolinger. The authors describe common negotiation problems encountered by women and give realistic suggestions for how to overcome them. The book also illuminates some of the hidden agendas that often accompany trying to get what you want. Separate being liked and getting what you deserve. If you ask for what you deserve in an appropriate way and you're suddenly not liked because of it, someone is just yanking your chain and hoping you'll acquiesce to his or her expression of displeasure. Carefully choose your times for asking for what you want or deserve. Asking for a raise after layoffs is not a good idea. Nor is asking for a transfer to another department in the middle of a crucial project. It will make it look like you're trying to get out of work. Timing is everything in life. Make sure you time your requests. Mistake 13. Avoiding office politics. Repeat after me. Politics is not a 4-letter word. Trying to avoid office politics is like trying to avoid the weather. Like it or not, it is what it is. Politics is how things get done. In the workplace, in government, in professional organizations. If you're not involved in office politics, you're not playing the game. And if you're not playing the game, you can't possibly win. The business of politics is simply the business of relationships and understanding the quid pro quo, something in exchange for something else, inherent to every relationship. The film Lincoln, starring Daniel Day-Lewis as Honest Abe, portrays this beautifully. He was so committed to ensuring passage of the 13th Amendment to the Constitution abolishing slavery that he sent his allies out to cut deals with lawmakers in Congress in exchange for their votes. Did the end justify the means? You bet it did. It changed the course of history and the lives of countless indentured servants. Interestingly, a female friend I went with to see the movie thought this was the low point of the film, and I think most women are equally uncomfortable with this kind of brokering of deals because they find it a little smarmy. Men, on the other hand, get the concept of one hand washing the other, or you scratch my back and I'll scratch yours. In fact, an article I read about the movie, authored by a man, praised Lincoln for his political prowess in achieving his vision that all men are created equal. It took a little while longer for women to be created equal. A successful workplace relationship, whether with a boss or a coworker, is one in which you clearly define what you have to offer and what you need or want from the other person. It happens all the time without putting a name to it. Consider your relationship with your best friend. You may need counsel from her, or you may want company, a racquetball partner, or a variety of other things. If she gives you those, you're more likely to want to give her what she needs or wants. It may never be discussed, but the trait is implicit in the relationship. Workplace politics is no different. Each time you go out of your way for someone or give them what they need, you've earned a figurative chip that you can later cash in for something you need. Coaching tips. Approach political situations as you would any negotiation. Take time to find out what the other person needs, what you have to offer, and how you can facilitate a win-win situation. Remember, the quid pro quo of politics is something in exchange for something else. Don't just give in. Think about what you want in exchange. Don't be afraid to cash in your chips. You can often win in the long run by giving up the smaller, less important points. When you do, you bank currency to be used at a later time. Don't avoid what you perceive to be a political problem. People will only go around you. Work through political situations in a way that allows others to see you as a problem solver, not a problem. Read Survival of the Savvy, High-Integrity Political Tactics for Career and Company Success by Rick Brandon and Marty Seldman. Although some people feel as if the authors are preaching inauthenticity, I believe they speak the hard truth about a difficult subject. Even if you only use half of their suggestions, you'll most likely be twice as far along as you currently are when it comes to workplace politics. Mistake 14. Being the conscience. CIO Magazine claims that women who report organizational malfeasance are more likely to experience retaliation than men who do the same. Whereas you might think that being higher in the organization would protect you from retaliation, this held true for men in the study, but for women, not so much. The terrorist attacks of September 11th and the spate of shady corporate financial dealings in the early 2000s gave us 3 extreme examples of women being the conscience, only to find they were ignored, stonewalled, or crucified. First, Enron's global finance vice president, Sharon Watkins, warned the company's president, the late Kenneth Lay, about her discomfort with the firm's accounting practices long before the company's demise. In August 2001, she had written a memo to Lay complaining about a veil of secrecy surrounding private investment partnerships at the firm. "I am incredibly nervous that we will implode in a wave of accounting scandals," wrote Watkins. "We are under too much scrutiny, and there are probably 1 or 2 disgruntled, redeployed employees who know enough about the funny accounting to get us in trouble." Unfortunately for Lay and thousands of other Enron employees, he didn't heed her warning. Cynthia Cooper, formerly with the now-defunct WorldCom's financial auditing department, felt she had no choice but to go to the board of directors to report the misappropriation of massive amounts of money when her management told her to ignore inappropriate accounting procedures. This, of course, was the beginning of the end for the prestigious conglomerate. Although she received praise from strangers for her courage, coworkers blamed and shunned her. Then there was former FBI staff attorney Colleen Rowley, who became the conscience of the agency after coming forward to speak the truth about inappropriately handling of evidence of terrorist activity prior to the attacks of September 11th. Even though the public lauded her, and in 2002, Time magazine named her one of 3 Persons of the Year, along with Watkins and Cooper, she was treated as a pariah by fellow FBI staffers, unable to win a congressional seat for which she ran, and denied the opportunity to sit on the 9/11 Commission, a position for which she was nominated. Is this to say women shouldn't act in concert with their consciences and at times moral and ethical standards? Not at all. But women are far more likely than men to point out variance between company policy and practice. Most men have no difficulty with bending the rules as needed, and when it's a case of no harm, no foul. Let me give you an example. Claudette was an executive assistant for the vice president of consumer relations at a large entertainment company. Her boss routinely arrived late for work and expected that Claudette would cover for him. When the division president would call at 9:30, she would feel uncomfortable saying that her boss was in a meeting or had stepped away from his desk. In her mind, the company's start time was 9 o'clock, and he should have been there on time. Similarly, if he was tardy in completing the required weekly expense report, he would change the dates to the current week so that he could be reimbursed for expenses incurred earlier in the week or month. At first, she would remind the boss of the rules, and he would cajole her into stretching them. After working for this boss a short time, Claudette went to Human Resources to complain. She felt the boss was asking her to compromise her values and ethics through these actions. Human Resources, on the other hand, understood that the norms for this particular company were not very stringent and that she should be more cooperative with her boss if she wanted to build a successful relationship with him. Unable to shift from her rigid interpretations, she finally asked for a transfer to another boss. Human Resources was happy to oblige, but knew that Claudette would encounter the same problem with most of the executives at the company. What her boss asked her to do wasn't that unusual, nor was it unethical or immoral. Although she was eventually transferred to another boss who was known to be more of a straight arrow, Human Resources had by then branded her as somewhat of a prude and was aware of the limitations they would encounter in promoting or transferring her in the future. The point of the story is, you need to weigh the benefit of pointing out minor infractions in company policy or procedure in light of the potential consequences. Sharon Watkins, Cynthia Cooper, and Colleen Rowley are to be admired for acting in concert with their consciences. In their cases, the consequences were enormous for the company, the country, and them. Most of us, however, simply need to understand the realities of the workplace. Coaching tips. The workplace isn't a platform. Don't use it to further your cause. If you are being asked to do something illegal, unethical, or immoral, consider alternatives that will protect you from liability and extricate you from the situation without being labeled a whistleblower. Don't equate doing good with doing right for yourself. Taking a controversial position on an issue may make you feel better, but except in unique situations, it's not likely to get you ahead. Choose your battles carefully. Ask yourself if the risk of being the conscience is worth the potential profit. There will definitely be times when it is worth the risk. Make it a calculated one. Mistake 15. Protecting jerks. I don't know what it is about women and jerks. We're like jerk flypaper. Not only do we attract them more than men do, but we also tolerate them longer. In our usual attempts to avoid making others feel bad, we let them take up more of our time than we should, shoulder the blame for their mistakes, and make excuses for their behavior. Men seem to have a much better detection device when it comes to jerks. They smell them a mile away and avoid them at all costs. Greta is a good example of how women protect jerks. She works as a regulatory specialist on Wall Street. Her job is to ensure that trades are lawful and within the guidelines established by her nationally known firm. Greta reports to a jerk. He knows nothing about the regulations, but that doesn't stop him from continually telling her how to do her job, and often giving her and others wrong information that could create substantial liability for the company. Despite Greta's attempts to tell him he's wrong, he insists that she follow his directives. When the department vice president asked why so many errors were made on several recent trades, she refused to say she was simply following the instructions of her boss. As a result, her performance review moved her down a notch on the rating scale. Her pay was reduced accordingly, and the promotion she was up for was postponed for another year. Greta's efforts to protect her boss not only backfired on her, but also put the company in jeopardy of being fined for regulatory violations. Coaching tips. Trust your instincts. When you think someone is a jerk, he or she probably is. Distance yourself from jerks. Don't be found guilty by association. Politely but firmly, tell a jerk to take a hike. More on this under Mistake 120. When you get blamed for the actions of some jerk, don't hesitate to redirect your accuser to the real source, which is what Greta should have done. Try saying something like, "I can see why you would be upset over this. Why don't you speak with Chris about it to find out why he wanted it done that way?" When the jerk is your boss, it's time to look for another job. Research conducted by the Center for Creative Leadership reveals that trying to change your boss is a waste of time. Employees don't change bosses' behaviors, so stop wishing he or she will change and put your own needs first. Mistake 16. Holding your tongue. Fearful of hearing the accusation that we're too aggressive or pushy, women will often avoid saying things that should legitimately be said. How many times have you withheld a comment only to have a male colleague be applauded for saying exactly what you were thinking? Keep in mind that the accusations of being too pushy are designed to keep you quiet. They're ploys to make you feel bad about having an opinion or alternative viewpoint. Holding your tongue only serves to make you frustrated and appear less willing than you really are to speak up for what you believe. Take Marilyn, for example. She was embroiled in an email war with a colleague who had a reputation for being Teflon-like. Nothing stuck to him because he was so busy pointing the finger at others. For a while, she spent most of her time placating him so she wouldn't be blamed, but he eventually got around to her. When I asked her why she didn't just tell him she felt the blaming wasn't doing any good and they should focus on the problem instead, she said she didn't want to fuel the fire any further. My suggestion to her was the next time he started pointing the finger, she should turn it into a problem-solving discussion. She could say something neutral, such as, "Blaming won't get us anywhere, Joe. Let's talk about how we can fix the problem of communication between our two departments." Even if his retort is, "I'm not blaming, I'm just looking for the cause of the problem," she can be a broken record and say, "Be that as it may, I'm ready to move into the problem-solving phase." An interesting aside to this situation is the fact that Marilyn is a 50-year-old Italian woman from a very traditional Brooklyn background and married to a man significantly older than she. As we explored what got in the way of her coming up with this solution herself, it became clear that her traditional socialization caused her to acquiesce to macho men. I pointed out to her that the name of the game is, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. In other words, it may be appropriate to back off at home with her husband or with her father because that's the rule of her family, but at work, the rules are different. Coaching tips. Disagree without being disagreeable. You can do this by first acknowledging what the other person said, then giving your opinion. It sounds like this. If I understand you correctly, you think we should put Joe on the Stanford account. I propose we consider several other more qualified staff. Be prepared to back this up with 2 or 3 good reasons. Take more risks with giving your opinions at meetings. Practice giving your opinion at least once during every meeting. It gets easier every time you do it. Don't disregard the customs and traditions of your ancestors, but be more selective about how, when, and where you apply them. To counterbalance the feeling of being too aggressive, after you've expressed your opinion, you can add an inquiry. For example, "That's how I see it. I'm curious to know what others think." Mistake 17. Unwillingness to capitalize on relationships. A woman consultant was having difficulty selling her idea for a new book to a publisher. As we talked about how she might go about getting the attention of a particular editor, she mentioned that her father, an internationally known leader in his field, had a good relationship with this man. When I asked why in the world she didn't mention this to the editor, she said that she didn't want to capitalize on her father's good name. This is yet another way women play differently than men. Men rely on relationships to open doors for them. They don't view it as taking advantage of anyone. For Pete's sake, it's why they build relationships in the first place. There's a difference between name-dropping and using a relationship to help open a door. It's a reality that relationships sell everything from cars to consulting services. We do business with and trust the judgments of people we like. As opposed to guilt by association, it's success by affiliation. Don't be afraid to connect the dots among people in your network. Coaching tips. Ask permission to use a colleague's name when you're trying to get the attention of someone. For example, I saw on LinkedIn that you're connected with Ellen Torres. I'm trying to schedule a meeting with her and wonder if it would be all right to mention that I know you. Ask for introductions. If there's someone you'd like to know at a meeting or party, ask the person organizing the event to make an introduction. Introduce people with like interests or needs. Doing so models the behavior you would like returned in kind. Ask for referrals. If you're looking for a job or just information, ask people if they know someone to whom they can refer you and if you can use their name when making the call. Mistake 18. Not understanding the needs of your constituents. Former British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher was raised by a father who always told her to think for herself and not be swayed by the opinions of others. She learned this lesson so well that it earned her the nickname of Iron Lady. This strength became her ultimate downfall, however, when she found herself embroiled in controversy after she proposed a tax on everyone who voted. Despite every indication that her constituents strongly opposed the tax, Thatcher told advisers who urged her to reconsider her position, "You turn if you want to. The lady's not for turning." Although we're not all politicians in the truest sense of the word, we all have constituents. They're the people we serve. Whether we serve them through our services or our products, we must know what they need and expect if we're to be perceived as adding value. The trap many women fall into is thinking they know what's best for their constituents and therefore not asking the right questions on the front end. Take Belinda, a technical consultant to engineering firms. Belinda is as bright as they come, sharp as a whip. She knows her business inside and out. Other consultants go to her for consultation. Several years ago, Belinda found that her business wasn't as successful as she wanted it to be. She would sell an initial project to a company, only to find that she didn't get repeat business. One day, a client with whom Belinda had developed somewhat of a friendship asked if he could give her some feedback. When he told her that his company appreciated her expertise, but not her rigidity, she was shocked. She thought she was offering the best advice possible and always had the best interest of the client in the forefront of her mind. Instead, she found that her unwillingness to listen to clients' practical needs and applications was impeding her from being seen as adding value to a company. She was viewed as intractable and difficult to work with. It was difficult for her to hear, but Belinda was also smart enough to know that the feedback was a gift. If this man's firm felt this way, others must too, but without telling her. Instead, like most dissatisfied clients, they'd just stopped using her services. This is why she hadn't been able to grow her business the way she wanted to. With one simple change, Belinda was able to turn the situation around. Following the initial diagnosis of client needs and presentation of her ideas and recommendations, she would stop and ask for input. If her ideas were met with skepticism, rather than seeing this as client ignorance of the right way to do things and selling her ideas harder, she would shift to listening and asking more questions. She discovered that initial resistance was often due to miscommunication. Further discussion helped bridge that gap. In some cases, she found that although the client wanted to implement her ideas in a manner different from the way she envisioned it, the changes actually worked and were ones she could later use with other clients. Belinda is a terrific example of someone who, aware of her own intelligence and capability, could be contemptuous of others who may not have been as talented. The lesson here is that there's often more than one way to skin a cat. You must take care not to be a victim of your own success. Coaching tips. Read The Trusted Advisor by David Maister. I also mentioned this book later in Mistake 64 related to the importance of consultative skills, but it is such a good book that I thought mentioning it twice can't hurt. Maister talks about ways to build trust with your constituents that serves both you and them well. There is even a workbook that accompanies the book, which I've included on the PDF of your bonus materials. Be more concerned with doing the right thing than doing things right. It's not a sign of weakness to change your mind when data collected dictates it's the right thing to do. Be acutely aware of the needs of your constituents. If you don't know what they are, ask. Keep in mind the quid pro quo inherent to every relationship. One thing in exchange for another. Differentiate polling from understanding the needs of your constituents. Polling is what you do when you can't make a decision independently. Mistake 24 contains more on polling. Understanding the needs of others is information you may or may not use to make decisions that impact them. When met with resistance, avoid the urge to oversell, which usually results in polarizing factions or creating win-lose situations. Instead, let resistance be your cue to back off and shift to active listening. Chapter 3. How You Act. In the play As You Like It, William Shakespeare reminds us, all the world's a stage, and all the men and women are merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts. Success in the world of business depends on your ability to know your part and how to play it. It may sound as if I'm suggesting that you be phony or false, but that's not it at all. Just as actors and actresses are judged by how well they play their roles, we are judged by whether we understand the nuances of what it means to act professionally. It could be argued that the behaviors described in every chapter constitute how you act. This chapter is somewhat different in that it focuses on the subtle, stereotypical ways in which women behave that contribute to an overall impression of their being less competent than they really are. People do not know and judge us by our intentions. They know and judge us by our actions. Too many women mistakenly assume that they have to act like men to get ahead. These are often the same ones who fail to understand the rules of the playing field and that there are different rules for men and women. As I'll discuss shortly, the goal isn't to strive to be a poor imitation of a man, but rather to act as an adult woman and not the nice little girl you were taught to be in childhood. Let me remind you that any one of the behaviors described in this book, taken alone, would not be a deal buster, but put several of them together and they can divulge a woman's underlying naivete, need for approval, and lack of self-confidence. And the truth is, most of us engage in more than just one of these mistakes. Mistake 19. Difficulty transitioning from nice girl to winning woman. When Carol Frolinger and I wrote Nice Girls Just Don't Get It, we wanted to make it clear that the opposite of a nice girl isn't a bitch. It's a winning woman. The difference is that a nice girl acts in ways that are designed to make others like her, and a winning woman acts in ways that ensure her goals are met by knowing what she wants, having clarity about where she's headed, and achieving both through high likability and emotional intelligence. As the chart in your bonus materials PDF indicates, the 7 key components of being a winning woman include the ability to evaluate the past and envision the future, build relationships that work for you, manage expectations, craft meaningful messages, prepare for pushback, use and share your connections, and live your values. The difficulty comes when you make a conscious decision to make the transition from being that nice little girl you were taught to be in childhood to being the adult woman you are now. You begin with the best of intentions, but are waylaid when you get resistance from those around you. Carol and I wrote, Nice girls find that others will try to make them feel guilty, selfish, or uncaring when they try to change things up and put their needs first. Whereas the nice girl wants to change, other people want to maintain status quo because it works for them. Winning women look at resistance as a necessary part of building relationships. The problem for many women is in choosing to take the path of least resistance, thereby avoiding the kinds of intense discussions that can accompany change. Most forms of resistance can be overcome. That's the good news. It simply requires tenacity, regrouping, and employing a tactical approach to countering what at first seem like insurmountable obstacles. Coaching tips. If you get resistance, you're on the right track. It means you are asserting yourself and advocating for your needs. Depending on the situation, some measure of resistance is inevitable. Don't be discouraged by it, but rather use it to further your goals. practice countering resistance in low-risk situations. Select situations that won't make a huge difference in your life as a place to begin to advocate for yourself. Transactional situations such as insisting on returning an item you purchased or returning a restaurant meal that wasn't prepared properly are ideal. You can then apply what you've learned when the stakes are higher. Use questions to get at the real reason for the resistance. It's not enough to know that people don't want you to change. You need to know why. When you encounter resistance, don't just take it at face value, but ask questions to clarify. From there, you can often move into negotiating a win-win outcome. Mistake 20. Failure to prepare for social interactions. The best piece of advice I ever got in school was from a 7th grade teacher who preached, "Chance favors the prepared mind." This, of course, requires forethought, which nice girls are capable of, but often overlook due to a focus on getting as many things done in the present as possible. This then renders them at a disadvantage when it comes to being able to think on their feet, lobby for support for projects or ideas, and make the most of social situations. This is precisely what happened to Deanna when she was at a holiday party for her company. She had a good relationship with the department vice president, so it was natural for her to go up and speak with him at the event. He welcomed her with a huge smile and immediately started talking about his son, who was going off to college, the same college that Deanna's daughter attended. They exchanged pleasantries, with Deanna all the while wishing she could transition the discussion to a big project she was working on and for which she needed his blessing. Before she could turn it around, a male peer of hers walked up and joined them. He began the conversation talking about some of the company's challenges and achievements over the past year. The vice president, having said about all he could on the subject of his son, turned his attention to the man, and they continued chatting about business issues. As Deanna said, "I'm glad I have good relationships with these executives, but I want them to see me as more than just a mother or a woman who will listen to them." This is one of the pitfalls of high emotional intelligence for nice girls. We make others feel comfortable with us, but, as was already discussed, we don't always capitalize on that comfort by preparing for perfect opportunities to discuss business during social interactions or casual conversations. Coaching tips. Prepare for every social event that you attend. Assume that opportunities will present themselves to discuss business matters of importance to you or to others. Knowing in advance who is attending will help you identify key issues, challenges, or projects for which you want support or have support to offer. Preparation will help you to guide discussions in the direction you want them to go. In Deanna's case, had she gone to the party with at least one hot topic in mind, she could have easily segued the conversation toward it with a simple statement such as, "I'm delighted that your son is going to be attending what I consider to be one of the top engineering schools in the country, and I would be happy to help by providing whatever information I can. I am also delighted to have a few minutes of your time to talk about how the sales training program is progressing." Get the agenda for both formal and informal meetings in advance. Each meeting provides you with an opportunity to build your brand by letting others know you show up for every game, suited up. Do your homework around the agenda items and come prepared to add value rather than just be a seat warmer. Attend the Dale Carnegie course on effective communications and human relations skills for success. This course focuses on strengthening your interpersonal relationships, being a persuasive communicator, and developing a take-charge attitude initiated with confidence and enthusiasm. Mistake 21. Multitasking. It's a proven fact of biology that women are better multitaskers than men. Without getting too technical, we know that the corpus callosum, the nerve connections between the right and left hemispheres of the brain, is 30% more highly developed in the female brain than in the male brain. This allows information to flow more easily from one side of the brain to the other, allowing a woman to focus on more than one thing at a time. Oh joy! Now we're expected to not only do more than men, we're expected to do more at the same time than men. As a psychiatrist friend once said to me, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do it. This is certainly true in the case of multitasking. Dr. Jeremy Hunter, an expert in workplace productivity and professor at the prestigious Drucker School of Management, has found that multitasking not only makes you less efficient and less effective, but over time stresses and even damages the brain. Splitting attention between two tasks decreases the limited amount of brain power a person can devote to each task. The result? Neither task is done particularly well. Additionally, says Hunter, the short-term costs of inefficiency and ineffectiveness are compounded by long-term costs of chronically stressing the brain. This leads to a neurochemical cascade that inhibits memory, reduces concentration, and impairs decision-making and learning. Chronic stress can lead to depression, anxiety disorders, heart disease, infertility, and suppressed immune response, all of which could be avoided if you just learn to focus on one thing at a time. Coaching tips. Ask for help. We often multitask because we simply have too much on our plates. Whether at work or at home, ask for help with routine tasks that don't necessarily have to be done by only you. Identify 3 to 5 times during the day when you commit to not multitasking. These might include when you're getting ready for work in the morning, driving to work, having a meal with family or friends, exercising, playing with the kids, attending a concert or play, or sitting in a meeting. By being more conscious of when you are multitasking, you can take proactive measures to reduce it. Turn the email alert off on your computer so that you're not distracted each time new mail arrives. Turn your cell phone off when working on a project. Most important, focus on whatever you're doing or whom you're with in the moment. Remember, we are human beings, not human doings. Mistake 22. Ragging on other women. One of the questions I'm asked in about half of the presentations I make isn't really a question at all. When someone asks, "What do you think about the fact that women don't support one another and are always trying to cut down other women?" I know that they're really expressing their own perceptions of the sometimes difficult relationships between women in the workplace. My own personal experience is quite different. Sure, there have been women who would stab me in the back in a nanosecond, but there have been equal numbers of men who would do the same. Backstabbing is gender blind. I believe there are a number of reasons why women react so strongly to the insensitivity of other women, but overlook it in men. We expect women to treat us better than men treat us, and when this doesn't happen, it creates cognitive dissonance or discomfort with the expectation versus the reality. It's more socially acceptable to point out the foibles of women than to do the same with men. Men do it to women all the time, so the less enlightened woman follows suit. There is increased competition among women for opportunities for upward mobility, given that these opportunities are fewer and farther between than for men. Therefore, women on upwardly mobile paths may mistakenly view other women as the real competition. Regardless of the rationale for either treating other women less respectfully than you would a man or perpetuating the myth that we are one another's worst enemies, it's a huge mistake. Not only because it's wrong to treat anyone disrespectfully, but also because it's just plain stupid. What happens when that woman who heard you dissing her in the ladies' room is promoted to the head of your division? Or when you leave the company to start your own business, and that same woman is the one who makes decisions about bringing in outside vendors? Do you really think she's not going to remember? Coaching tips. Replace ragging with raving. Look for opportunities to build up the reputations of your female colleagues. Compliment them publicly. When necessary, provide constructive feedback only in private. Recommend women for promotions or high-profile assignments without fear that you'll be accused of doing so only because it's a woman. That kind of remark is a ploy used by men to get you to stop doing it. If you don't already have one, start a women's affinity group in your company. To learn more about these groups, Google and read the article Affinity Networks: Building Organizations Stronger Than Their Parts, published by the Network of Executive Women, or NEW, N-E-W. Disengage from conversations where women are gossiping about other women. You can simply walk away, or you can show even more courage by saying you think you should all be supporting, not ragging on, women in the office. Mistake 23. Being too thin-skinned. Remember this scene from the movie A League of Their Own, where Jimmy Dugan, played by Tom Hanks, coach of the women's baseball team, the Rockford Peaches, gives his player some tough love feedback. And if you haven't seen the movie, you must rent it because the support these women show for one another is really inspiring. Jimmy Dugan. Evelyn, could you come here for a second? Which team do you play for? Evelyn Gardner. Well, I'm a Peach. Jimmy Dugan. Well, I was just wondering why you would throw home when we got a 2-run lead. You let the tying run get on second base, and we lost the lead because of you. Start using your head. That's the lump that's 3 feet above your ass. Then Evelyn starts to cry. Jimmy Dugan. Are you crying? Are you crying? Are you crying? There's no crying. There's no crying in baseball. Crying is just one way women show that they're thin-skinned, and I'll address this specific mistake a little later. Withholding information, the silent treatment, and passive aggressiveness are but a few other ways women reveal their thin skin. I'm sure you've noticed that men can argue and fight with one another and then go out for a beer afterward as if nothing happened. That's because, to them, nothing did happen other than an open and honest disagreement. We women, on the other hand, can hang on to a grudge like nobody's business. One small slight and a relationship of even years can be irreparably damaged. If you fall into the category of being overly sensitive, I have only 3 words for you. Get over it. In her book, The Male Factor, The Unwritten Rules, Misperceptions, and Secret Beliefs of Men in the Workplace, Shaunti Feldhahn cites this as one of the top pet peeves men have about women. Men are simply not wired to take things as personally as do women. To them, work is just business. It's not personal. If women want to be seen as having the stamina to play in the big leagues, then they need to take personal out of the equation, especially when it comes to receiving feedback. Coaching tips. Assume the best of intentions rather than the worst. Most people don't start off the day with a fervent desire to hurt your feelings. Shit happens. Before stewing on a comment or action that offended you to the point where it has you boiling over, consider the other person's intent. Yes, an offhanded comment made in a hurry or in the heat of the moment can be hurtful, but you don't have to let it become a festering wound. Use your words. Rather than act out your feelings, put words to them and engage in a dialogue with the offender. Usually, having this kind of discussion releases some of the intense feelings around the issue. When given feedback, resist the tendency to become defensive. Instead, ask questions that will help you to understand it. Thank the person for taking the time to give the feedback to you, and think about whether or not it has some validity. If so, take action. If not, let it go. Mistake 24. Polling before making a decision. Jennifer is a lead auditor with a Wharton MBA and just over 5 years' experience working with a Fortune 500 company. Her performance is acknowledged as superb. When a promotional opportunity became available, her name was one of those considered on a short list of candidates. The word on the street about her, however, was that she was unwilling or unable to make a move without first getting input from everyone around her. As a result, she wasn't viewed as someone who could take quick and decisive action. Making her a manager was out of the question. In other words, Jennifer was one of those women who had to conduct a poll before she would take action. Participative decision-making is a good thing. The inability to act without knowing what everyone thinks and if they approve isn't. It's a technique nice girls use to avoid later confrontation. If they can get approval on the front end, no one can criticize them on the back end. The fine line you walk is between being seen as a lone ranger who acts independently without regard for the opinion of others, and someone who can't make her own decisions or isn't confident enough to act without external input. The ideal is to act interdependently, recognizing the value of alternative input. Coaching tips. Take more risks by acting without first getting input from your supervisor. Begin with small, low-profile decisions. It helps to factor in the combination of data and feelings when taking a risk. If you have all the data you need and you feel really good about it, it isn't really a risk at all. On the other hand, if you have little data and you're not feeling so hot about it, then it's a foolish risk. You've got to have some of both, data and good feelings, to take a good risk. Ask yourself what you have to lose by acting in an independent manner. Try to explore the internal mechanism that keeps you tied into approval. Once you know, you can tape over the old message. Don't let the pendulum swing entirely in the other direction. There are times when it's appropriate to seek extensive input and/or approval. These tend to center on high-profile decisions where significant cost or potential loss is involved. Mistake 25. Needing to be liked. I can't deny the fact you like me. Right now, you like me. There is no better example of how the need to be liked can impede success than this exclamation from Sally Field upon winning the 1984 Best Actress Oscar for her work in Places in the Heart. Up until that time, Ms. Field's body of work included the likes of Gidget, The Flying Nun, and Burt Reynolds' sidekick in Smokey and the Bandit. This acceptance speech gaffe marked a turning point for her. From that point on, she assumed more serious roles, moved into film directing and production, and changed how she communicated with the public. Your LQ, likability quotient, is a critical factor in your success. People get promoted, demoted, hired, and fired based on how likable they are. In our office, we have a very scientific test we use to determine likability. It's called the beer test. When we meet a client for the first time, we ask ourselves, is this someone I would like to go out and have a beer or a cup of coffee with? If the answer is no, we know we have our work cut out for us. The desire to be liked is so strongly ingrained in some nice girls that it becomes nearly impossible for them to act in any alternative manner. They become immobilized at the thought of disappointing someone. It's critical to understand the difference between being liked and being respected. If you're concerned only with being liked, you will most likely miss the opportunity to be respected. Your need to be liked will preclude you from taking the kinds of risks taken by those who are respected. Conversely, if you're concerned only with being respected and not liked, you lose the support of people you may need in your camp. Paradoxically, it's the people who are liked and respected who are most successful in the workplace. Carol Frolinger, J.D., an expert in how women negotiate, taught me a valuable distinction when we were working on our book, Nice Girls Just Don't Get It. Not all relationships are created equal. There are transactional relationships, those with people I'm doing business with or encountering only once, and personal relationships, those that are ongoing. Women tend to treat both relationships the same, and wind up wasting time and energy, not to mention feeling used or taken advantage of, by not differentiating the two. Let's take, for example, the person sitting next to you on the airplane who wants to chat it up with you. You've had a long week of meetings, and all you want to do on the flight is relax and listen to music. Acting like a nice girl, you talk to the person because he or she wants you to. Acting like an adult woman, you politely tell the person that you enjoyed speaking with them and are going to put your earphones on now so that you can relax. This is a transactional relationship. You most likely will never again see that person. It doesn't give you permission to be rude, but it does give you permission to not put as much energy into the relationship as you might with one that's more important to you. It doesn't really matter if this person likes you or not. If, in the same scenario, you're sitting next to a colleague with whom you've been working all week and who wants to talk about a personal issue that arose on the trip, you have a harder decision to make. This is not a transactional, but rather a personal relationship, one that you anticipate will continue for some period of time. It's not about wanting the colleague to like you. It's about wanting to maintain a good working relationship. There's a little girl in most of us who wants to be liked, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's when the needs of the little girl overshadow the rational adult woman that we get into trouble. Nice is necessary for success for both men and women. It's simply not sufficient. Coaching tips. Read Nice Girls Just Don't Get It, 99 Ways to Win the Respect You Deserve, the Success You've Earned, and the Life You Want, by yours truly and Carol Frolinger, J.D. Carol, an attorney with expertise in negotiation, and I teamed up to write this book to help readers learn how to establish boundaries and negotiate for what's important to them in all aspects of their lives, not just work. Use self-talk to counter the need to have everyone like you all the time. That's an impossibility. Replace the thought, "But people won't like me if," with, "People might get upset with me, but at least I will be acting in accordance with my values." Ask yourself where the inordinate need to be liked comes from. Questions such as, "What am I afraid of happening if I'm just myself?" Or, "What was I taught in childhood about the importance of being liked?" can help you pinpoint what purpose the need to be liked serves in your life. If you can find the answer to these and similar questions, you're more likely to be able to overcome this need. Balance your inclination to serve others' needs with serving your own. Before agreeing to something you may not want to, ask yourself, how much will it matter if the other person is a little annoyed? When people get angry or annoyed with us, it's often for the purpose of getting us to do what they want. Don't fall for the ploy. Differentiate transactional relationships from personal ones and act accordingly. Mistake 26. Not needing to be liked. No, your ears aren't playing tricks on you. For many women, this mistake is the inverse to the need to be liked. Fear of being perceived as a pushover causes some women to adopt the attitude of, "I'm not here to win a popularity contest." Well, I'm here to tell you that yes, you are. Look at what happened to Hillary Clinton in the 2008 election. I don't think she lost the nomination because the United States wasn't ready for a woman president. I believe her likability quotient wasn't as high as Barack Obama's, and it's certainly nowhere near Bill Clinton's LQ. If she is to make a bid for the presidency in 2016, I'd coach her to work on her LQ. Dr. Sharon Mass, Director of Social Services at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, is another example of someone who didn't care whether or not people liked her. She has graciously allowed me to use her name and situation as an example of how this phenomenon can get in your way of achieving your career goals. Sharon has a heart of gold. She genuinely cares about people. She also happens to be brilliant and the best at what she does. Her problem when we first met was that people didn't know any of this. They viewed her as a perfectionistic taskmaster, focused on getting the job done rather than on the needs of her staff. An underlying fear was that if anyone saw how warm and empathetic she really was, they might take advantage of those traits. As a result, she compensated by going in the opposite direction. Like many women, Sharon had to learn how to allow her human, more stereotypically feminine side to emerge, while at the same time capitalizing on the best of her more stereotypically masculine style of management. Coaching tips. Read The Power of Nice: How to Conquer the Business World with Kindness by Linda Kaplan Thaler and Robin Koval. When their book first came out, we were often pitted against one another in interviews. But the fact is, we're very much in agreement. Nasty will never get you as far as nice, as long as you don't act like the nice little girl you were taught to be in childhood. Disabuse yourself of the notion that familiarity breeds contempt. By learning to set boundaries, you need never worry about someone taking advantage of you. Every single day, take time to build or strengthen a relationship. When you need a relationship, it's too late to build it. Listen to someone who needs an ear. Learn what's important to your colleagues or customers. And don't follow the golden rule: treat others as you want them to treat you. Rather, follow the platinum rule: treat others as they want to be treated. Follow Mary Kay Ash's motto for success: treat everyone as if they're wearing a sign that reads, "Make me feel important." Mistake 27. Not asking questions for fear of sounding stupid. How many times do we have to be told there are no stupid questions before we believe it? The problem is that we've come to rely on the old adage, it's better to keep your mouth shut and look like a fool than to open it and confirm it. Well, I disagree. There are so many ways in which women remain silent that we don't need to find any more. Asking a legitimate question to ensure understanding is a sign more of confidence than of ignorance. If nearly 3 decades of working inside corporations has taught me anything, it's that if I don't understand something, most likely no one else does either. Nice girls sometimes don't ask questions because they don't want to waste the group's time. Asking yourself the simple question, will the answer apply to only me, should help you decide whether you should ask it. If the answer is yes, and you know you will have the chance to ask it following the meeting, then wait to ask your question offline. If the answer is no, or you know you won't have the opportunity to ask again, the participants won't get together again, or the speaker won't be available, then ask away. Do, however, be sensitive to the needs of the other participants in the meeting. If you've already asked several questions and you notice people are getting fidgety or the meeting is running late, consider how critical it is that you get the answer just then. Coaching tips. If you don't understand, ask. It's far better than going off in the wrong direction. Observe people in meetings, and you'll notice when others are confused or not understanding the message. Use this as an opportunity to help the group by saying something like, I can tell by the looks on people's faces that this is not quite clear. Can you give us some examples or state it in other words? Trust your instincts. If it doesn't seem clear, it's probably not. Use simple paraphrases as a way of gaining clarification. For example, do I understand you correctly that we're being given 6 months to complete Phase 1 of the project, 3 months to complete Phase 2, and 6 months to complete Phase 3? If you're wrong, you'll be told so. If not, you've gotten the information you need. If people make you feel stupid over a question you've asked, you can assume it's their problem, not yours. If they do it consistently, ask them point blank why they feel the need to put you down just because you've asked a question. Mistake 28. Acting like a man. The emphasis in this mistake is on acting. Many women possess stereotypically male characteristics and behave accordingly. These women aren't acting, they're just being themselves. It can work for them, especially when it's authentic. If you're not one of these people, don't start now. You'll never play the role of a man as well as you will a woman who plays her role well. At this point, I hope you've gotten the idea that this audiobook is about having a full arsenal of tactics and techniques at your disposal that are consistent with being a woman, not acting like a man. Acting like a man in the workplace will inevitably get you into trouble. Just as we expect men to act in certain ways, we expect the same of women. When they don't, it creates a kind of dissonance. If behaviors don't match expectations, we tend to mistrust people or think they're not playing their roles appropriately. Instead, you must play the role that's expected, while also widening the boundaries of the stage. Being different from men isn't something to change or hide. We may be made to feel there's something wrong with how we act, but that's simply another ploy that's used to keep us in our places. Don't buy into it. Women bring a unique set of behaviors to the workplace that are needed, especially in today's climate. Our tendencies to collaborate rather than compete, listen more than talk, and use relationships rather than muscle to influence are the very same behaviors I coach men to acquire. But it's all about balance. Just as men can overuse their stereotypical characteristics, so can women. A caveat of which to be aware is that behavioral norms for men and women vary among corporate cultures. One company I consult with has a strong norm that women and men must always act like ladies and gentlemen. I discovered this when I gave feedback to a woman that if she wanted to be taken seriously, she needed to speak more loudly and be a bit more assertive when expressing her ideas. She responded, and other women in the meeting affirmed that the company president didn't like aggressive women and she would be out of a job if she acted any differently. This particular woman had no problem conforming to the expectation because it was consistent with her character. If by magic we plucked this woman up and set her down in another company, say one where the norm is that everyone has to be aggressive to be heard, her behavior would not conform, and she would likely not experience the same success she currently enjoys. She would then have to decide whether she wanted to expand her behavioral skill set or find a culture more consistent with her natural tendencies where no changes would be needed. In most companies, however, the norm is a little less rigidly defined, and women have to find ways to expand the boundaries without being called out. Coaching tips. Continue to learn about your style, what works, where you get stuck, and ways you can complement your natural strengths with new behaviors. You can do this by asking for feedback, videotaping yourself in a meeting or giving a presentation, or taking a workshop on personal development. The appendix contained in your bonus materials PDF includes several resources for workshops that I recommend. If you tend to be more aggressive and it's not working for you, read Jean Hollins's book, Same Game, Different Rules: How to Get Ahead Without Being a Bully Broad, Ice Queen, or Ms. Understood. It can be difficult to find the book, but try online booksellers that may have a used one in stock. The book points out that women often can't get away with the same behavior as men, and pretending that you can could ruin your career. You may have to decide whether it's more important to you to further your career or take on the system. I often hear women lament over this double standard, but it does exist and it is real. Modify the rules to meet your needs and others' expectations. Pounding the table and speaking loudly may not be acceptable, but being a broken record, saying the same thing again and again in different ways, can accomplish the same end. Be conscious of the fact that behavioral expectations vary among corporate cultures. What works in one company may not work in another. Be sure to observe the cultural norms and modify your style accordingly. If you can't bring yourself to act in a way that is acceptable, your best bet is to find a work environment that complements your natural style. Mistake 29. Trying to be one of the guys. This is a variation on the theme of acting like a man. It's a situation I'm often asked about by women who work in predominantly male fields, such as construction, paramilitary operations like the fire or police departments, and certain kinds of engineering. The problem is exacerbated when you're a young woman working with older guys who tend to want to treat you like a daughter rather than as a coworker. A woman in these situations might frequently find herself the only woman in a meeting or at an event. Too often, women revert to trying to be just like one of the guys by swearing like a sailor, laughing at or telling off-color jokes, or closing the bar down with the guys. It might work in the short term to alleviate some of the tension around being the only woman in the room, but it's not a good long-term strategy. As I said in the previous mistake, unless you truly are one of those women who can pull off being one of the guys with authenticity, men ultimately aren't going to trust you. Does this mean you should go to the other extreme and be a femme fatale or damsel in distress who bats her eyelashes to get men to accept her? Absolutely not. That's not authentic either. The real secret to successfully maneuvering these scenarios is to be yourself and emphasize your professionalism, the value that you add, and your ability to handle the guys with grace, aplomb, and a little bit of humor. Coaching tips. Allow boys to be boys up to a point. For some reason that I have yet to figure out, when you get a bunch of guys together in one place, they revert to behavior usually saved for frat houses. It's not your responsibility to clean up their acts, but neither is it your responsibility to tolerate abuse. If a guy swears, then looks at you and apologizes, make light of it by saying something like, "I've heard it before, no problem." On the other hand, if you find feces in your hard hat, which actually happened to one woman working in a refinery, you have to let the guys know you'll let it go this one time, but twice will be too many, and you'll do whatever is necessary to make it stop. Don't confuse the men at work with your brother's father, grandfathers, or husband. Women often project onto men characteristics associated with the men in their families. The norms for interacting with family members are not likely the same ones that should be used with coworkers. Assume equality with your male coworkers regardless of their age or status. It puts you in a better position to go toe-to-toe with them when needed. Lighten up. You've got to have a sense of humor about being the only woman in the group. Develop some one-liners that you can deliver at just the right moment. If someone makes a joke about your being the only woman in the group, respond with something like, "If you think it's strange for you, try being in these heels." Wow them with your professionalism. Consistently lead with your expertise and ability. Do this, and over time, gender will no longer be an issue. There's no arguing with talent. Mistake 30. Telling the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Why is it that women, more so than men, feel the need to blurt out the truth about themselves, even if it's self-disparaging or damaging to them? A study was once done in which men and women were asked to describe themselves. The men, regardless of appearance, described themselves in factual and positive, or at least neutral, terms. "I'm 6 feet tall, brown hair, 195 pounds, and have a mustache," said one portly, aging man. "Right, and I'm Julia Roberts." Women were more likely to use more pejorative phrases such as, "My hair is graying, I could stand to lose a few pounds, I'm not too bad looking." The same holds true when a woman is asked to debrief a particular project where something has gone askew. She'll blame herself and identify all the things she could have done differently. What do men do? Again, they're objective and Teflon-like in their descriptions. One man, when accused of designing an ill-conceived methodology, said, "The problem wasn't the methodology. It was that the methodology didn't reflect realistic measures of the process." And who designed the methodology to begin with? Anne Mulcahy, former chairperson and CEO of Xerox, found out the hard way that telling the unadulterated truth can get you into trouble. At an investors' conference early in her tenure, she told the world that the company had an unsustainable business model. The next day, Xerox stock lost 26% of its value. Mulcahy originally thought that since it was no secret the company was losing money, it naturally followed that there was a problem with the business model. Looking back, said Mulcahy later, I should have said, the company recognizes changes have to take place in the business model. She advises people to continue being straightforward, but also to make sure you don't provide sound bites that can be used out of context. It seems Mulcahy hadn't yet learned the art of putting a positive spin on a situation. Telling the truth doesn't require you to cast yourself in a negative light. It requires an honest, objective description of facts without blame or self-flagellation. Coaching tips. Listen carefully to the question you're asked and answer it simply and objectively. The question, why wasn't the project done on time, isn't an indication that the person expects you to point the finger at yourself. More than likely, there are good reasons why the project wasn't completed on time, and those reasons are what you should offer in response. An appropriately honest answer would be, there are two primary reasons. First, we didn't have the staff required to meet the unrealistic deadline, and second, the information required to complete the data wasn't made available to us until 2 days before the deadline. Even when you legitimately bear responsibility for a blunder, don't make it worse by embellishing it. Avoid the tendency to agree or explain, and whatever you do, don't allow yourself to feel bad about it. We all make mistakes. Replace apologetic, explanatory, or defensive responses with more neutral ones. Practice saying, I understand what you're saying, and I'll keep that in mind in the future. You are neither agreeing nor disagreeing, simply acknowledging. Counter or pair every negative with a positive. This is what positive spin is all about. For example, change this. I have to admit, I could have done a better job of making sure we remained under budget, to this. Although we didn't come in under budget, we did complete the project ahead of schedule. Or change this. I wish I had done a little more inquiry before making the final decision about that candidate, to this. Although the employee proved to be a bad match for the job, we learned a good lesson in what we really want. And change this. I don't think I'd be the right person for the job. I don't possess all the qualifications listed in the job description. To, it's true that I don't have all the qualifications listed, but what makes me a viable candidate is my depth of hands-on experience. Mistake 31. TMI, too much information. This mistake has taken on entirely new proportions since the first edition of this book was written more than a decade ago. Back then, there was no Twitter, Facebook, MySpace, LinkedIn, or the numerous other sites available for staying connected and sharing information. Now, people announce their every move and most intimate thoughts electronically. And it should come as no surprise, given women's propensity toward affiliation, that according to a study conducted by the research giant Nielsen, women are 8% more likely than the average adult to build or update a blog. Men are 9% less likely to do so. Women are 6% more likely to have created at least one social networking profile. Men are 7% less likely to do so. A total of 68% of women use the internet to stay in touch with friends and family. Only 54% of men use it in the same fashion. So what does this mean for you? It means you are a lot more likely than the guy in the cubicle next to you to be sharing too much information electronically. No one except your spouse, child, or maybe your mother really needs to know where you are at any given moment. I don't need to receive your emails with your opinions about an upcoming election, gay marriage, war, peace, or anything else. If I want your opinion, I'll ask for it. For heaven's sake, Why in the world would you give your employer or a prospective employer ammunition to make a judgment about you? And that's just electronically. How about face-to-face? The woman who shared this thought with me was a manager who noticed that the women in her department were much more likely than men to reveal complicated personal situations that could later be used against them. The example she gave me was of a woman in her department who was experiencing performance problems on the job. At a one-on-one meeting, the employee broke down crying and told a long, involved story about how her mother was dying, her sisters wouldn't assume any responsibility, the burden fell on her to make all the healthcare decisions, her husband was out of a job. Relevant? Yes, but more than her boss needed to know. It gave the boss the impression she couldn't handle stress well. When a project came up that the boss knew would be stressful, she didn't want to take the risk of giving it to this employee. Sharing personal information isn't in and of itself a mistake. It's sharing too much of it that can come back to bite you. Coaching tips. Be selective about the personal information you share, how you share it, where you share it, and with whom you choose to share it. Remember, once in the ethers, always in the ethers. Less is more when it comes to divulging personal information. A little goes a long way. If you're a manager or supervisor, be even more careful. The rule of thumb I recommend is, be the best friend you can be to your employees, but don't think for a minute they're your best friends. Your peers, the ones you may choose to confide in, are other managers and people at your level. Whether you're a manager or not, don't entirely withhold personal information. I've seen women do this, and it backfires. It makes you look secretive or dishonest. Sharing appropriate amounts of personal information enables others to see the human side of you and, in turn, builds relationships. When a personal situation is impacting your ability to perform your job, be honest, but be brief. It's enough to say, I'm going through a rough time right now, but my job is important to me. I'll work on paying closer attention to the details. Mistake 32. Being overly concerned with offending others. An interesting phenomenon I've observed is that when a man is controversial or offers a different viewpoint, neither men nor women respond as if they're offended. They may be angry or hurt, but the man is rarely accused of acting inappropriately. Because women are more likely to encounter resistance by being told they're out of line, they tend to agree, even when they don't really agree, and fail to confront tough issues. This is just another one of those ploys used against us, and we unwittingly buy into it. If someone acts offended by a legitimate request or concern of yours, the implied message is that you've acted inappropriately or done something wrong. As a result, they know you're more likely to back down. When you back down often enough, you've trained others to feign offense as a defensive posture. It becomes a self-defeating catch-22. Karl Marx used the term mystification to refer to the process whereby those with power and affluence denied the fact that there was a problem between the social classes, then denied that they were denying. Here's how it sounds at work. Employee: It's been 2 years since I've had a raise, and I'd like to talk to you about why I think I deserve one. HR manager: Are you accusing me of overlooking your well-being? Employee: No, I'm not accusing you of anything. I just want to talk about getting a raise. HR manager: Well, you obviously think there's a problem. Employee: In fact, I do think there's a problem with not getting a raise in 2 years, but I'm not blaming you. HR manager: We have a system in place that ensures our staff is fairly treated. Employee: But if I haven't gotten a raise, then the system isn't working. I don't think you see that from your perspective. HR manager: Now you're saying I don't see the problem? Get the picture? This is a convoluted and circuitous method that never quite solves the problem and causes women to back down or not even try to bring up sensitive topics for fear of offending someone. Coaching tips. Use the desk script method provided in Mistake 91 to prepare for difficult conversations. Read Crucial Conversations, Tools for Talking When Stakes Are High by Kenny Patterson, Joseph Grenny, Ron McMillan, and Al Switzler. If you're one of those people who avoid confrontations because you're afraid of hurting someone's feelings, you'll find terrific guidance in this book for how to say what must be said and say it in a way that won't damage the relationship. When expressing a controversial or different viewpoint, use the technique of contrasting what you do want and what you don't want. I don't want to make it appear that I haven't heard what you said, because I have. I do want to express a different way to look at the situation. Let the other person know when what you're about to say is difficult for you by beginning your sentence with, "This is a bit difficult for me to say, but I do want to let you know how I see the situation." This cues most people to be more patient with you. If you know you've expressed yourself inoffensively and the other person is still offended, don't acquiesce. Instead, respond with a simple acknowledgement of his or her feelings. "I can see you feel offended by this," and then revert to listening. Avoid the inclination to backpedal and negate your true sentiments. Mistake 33. Denying the importance of money. I know all the statistics about gender disparity in pay and benefits. You probably do too. I don't want to downplay the significance of these factors. They're real and they're relevant. But unless you're an equal pay activist, you have no control over those factors. The real question then becomes, what are you going to do about it? A year after Nice Girls Don't Get the Corner Office was released, the second book in the series, Nice Girls Don't Get Rich, was published. In that book, I talked about the many mistakes women make with money because of their complex relationship with it. I spoke with women and asked what kept them from being rich. Almost to a woman, they responded that they didn't have the need to be rich. They only wanted to be comfortable. For crying out loud, I've been comfortable and I've been rich. And believe me, I'd rather be rich. And you should too. You can think of rich as having all the money you need to live your life the way you want, free from concerns about money. Money is power, and power is something women misinterpret and avoid. Ask a woman if she's powerful, and she'll give you 5 reasons why she's not. This translates into feeling uncomfortable with the subject of money and thinking she actually deserves less than she's due. Or worse yet, she doesn't give money a second thought, except in terms of needing enough to pay the bills. What you focus on is what you get. If you're not earning a fair salary or not being given the raises you deserve, it's time to focus on money. It won't mean you're any less committed to your work, only that you're equally committed to your well-being and that of your family. Coaching tips. If you think you're underpaid, do research into the pay ranges typical for your job or industry. You can do this online, through a professional association, or by asking trusted friends at other companies what their ranges are. Don't ask what they earn. Because salaries differ from city to city and field to field, I can't give you a website that is comprehensive, but from your browser, when you have a chance, type in salary surveys, and you'll be given a host of choices. If it turns out that you are underpaid, use logic and facts to make a case for why you should get a raise. Include ways in which you've helped the company to make money, save money, or improve efficiencies. And whenever possible, use numbers. For example, since I took over this role, we've increased sales by 23% and reduced customer complaints by 39%. Ask a friend to help you practice delivering the message. Subscribe to and make a point of reading a magazine that focuses on money and career issues. Several to consider are Fortune, Money, and smart money. Overcome the notion that talking about money is crass or impolite. Join or start a women's investment club. Mistake 34. Flirting. How many thousands of women have met the person of their dreams at work, fallen in love, and gotten married? It happens all the time, and it's not such a bad thing, but it is a potentially dangerous one. Just ask Monica Lewinsky or Paula Broadwell. As I told a reporter who asked me if an attractive woman should use her looks to her advantage to get the job she wants, sex sells, but not in the long term. It's more likely than not to backfire. I once coached a woman whom everyone assumed was having an affair with the department manager. Whether she was could never be determined, but that wasn't the point. Her behavior toward him led others to believe she was having an affair with him, and perception is reality. Her flirting, which caused others to be suspicious of their relationship, took the form of laughing a little too loud at his bad jokes, offering to run errands for him, siding with him in meetings when others expressed a different viewpoint, and inviting him to lunch at least once a week, when most others, both men and women, worked through their lunch hours. What's a little harmless flirting, you ask? We know people find partners at work all the time. The harm is that it's the women who flirt, not the men, who most often become the butt of office jokes and who are more likely to suffer the consequences. In the case of the woman I coached that I just mentioned, people excluded her from the grapevine, an important source of information, and from other discussions to which she should have been privy for fear she would share the information with the boss. It reduced their trust in her and diminished her ability to perform effectively. Another woman learned from her 360-degree feedback report that her peers thought she flirted too much. The feedback floored her because she had no inkling how others could perceive her that way. Then one day I happened to see her at lunch with her boss and understood perfectly. As he chatted away confidently, she smiled and listened with her head slightly tilted. I could see how it might be perceived as flirting, but what it really came down to was that the woman came from a traditional Irish family where she'd learned to acquiesce to men. Her way of showing respect to men, whether in one-on-one situations or in meetings, was to dumb down her actions and words. Coaching tips. Don't overtly flirt with coworkers. Knowing glances, whispered conversations, and laughing at stupid jokes don't belong in the workplace. If you are dating or having an intimate relationship with a coworker, be discreet. Conduct your personal business outside work and work-related activities. Don't be so naive as to think you can keep these things secret for long. There's nothing wrong with dating a coworker, just be upfront about it. When you become personally involved with the boss, or if you are the boss with an employee who reports directly to you, you're playing with fire. Seriously consider the personal and professional risks and don't hesitate to get outside counseling if needed. Mistake 35. Acquiescing to bullies. It's not often I run into bullies. Most people in corporations know how to express themselves tactfully and diplomatically, seeking to solve problems, not create new ones. Such was not the case in a recent meeting with a vice president, however, who was clearly angry that he had been inadvertently double-billed for a particular service. None of the usual techniques for diffusing difficult situations worked. I listened, paraphrased, reflected his feelings, and none of it made a difference. Finally, I said, "I'm not accustomed to being personally attacked." A third person in the meeting tried to intervene by saying, "I think you're getting defensive, Lois." To which I calmly replied, "When I'm personally attacked, I get defensive." After the meeting, the person who intervened said he thought I could have handled it differently. My response was, "The guy is a bully, and I wanted him to know I wouldn't be intimidated." When we're bullied, we do one of two things: counterattack or acquiesce. Neither serves to shift the dynamic. By simply letting someone know how you feel, you stand a better chance of eliminating the offensive behavior, something that will never happen if you acquiesce. Even if the behavior doesn't change, you've put the person on notice that you won't tolerate it, and as such, you've maintained your self-respect. By the way, the dynamic did change after my remark to this bully, and we were ultimately able to find a solution that met his needs. Coaching tips. Use the techniques I mentioned, listening, paraphrasing, reflecting feelings, as a place to begin diffusing a bully. More often than not, they work. Don't roll over and play dead when someone tries to intimidate you. It's a tactic some people regularly use to make their point or get their way. Ask yourself what you're feeling in that moment and express it as an I message. Rather than, "You're not listening to me," say, "I feel I'm not being heard." It's less accusatory and no one can argue with your feelings. Turn the discussion to problem solving by acknowledging what you've heard and asking what the person would like to do. I understand that you're frustrated with the fact that the shipment has not yet gone out. Let's talk about what we can do to get it to you as soon as possible. Avoid the inclination to apologize. If apologies are appropriate, you can always do so later. Apologizing to a bully only fuels the fire and reinforces the notion that you are a victim. Mistake 36. Decorating your office like your living room. Offices are often an extension of personal homes. In many cases, women spend more time there than they do in their own living rooms. Nevertheless, this doesn't mean that your office should look like your living room. More so than men, women love the aesthetics involved with decor and frequently want to create a warm and comfortable setting, not only for themselves, but for those who enter their workspace as well. I've been in the offices of women who've replaced overhead lighting with table and floor lamps, creating a more ambient environment, and scattered overstuffed couches, throw pillows, and personal memorabilia throughout their space. Depending on the message you want to convey, this can work for or against you. I don't recommend it for most women. It's more appropriate for people responsible for counseling employees than it is for those in other positions. At the other extreme is someone like Christine, a physician at a metropolitan hospital who had nothing on her walls. At our first coaching session, I was struck by how austere and cold her workspace was. As we worked together and I received feedback from her staff, I realized that this was simply a reflection of her personality. One of my coaching tips to her was to warm up her office with family pictures and artwork that would humanize her space. A little later, we'll be talking about personal branding. Your office also represents your brand. Think of it as a marketing tool. Ask yourself how others might describe your office. Would they say it's cluttered, stark, warm? Chances are, whatever they would say about your office is what people will be saying about you. Yes, your office or your workspace can be a reflection of who you are and what's important to you. But unless you're an interior decorator by profession, play it safe. Use your office space to emphasize your organization, good taste, and professionalism. Coaching tips. The decor of your office should be consistent with the kind of firm in which you work. In a more conservative culture, you should select artwork, colors, and furniture that are tasteful and understated. More creative fields can tolerate a bolder approach. Given that your office or workspace makes a statement about you, do pay attention to decor. In most offices, you're assigned furniture, but how you accessorize it is up to you. Choose accessories that reflect your personality without overly emphasizing the feminine side of you. If you lean toward minimalism, then minimally have family pictures or other photos displayed where people can see them. They serve to humanize you and act as conversation starters. One single woman I know has a framed picture of her dog on her desk. Look at your office with fresh eyes. If someone very special were coming to visit you at work, what would you change? Why? What adjectives would you attach to your workspace if you didn't know who worked there? Are those the adjectives you want to be used about you? Keep your visible workspace neat and clean. It conveys the impression of being organized and on top of things. Mistake 37. Feeding others. Unless you're Betty Crocker, there shouldn't be home-baked cookies, M&Ms, jelly beans, or other food on your desk. Hillary Rodham Clinton may have been lambasted for her comment about not staying home and baking cookies while her husband was running for president, but her point was well taken. We don't ascribe a sense of impact or import to people who feed others. It may seem like a small or inconsequential thing, but the fact is, you rarely see food on men's desks. Similarly, men don't bring in leftovers from dinner the night before to share with coworkers. The act of feeding is equated with nourishing, and nourishing is definitely a stereotypically female attribute. Additionally, food on the desk is often an invitation to stop and chat a moment. People can't just eat and run. Combined, the aspects of feeding and encouraging conversation emphasize stereotypically feminine qualities, often in the very women who don't need to emphasize them quite so much. There are, of course, exceptions to every rule, and this is one of them. Lisa Dewey, formerly manager of training and development at Universal Entertainment, told me she often coaches her own employees, especially men, who are perceived by others to be a bit too brusque, domineering, or downright abrasive, emphasis on the word to put a candy dish on their desks. The reason is obvious. She wants them to warm up their image and balance their more aggressive behaviors. In this regard, the food is used as a strategy to create balance in a personality that might not be perceived as warm. Similarly, Lisa has a huge candy bowl on her own desk, in part because she wants to eat it, although you could never tell by looking at her, and in part because she is in a role where people often come to her office to discuss personal and confidential matters. The candy is designed to make people feel comfortable with her. Again, she's using it strategically. If you don't want to be perceived as stereotypical, think twice before putting food on your desk or in other ways feeding people at work. This is especially true if you're a woman who makes many of the other mistakes contained in this audiobook. As with many of the tips in this audiobook, it isn't the food alone that's lethal, it's the combination of mistakes that diminishes your credibility. Coaching tips. Unless feeding people is a conscious strategy, just say no to feeding people at work. If you're worried about them going to waste, take the leftovers from a weekend party to a homeless shelter rather than the office. Don't volunteer to organize the company potluck lunch. There are much better things you want to be known for being good at. Mistake 38. Minimizing your emotional intelligence. The intelligence quotient, or IQ, that you're born with doesn't change much over the course of your lifetime, and new research shows that it isn't even the most important factor contributing to success. As I mentioned earlier, your emotional quotient, or EQ, plays a far greater role in determining how successful you will be in a variety of areas. For example, Nobel Prize-winning psychologist Daniel Kahneman found that people would rather do business with someone they like and trust than with someone they don't, even if the likable person is offering a lower quality product or service at a higher price. A study of hiring practices by L'Oreal showed that salespeople who were hired based on their emotional intelligence earned $90,000 more annually than those hired through traditional methods. In the past, we called these the soft skills, most likely because women exhibited them to a greater degree than men. As I frequently chided my male clients who disparagingly used this term to refer to the work we were doing together, if they're so soft, what makes them so hard for you? The good news for women is that we surpass men on 4 of 5 measures of emotional intelligence: self-awareness, self-regulation, empathy, and social skills. Men and women are equal on the 5th measure, motivation. Yet despite the fact that we possess these critical skills, we often don't value them, nor do we consciously use them to our advantage. Instead, we focus on working harder and longer, neither of which will ensure success absent high EQ. Earlier, I cited research that shows having more women in leadership roles correlates to greater financial returns for a company or firm. Why do you think that is? Robin Cohen and Linda Kornfeld, managing partners at the law firm Dickstein Shapiro, claim that it's because women exhibit the following behaviors to a greater degree than men. Working to form connections with others in order to develop relationships. Focusing on team building and working collaboratively toward a common goal rather than individual success. Developing and motivating others through positive reinforcement. And talking through business approaches and incorporating the ideas of others before making final decisions. In short, using your EQ not only helps to further your career, it adds to your company's bottom line as well. Coaching tips. Read Emotional Intelligence 2.0 by Travis Bradbury and Jean Greaves. The book contains the opportunity to assess your EQ and provides insights into how you can develop and use yours to your fullest advantage. Put words to the emotions that are often present but rarely expressed in meetings. For example, when tension is running high, say something like, "It's clear we all have strong feelings about this subject. How about if we take a breather and come back to the table to discuss it further?" Doing so will cause you to be seen as someone who can read a room, an invaluable asset to any group. Begin meetings with casual conversation that expresses an interest in the other person. Although most people will welcome the opportunity to talk about themselves or matters that are important to them, some won't, in which case you can shift to the business at hand sooner rather than later. At social events, use your EQ to make introductions between people with common interests or backgrounds. Others will appreciate your efforts to make them feel comfortable and welcome in a group. Don't hesitate to comment on someone's unspoken mood. If it looks like a coworker seems a little down, an overture such as, "Is everything okay? You don't seem like yourself," will let them know you see them as a human being, not just a human doing. If they don't want to discuss it, they won't, but they will remember that you showed concern. Mistake 39. Being a doormat. Artist Pablo Picasso once said, "There are only two types of women, goddesses and doormats." And since you're listening to this book, I have a hunch you don't quite see yourself as a goddess. Yet. What's the difference? Consider these comparisons. Doormats do whatever is asked of them. Goddesses get others to do what they ask. Doormats tolerate mental and physical abuse. Goddesses banish abusers from their presence. Doormats believe it is their responsibility to care for others. Goddesses believe it is the responsibility of others to care for them. Doormats are disrespected. Goddesses are worshipped. Doormats never ask for anything for themselves. Goddesses feel entitled to get what they want. Doormats can't say no. Goddesses won't take no for an answer. Doormats give others permission to walk on them. Goddesses walk away from people who walk on them. Would you rather be the pigeon or the statue? Being a doormat might make you feel superior in a Mother Teresa sort of way in the short term, but it won't get you where you want to be in the long term. Coaching tips. Learn to manage expectations by clearly stating what you are willing to do and what you're not willing to do. Without ever having to say no, you can let others know the boundaries of your flexibility. For example, if you're asked to deliver a report in an unreasonably short period of time, you can say, "I'm happy to do the report. In the amount of time you've given me, however, it won't be thorough. So if you want a better end product, my recommendation is to extend the deadline by 2 days." Trust your feelings. If you feel as if you're being abused or taken advantage of, you probably are. In such instances, let the other person know how you're feeling and what you would like to change. Although you can't control the actions of others, you can remove yourself from unhealthy situations. Don't wait to be given what you want, ask for it. Too often, women expect others to be mind readers and are disappointed when people prove they're not particularly adept at this particular skill. If you don't ask, you don't usually get. Mistake 40. Offering a limp handshake. Women may not have the exclusive rights on this one, but we are more likely to hold back when offering a hand in greeting. For fear of appearing too masculine, we let the pendulum swing the other way. A handshake is how you make your first impression upon initially meeting someone. It says something about you before you ever open your mouth. Although you don't want to develop a bone-crushing grasp, you do want to be certain your handshake conveys the message, "I'm someone to be taken seriously." One good pump and a concise greeting, such as, "I'm delighted to finally meet you," combined with solid eye contact, will do the trick. Coaching tips. Practice your handshake with both male and female friends or colleagues. Get their feedback about whether yours is too limp or too strong. You may have a different handshake for men than for women. Continue practicing until you find a place where both men and women tell you your handshake conveys the message you want it to. Here's a tip a colleague's father taught him when he was a young boy. Keep extending your hand until you hook thumbs. Try it, and you'll see how it works. Don't stop with just grabbing fingers. And by the way, how many fathers taught their daughters how to shake hands? When meeting someone for the first time, if he or she doesn't offer a hand first, offer yours. It's a sign of confidence. Depending on the situation, you may want to convey a sense of sincerity or warmth. This may be the case when meeting someone in person for the first time after speaking by phone for some extended period. To do this, loosen the grip just a bit and briefly place your left hand on top of the person's right hand as it shakes yours. Again, practice this until it comes naturally. While I'm on the subject of greetings, the question often comes up as to whether it's appropriate to greet an associate with a hug. This one is tricky. My advice is to never hug someone unless he or she does so first. Not only is it a matter of invading another person's space, but it also softens the greeting. Mistake 41. Being financially insecure. Virginia Woolf said, "Every woman must have a room of her own." There are other women who will tell you a bank account of your own is even more important. Whether you're dependent on a husband, a domestic partner, or an employer, financial dependence translates into a loss of career choices and power. Having no money of your own, having your financial affairs in disarray, or not adequately preparing for your financial future equates to having no freedom. But why is this a potentially career-busting mistake? Because if you don't have financial security, you wind up acting in ways and making decisions counter to your best career interests. Women are more likely to remain in dead-end jobs and be forced to work beyond the normal point of retirement because they can't afford to leave. Women are less likely to make tough but necessary decisions because they're afraid to rock the boat and lose their jobs. And women are less often able to understand the financial implications of business decisions because they don't pay close enough attention to their own financial affairs, the place where they should be learning about financial matters and extrapolating the lessons to business. Women are also often forced to re-enter the workforce ill-prepared for success because they were dependent on someone who decided to discontinue financial support. I fully understand that being a homemaker teaches a woman many skills that are directly applicable to a job, but try telling this to the hiring source. As a result, late entries to the workforce are at a career disadvantage and wind up in low-paying, entry-level positions. Consider this scenario. Carrie worked her entire life for one employer and worked hard. She was single with no children, and although she owned her own home and created somewhat of a nest egg, by the age of 62, she still hadn't accumulated enough to retire. When the company was sold, the old managers who knew her and respected her work were all given golden parachutes to leave. Because she wasn't high enough up in the company, she was not one of the people offered this benefit. As new managers took their place, she discovered the skills she had honed over the years weren't the same as those the new owners wanted in staff earning as much as she did. It wasn't so much that they could hire a younger person more cheaply. It was more a matter of hiring someone who more closely met their expectations. At her age and salary, Carrie didn't have many choices. She was forced to remain in a company where she was no longer respected and do menial tasks for which she was overqualified because she hadn't planned properly for her financial future. As personal finance columnist Liz Weston, my friend and fellow author, says, you need to have FU money, a forget about you stash of cash. Coaching tips. Read The 10 Commandments of Money, Survive and Thrive in the New Economy by Liz Weston. Liz writes in a way that enables you to totally understand key concepts related to money and provides great tips for how to gain financial literacy. Have a financial goal. Every woman I know has a number in mind for what she wants the scale to read when she steps on it. Now you need a number in mind for how you'll know when you've become rich. Select a good financial planner, and with his or her help, develop a solid personal financial plan. If you don't already have one, go out today and open an IRA or other retirement account for yourself. Deposit into it the maximum allowed yearly. If you're over 40, create a budget that allows you to contribute even more. It doesn't matter if you start it with $50 or $500. Do it. Hopefully, you're going to grow to be an old woman, and you want to be a rich old woman, not a poor one. When you go to the store to purchase only a few items, pay with a $20 bill and put the change in a jar at home. When the jar is full, transfer the coins and dollar bills to your savings account. Mistake 42. Helping. Kristen is a new manager. She prides herself on not asking anyone on her team to do anything she wouldn't do herself. At a recent offsite, where her team was working in small groups and she was shuttling among them to offer assistance, one group asked her to bring them coffee. Thinking this wasn't a big thing, she brought it. Then they asked her to make some copies of their work product, which she did. The final request was for fresh magic markers. At first blush, it doesn't seem like anything was wrong, but closer scrutiny reveals the reason why certain members of Kristen's team often missed deadlines and ignored her request for information. In her desire to help her team, they had begun to view her as a functionary. While she was getting coffee, fetching magic markers, and making copies, several of the men on the team were providing the real leadership the group needed. A study conducted in the early 1980s interviewed 135 women to determine, among other things, how women gain knowledge. The researchers found that many of the people with whom they spoke said helping others through either providing assistance, listening, or teaching actually gave them more insight into themselves and greater self-confidence. Why? Because women are taught early in their lives that others know more than they do, so knowledge and self-confidence must be attained externally. Helping others is one way capable women gain external validation for their self-worth. This certainly accounts for why so many women go into helping fields. Although I'm a staunch believer in the servant leadership philosophy espoused by Robert Greenleaf, many women take this to the extreme and encounter the same problems as Kristen when they're promoted to the management ranks or asked to lead a project team. They fail to transition from doer to leader. If you're busy doing, you don't have time to provide the vision, guidance, technical support, and oversight required of a leader. Coaching tips. Read the Harvard Business Review article, What Leaders Really Do, by John Kotter. The article helps you to take a look at higher order behaviors expected at the more senior levels of any organization. Even if you aren't there yet, reading this will help you to get there. Differentiate helping and being used. If you're truly helping, you're providing the resources and support needed to allow others to get the job done efficiently and effectively. If you're working harder than everyone else on your team or task force, you're being used. Rather than offering to do the work of another, offer to teach him or her how to do it. Even though it may take longer in the short term, it will pay dividends in the long term. Ask yourself if you're helping because you think you'll be liked for it or because it's something you really want to do. Chapter 4: How You Think. Changing how you think about how you work is essential to changing self-defeating behavior. Most of us have notions about what will get us recognized and what won't. These are called superstitious behaviors because we come to believe that if we don't do them, something catastrophic will happen. I'll be rewarded only if I work harder than everyone else, and my boss will fire me if I tell her what I really think, are examples of superstitious thinking. These thoughts are often built around parental messages about work that may have been true for our parents, but are no longer valid for us. Similarly, they're often reflective of behaviors that may have been functional early in our careers, but they're usually not as helpful later. What we do as entry-level workers to get respect and attention is more related to the task at hand than it is to exhibiting behaviors related to leadership capability, relationship skills, and the like. It's thus difficult to relinquish these beliefs because they've worked up until now. One of the most difficult aspects of coaching is getting people to try new behaviors. It's a little like letting go of old, worn-out tennis shoes. They're comfortable. You've broken them in. You know exactly how they're going to feel when you wear them. They looked great 3 years ago, but you can't wear them in public anymore. This next section focuses on some of those beliefs you may have formed early in your life that need to be retired before you do. Mistake 43: Thinking like an employee. Many years ago, I read an article, the gist of which was that jobs were created during the Industrial Revolution in response to the need for narrowly defined manufacturing functions. For example, in the automobile industry, one person put the wheels on the car, another person installed the steering wheel, another painted it, and so on. So each job was narrow in scope. The advent of robotics and a deeper understanding of workplace productivity changed all that. Even in Detroit, those jobs have gone the way of the Model T, with more car companies using teams of people endowed with broad responsibilities to assemble the vehicles. The impact for you is that you can't just come to work and do your job. That's thinking like an employee. As one who has been an employee and who has also been an employer, I can tell you we do think differently. Add to that the myriad tasks required of women in their daily routines and the belief that we have to do things right rather than do the right thing, and you have a nice girl with little time to think broadly about her role as opposed to about her job. Trust me, your boss does not want you to be an employee. Your boss wants you to be a partner in the process of working toward goal attainment. Consider these comparisons. An employee does her job. A partner in the process thinks about ways to make the company money, save the company money, or improve efficiencies. An employee doesn't question authority. A partner in the process diplomatically questions directives or assignments that don't seem logical or efficient. An employee collects a paycheck. A partner in the process gains valuable transferable skills through experience, training, and seizing new opportunities. An employee performs the duties described in her job description. A partner in the process expands the boundaries of her job description by doing things that aren't asked of her but that need to be done. An employee thinks day to day. A partner in the process thinks long term. And an employee waits for assignments, A partner in the process seeks opportunities, gathers data, presents proposals, and makes it happen. The problem for many women is that they are so overwhelmed with what they have to do, they can't carve out time for thinking more broadly and strategically. In the next mistake, I address what you need to relinquish so that you can become the partner your boss wants and your company needs. But for now, consider the following coaching tips to help you start that shift. Coaching tips. Ask the boss for assignments that will make his or her workload easier and at the same time provide you with opportunities to expand your skill set. Be upfront about it when asking. It's not considered toadying if there's a quid pro quo. Consider how each of your primary duties interacts with the other functions in your department or throughout the company. Picture yourself as part of a complex network of functions, each interdependent on the other. Assume responsibility not only for your own success, but for the success of the company as a whole. Read trade magazines and professional journals that give you insight into trends in your field and make proposals for how to implement selected best practices. While you're at it, share articles or books about best practices and new trends with both the boss and your coworkers. Continually ask yourself, what are we not currently doing that if we started doing would fundamentally change how we did business? Then find ways to introduce changes that will enhance your company's bottom line. Mistake 44. Believing in the myth of work-life balance. If climbing the corporate ladder is important to you, there is no such thing as work-life balance. It's not possible for men, and given their additional family responsibilities, it's even less possible for women. We actually don't even hear the term balance referred to any longer. The new language around it is work-life integration, because the focus is on how to integrate the two aspects of your life as a working woman. Anne-Marie Slaughter, writing for Atlantic Magazine, caused quite a stir with her article, Why Women Still Can't Have It All. In the article, she made the case for what I've been saying for years. Yes, women can have it all, but they can't have it all at the same time. As women, we're put in the untenable situation of having to make difficult choices involving our careers and our families. As one woman put it, when I'm at work, I feel as if I should be at home with my family. And when I'm home with my family, I feel as if I should be working. You would think with women making up about half the workforce and data reflecting the myriad benefits of having women in leadership roles, by now American corporations would have figured out a way to enable women to have more balance in their lives. Sadly, that's not the case. Yet there are some things we do to ourselves that exacerbate an already difficult situation. Ask yourself how many of the following behaviors at home and at work impede your ability to have more balance in your life. Strive for perfection. Rarely ask for help. Have unreasonable expectations for how much you can accomplish in a day. Feel guilty about never quite being who everyone else wants, needs you to be. Don't negotiate. Believe you have to work twice as hard to be considered half as good. Allow others to dictate how your time will be spent. Engage in excessive multitasking. Even if you own up to only 2 or 3 of these behaviors, that's enough to suggest that you're literally and figuratively working overtime. It's time for you to get more realistic about how to craft a life that's not only productive, but meaningful, fulfilling, and rewarding. Coaching tips. Read Anne-Marie Slaughter's article, Why Women Still Can't Have It All, in the July-August 2012 edition of the Atlantic Magazine. Not only is it a classic piece, it will help you to understand why you've been feeling, and rightly so, as if you're going out of your mind trying to keep all the balls in the air at the same time. Send guilt on a trip. It serves absolutely no purpose in your life. When you start feeling guilty, ask yourself what you can realistically change to make the situation better, and act on it. If the answer is that nothing can be done differently, then move on. Focus on quality, not quantity. Staying at work additional hours doesn't make you more effective at your job or perceived as more valuable to the company. That is, if overtime isn't a company expectation. In fact, it could make you seem overwhelmed and inefficient. Similarly, the amount of time you spend with your family isn't as important as the quality of that time. You can be at home physically and absent mentally. Strive to be fully present wherever you are and compartmentalize the various aspects of your life. Personally, I have a visualization exercise that I do when I'm feeling torn between two places. I picture myself putting my concerns or worries in a box and then placing that box on a high shelf in my closet. I tell myself that I can retrieve the box at a later time and deal with the issues then, but for now, I must be fully present in the moment. Resist multitasking. As mentioned in Mistake 21, all research points to the fact that over time, multitasking makes us less effective and actually has long-term deleterious effects on the brain. Mistake 45. Making miracles. Think logically about this. When you look around at the people who get promoted and recognized, are they the people who make miracles? Women take pride in the fact that they can do more with less, meet or beat impossible deadlines, and get juice out of a turnip. They actually believe others will recognize and appreciate their efforts. What they don't realize is that every time they make a miracle, they've set the bar higher in terms of what people expect from them. Not only that, but while they're busy jumping through hoops, their male colleagues are doing things that give them more visibility and ultimately more rewards. Take Anita, for example. She transferred from the advertising business into a Big Five consulting firm. Without a doubt, she was an expert in her field. Everyone said so. And as her boss said, she inherited a mess. By coming in early, staying late, and working weekends, she started to get a handle on the problem and made inroads into correcting it. No matter what was asked of her, Anita delivered. Whereas the first year she could do no wrong, the next year she could do no right. People came to expect her to achieve the same results and more every day. To do this, Anita had to continue spending ridiculous amounts of time at the office. She had set the standard so high the first year that she couldn't possibly surpass it the second year, or even keep up the pace, although that's what everyone expected. This is not to say she shouldn't have given it her all the first year, or that she should in any way sacrifice excellence. It simply means that you must be realistic about establishing work habits and not thinking you have to be superwoman to be effective. During my keynote addresses, if there are men in the room, I will randomly choose one and ask, when your boss asks you to make a miracle, what do you do? Inevitably, I receive one of three answers. I laugh, I negotiate, I delegate to a woman. Women, on the other hand, almost always answer, I do it. Remember, miracle workers get canonized, they don't get recognized. Coaching tips. Manage expectations. Always be willing to go the extra mile, but provide choices that focus on what's reasonable and realistic. For example, if you're asked to put together the company holiday party on a budget of $500 for 250 people, you can manage expectations by saying something like, I'm happy to work within that budget. Given that it amounts to $2 per person, I can make the party alcohol-free and ask everyone to bring a dish. Or, if you'd like to increase the budget to $1,000, I can bring in deli trays and we can have soft drinks. Which would you prefer? This puts the onus of responsibility on the person making the request, rather than making you the scapegoat for a lousy event or making you feel as if you have to make a miracle, which even at the holidays is an unreasonable expectation. Set realistic daily or weekly goals. Women think there are 34 hours in every day. Remember Parkinson's law. work expands to fill the time available. If you come to work in the morning with the notion that you can work until 9 p.m. if you have to, then you will. If you come in with the idea you're going to leave at 6 p.m., you'll probably be out not long after. If you're understaffed, ask for help or negotiate reasonable deadlines. You can always say, "I'd love to get this to you by 5 o'clock as requested, but we don't have the staff to achieve that kind of turnaround. Tomorrow at 5 is more realistic." From there, you may have to negotiate, but you're less likely to work until midnight. Mistake 46. Taking full responsibility. This is a variation on the miracle theme. Just because you're assigned a project doesn't mean you are the only one who can do it or should do it. It only means you are the one responsible for making it happen. You get no brownie points for doing a project alone. You get brownie points for getting it done. In fact, you may be looked upon more favorably if you're able to delegate parts of the project or influence others to help you. It shows that you know how to manage a project. Haven't you ever noticed that when a man is given a project, the first thing he does is begin delegating? I once coached a woman who'd been given responsibility for developing a plan for corporate philanthropy. The company had never before funded grants to the nonprofit community. The thought of doing this was daunting to her. She had no idea where to start. As we discussed it, she began to realize she didn't have to do it all today, nor did she have to do it all herself. Engaging various stakeholders in the company and in the community would actually be better because she would get their buy-in from the start and could take advantage of their ideas, energy, and resources. She left the meeting feeling as if a burden had been lifted off her shoulders. Coaching tips. When assigned a project or task, avoid the tendency to start doing. Take time to think it through, plan it, identify resources, and so forth. Break it down into small parts with benchmarks that enable you to measure and report progress on an ongoing basis, rather than when the project is completed. It also makes everything on your plate more easily digested. Continually build relationships throughout your company and your professional community. When you need a relationship, it's too late to build it. I'll speak more to this a little later in this section. Don't reinvent the wheel. What I've come to realize is that there's not too much new under the sun. If I have to do something, it means other people must have done it before. Find these people and ask them to share their expertise. Learn to delegate. Even if you don't have staff reporting directly to you, call on the relationships you've built to help with providing assistance. Mistake 47. Obediently following instructions. This isn't true of all women, but some of us, when given an assignment, become like dogs with a bone. We're so anxious to get the job done quickly or get the pat on the head we crave, we can't see what's on the periphery that would help us work smarter. We tend to look at the details, not the big picture. People who get ahead know how to balance the tactical with the strategic. There are 2 women in my office who are really good at this. They were hired to manage the many new projects and clients that come through the door. Because I tend to see the big picture, but not the details, I had in the past always assumed I needed to surround myself with detail-oriented staff and hired accordingly. Kim and Jessica have shown me the error of my ways and have spoiled me for all time. When given an assignment, rather than jumping in to immediately start it, both women begin by first thinking about it, then asking lots of good questions. This saves an incredible amount of time, not to mention money and frustration on their part, because we no longer get halfway down the road only to realize my original idea for the project was less than well thought through. They add value to the company by not obediently following my instructions, but rather by thinking and planning, which is what you want to be known for. Coaching tips. Spend time brainstorming with colleagues before beginning complex or large assignments. Choose people who don't necessarily think the way you do to ensure getting a 360-degree view of the project landscape. Rather than responding to the details of an assignment, before beginning, consider how it could be done faster, cheaper, or more effectively. Then go back to the person who gave you the assignment and discuss changes that you propose for making it more efficient while at the same time providing better outcomes. Take a stress management class to overcome the need to treat every assignment with the utmost urgency. Here you will learn techniques to manage anxiety that may accompany high-stakes projects. Mistake 48. Viewing men in authority as father figures. Carolyn was an upwardly mobile career woman who was smart and assertive, that is, with everyone except those men who were senior to her. When they asked her a question, she became tongue-tied and childlike. She came to coaching because she knew she wasn't projecting the image she wanted to with these men. She acted like a little girl, and in turn, she was treated like one. Early on, I realized that giving her tips for being more assertive or speaking articulately wouldn't work. She already knew how to do that. The problem was she couldn't do it with certain people. During one of our earliest meetings, I asked her to tell me about her father. As it turns out, he was a former colonel in the Army and ran his family as he might a platoon. She described him as authoritative, critical, and impossible to please. When I inquired into how she survived childhood, she said she'd learned to be a good little girl, obey all the rules, study hard, and not do anything that might displease him. When she entered the workforce, she responded to men senior to her as if they were her father, and she, the dutiful daughter. Conversely, Suzanne's father was nurturing, loving, and compassionate. He encouraged her to pursue her dreams and emotionally supported her in the process. She came to coaching because she couldn't understand why she never pleased the boss. Surely she must be doing something wrong, she thought. I knew her boss, and although I didn't tell Suzanne this, he was widely known as a critical, egotistical know-it-all. There wasn't anything she or anyone else could do that would please him. What Suzanne didn't understand was that not all men are like her father, and she couldn't expect them to treat her as he did. What Suzanne and Carolyn had in common was inappropriately viewing the boss as a father figure. Expecting the best from him or expecting the worst from him doesn't allow you to build an independent, objective relationship with your boss or other senior executives. Coaching tips. If you find yourself responding to the boss or other male authority figures in a way that is unlike you in other situations, ask yourself these 3 questions. 1. Whom does he remind me of? 2. How do I act when I'm around him? 3. Why do I give up so much power to him? The answers will help you see why and how you see the boss as your father. Here are some tips for how to handle the situation. Use self-talk to differentiate male authority figures from your father. When you're in a meeting with the boss, tell yourself he's not your father and you are his equal. Do it as often as needed to believe it and act accordingly. Lower your antenna for feelings and focus on the message a male authority figure gives you, not the manner in which it is delivered. This will enable you to hear it objectively and respond appropriately. Mistake 49. Limiting your possibilities. In her classic book, Women's Reality, Anne Wilson Schaef observes that in our culture, those with less power live their lives in a zone circumscribed by people with more power. White men, being on top of the hierarchy, decide what's appropriate behavior for everyone else, including women. In many ways, Nice Girls Don't Get the Corner Office is about how women live according to the rules established by men. Men define the rules for the playing field, heavily influence behaviors that are acceptable for women and people of color inside and outside the workplace. It certainly isn't the other way around. And we live in a society where laws are passed by legislators and Supreme Court justices who are predominantly men. Schaaf points out that without even realizing it, living our lives this way narrowly circumscribes the choices we make. Like air pollution, if you live in it and breathe it long enough, you come to believe that's just how the air is supposed to be. It's not until you see the beautiful blue skies of some unspoiled territory that you realize things can be different. For women, the air is polluted all the time, so we don't have the opportunity to see how things can be different. We come to believe that our possibilities are limited when in fact they're limited only because we allow them to be. Not too long ago, a woman was referred to me because she wanted to explore a career opportunity for which she was qualified but uncertain about tossing her hat in the ring for. For many years, she had worked at a nonprofit organization as the second in command. She had seen directors, all male, come and go, and never really thought of herself as a contender for the top job. The board of directors was made up exclusively of conservative men, and they had never considered her for the job when the top position became available. This made her believe she would never be considered a viable candidate. After our first meeting, it was clear to both of us that she had the talent and the experience to do the job. She just didn't have the confidence. She'd grown up in a household where an older brother was the anointed superstar of the family, and she was given the message that she was good, but not nearly as talented as he was. It was pretty clear why, up until now, she was satisfied in positions where she played second fiddle. At our second meeting, I wanted to know why now, after all these years, she wanted the top spot. She said she'd been looking around at the women colleagues who had begun their careers in pretty much the same position she had, and they were all now executive directors and presidents of their nonprofit institutions. Part of the shift in thinking was out of embarrassment, and part was because she was bored and ready for a new challenge. By our third meeting, the woman had put together a plan for how she was going to express her interest in the job and show why she was the best qualified candidate. Within 2 months, this was a very slow-moving board, she was the lead contender for the job, and within 3 months, she was sitting in the director's corner office. Women are given so many subtle and not-so-subtle messages about where we belong that we all too often remain inside an artificially narrowed box. One of the most powerful women in entertainment history is Sherry Lansing, the former CEO of Paramount Pictures. Recognizing that the chance to run her own studio would never be handed to her, Lansing started her own production company. When her company produced such blockbuster films as Fatal Attraction and The Accused, the studio heads took note. Within a short period of time, she was invited back to play with the big boys and given the top spot at Paramount. Having had the opportunity to speak with her, I can tell you she did it all without lowering herself to some of the typical entertainment dirty tricks, but rather by exhibiting a huge EQ and LQ. The lesson here is, if you live your life within the boundaries circumscribed by others, you'll never know the full scope of your potential, nor will anyone else. Coaching tips. Consciously expand your world of possibilities by enumerating your choices at every fork in the road. If you can't see them, brainstorm with a friend. Listen for limiting self-talk, such as, "I could never do what Kathy did. I'm not that brave." They'll never approve of this idea, no matter how many facts I present. I may as well not even apply for that job. I'm not the best qualified. I'm not smart enough to get a PhD. I'll never have enough money to retire early. Avoid the tendency to disregard unconventional choices. Before making a decision about a direction, sleep on all your choices. One that you may initially discount could be the right one for you. Read biographies of successful women and learn how they broadened their possibilities. Ignore the naysayers. People told Mary Kay Ash she couldn't possibly start a successful cosmetics company, and look what she did. One of her favorite sayings that you would do well to remember was, "Aerodynamically, the bumblebee shouldn't be able to fly, but the bumblebee doesn't know that, so it goes on flying anyway. Mistake 50. Ignoring the quid pro quo. People don't like to talk about it, but inherent to every relationship, there's a quid pro quo, something that's exchanged in return for something else. The quid pro quo can be obvious, such as, I give you a salary, and in return, I expect you to do a good job. Or more subtly, I give you a recommendation, and in return, expect you'll help me get my expense check processed faster. It's an unspoken system of bartering that goes on in relationships. Women aren't very good at capitalizing on the quid pro quo. Instead, they give away favors and expect little or nothing in return. An important part of building relationships at work is identifying the quid pro quo. What do you have that others want or need? And what do others have that you want or need? Every time you give people something they need, a figurative chip is deposited into your account. The trick is to always have more chips in your account than you need. The only way you can do this is by interacting with others with generosity of spirit. A former client of mine called not too long ago to let me know that she was now at a new company. She said it would mean a lot to her if I would come and speak with the company's women's group. When I asked what her budget was, she said there was none. She was hoping I would do it as a favor to her. Given that this is how I earn my living, speaking to groups, it was a big favor to ask, but I did it at no charge. The woman is well connected, and I thought one day I might need her help with something. About 18 months later, I needed a location to hold a nonprofit event, and I knew the woman's company had several spaces large enough. So I called her and asked if she might be able to help me out. I never mentioned the favor I did for her, although I had no doubt she remembered it. After some hemming and hawing, she said she didn't think she could arrange it, and I politely told her not to worry about it. When I finally found a location for the event, I sent her an invitation, fully expecting she would reciprocate the favor I did for her by buying a ticket for the fundraiser, even if she wasn't able to attend. But this didn't happen either. So 2 years later, when she made a career move to another company and once again called on me to do her a favor, I chose not to. The quid pro quo had been broken. With a limited amount of time, I choose to spend mine helping either people who can't help themselves or those who support me and my goals. It isn't really as manipulative or mercenary as it sounds. We do it all day long without realizing it. Say, for example, that I finish up a report for you because you have to leave early for a doctor's appointment. I collect a chip. Several weeks later, I need some information that I know you've collected through your research. I cash that chip in when you give me the information. Sometimes the quid pro quo is verbalized. Remember when I loaned you my laptop last month? Well, I've got a favor to ask. But more often, it's not. Coaching tips. When you go out of your way for people, be sure to let them know. A subtle way to do this is by saying something like, "Can I finish this report before I leave?" "Well, I was planning on meeting a friend after work, but why don't I call him and let him know I'll be late?" You've just collected a chip. Don't make things look so easy. Try saying something similar to, "I'm happy to report that I convinced the IT department to repair your laptop ahead of several other requests. I knew you would need it before you left on your trip. There's another chip in your account." Don't underestimate the barter value of things such as verbally supporting someone in a meeting, public praise, a listening ear, or grapevine information. They're all valuable workplace commodities. Cash in your chips sparingly, but don't be afraid to use them. If you're applying for a job and someone you've collected many chips from has information about the hiring source, ask for it. When you need someone to help out in a pinch, ask someone you've extended the same courtesy to in the past. Keep in mind that the exchange of chips isn't always one-to-one. It isn't always immediately following the point of collection, and it doesn't have to be made obvious. Mistake 51. Skipping meetings. Lose the notion that meetings are supposed to be valuable, interesting, or worth your time. That's really naive. It's the unusual meeting leader who knows how to achieve all three of those achievable, but rarely recognized goals. Also lose the inclination to stay at your desk and work because you believe that's really important. Wrong again. I realize that most meetings are an incredible waste of time if you think the content is what they're all about. It's not. They're called meetings, not workings, for a reason. Meetings provide the ideal opportunity to see and be seen, meet and greet, or play show and tell. It's part of the branding and marketing I'll talk about in Chapter 5, something most women need to do much more of. Coaching tips. Don't skip meetings. How's that for direct and to the point? Use meetings as an opportunity to showcase a particular skill or piece of knowledge, providing it's not note-taking or coffee-making. If you're good at facilitating, then offer to lead the meeting. It's much better than sitting there bored. Or if you want to build a relationship, support what someone else says, but only if you really agree with it. Ask to be invited to meetings where you'll have the chance to meet senior management or make presentations about something for which you need support. Choose a role to play in meetings. The book Mining Group Gold by Thomas Kaiser provides suggestions for what you can do to be perceived as an invaluable member of your team. From helping to clarify what others have said to asking questions no one else wants to ask, there are numerous roles you can play that will keep you engaged and get you noticed. Mistake 52. Putting work ahead of your personal life. Don't make work your life. The CEO of one Fortune 100 company, a man of course, told me, if my staff can't get the job done and have a life outside of work, they're doing something wrong. When all is said and done, do you really want written on your tombstone, she always put the needs of the company ahead of her own? You owe the company an honest day's work for an honest day's pay. You owe the company a reasonable amount of overtime, with or without pay, but always without complaint. You don't owe the company your soul. My experience with women who give up what's important to them to meet the needs of the job is that either they don't have anything to go home to, or they don't want to deal with what they do have to go home to. Like any other ism, workaholism is usually in the service of avoidance. Having activities and people outside of work that are important to you helps you remain positive and productive. It's a fallacy that you have to give up your life to have a successful career. All work and no play makes Jill a very dull girl. Coaching tips. Think twice before canceling plans because you're asked to or because you're swamped. Weigh the rewards against the risks involved with doing so. There are legitimately times when you have to cancel, but if these are the rule instead of the exception, something's wrong with the picture. Never cancel plans with your children because of a workplace request unless your job is on the line. Even then, think twice. You obviously can't risk losing a job you need for financial reasons, but you might want to ask yourself if you wouldn't be better off at a company that embraces family values. Develop outside hobbies and interests. If you don't have one, create a reason for leaving work. What do you want written on your tombstone? Now go out and do it. Mistake 53. Letting people waste your time. I just know we must have, go ahead, waste my day, written on our foreheads. Why else would people think they could spend so much time talking to us about nothing? I cannot understand why anyone, man, woman, or child, would come into my office and say, "Would you mind if I ask you a question? Bob is busy at the moment." Like I'm not? Your time is one of the most precious commodities you have. Once it's gone, you'll never retrieve it. So we're supposed to be nurturing and kind and blah, 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 blah. Well, I'm here to tell you, being nurturing and kind is not mutually exclusive of being protective of your time. There's a time and place for everything, and when you've got a tight deadline, a 5:30 hairdresser appointment, and your in-laws are coming for dinner, it's definitely not the time. Christine Ryder, president of the Pasadena-based consulting firm Time Strategies, works with clients to maximize the use of their time. When I asked her how women differ from men in terms of time wasters, she told me, "The urge to please everyone and not be able to say no is the biggest time waster for women. We don't like conflict and confrontation. As a result, we have difficulty setting boundaries and making our positions clear." I don't want you to think that I'm suggesting that you never make time for others. Doing that would only irreparably damage relationships and prevent you from collecting chips that you can later barter. But do think about how you allow others to take advantage of your time, especially when you just don't have it to give. Coaching tips. Differentiate the times when people need to talk from those when they want to talk. Repeat after me. "You know I would love to talk more, but I'm on a tight schedule today. How about if we continue this conversation tomorrow?" Use tricks of time management, like keeping a pile of papers on the extra chairs in your office, not putting your pencil down when someone walks in, answering your phone, voicemail, and email only during specific periods of the day, and putting a "please do not disturb" sign on your office door when you've got a tight deadline. A few more tips from Ryder. Clearly set boundaries about how much time you have or don't have to share, and know the world will not fall apart because of it. When people ignore the boundary, as they inevitably do with women, enforce it by saying something like, "As I said before, I'd love to spend more time with you, but today's schedule won't allow me to." If others keep you waiting more than 20 or 30 minutes for a scheduled appointment, leave. This includes business lunches, doctor's appointments, and casual encounters with friends. Mistake 54. Reluctance to negotiate. Authors Carol Frolinger and Deborah Kolb have worked with thousands of women to help them be more confident and competent at negotiation. What may surprise you, because there's so much misinformation out there, is that women achieve negotiation outcomes as good as or better than men do, unless they are negotiating for themselves. It doesn't matter whether they are negotiating for a raise, a promotion, or credit for the work they've done. The fact that they themselves are the beneficiaries is the root cause of the trouble. Carol and I have had several opportunities to discuss why this is the case and what women can and should do about it. Let's start with the fact that beginning with our time on the playground as children, we are socialized to behave in accordance with stereotypical gendered roles. And, as you know by now, nice girls let others take the lead, don't talk about money, and don't toot their own horns. Carrying those messages into adulthood, nice girls are reluctant to advocate on their own behalf. It just doesn't seem like the right thing to do. Instead, they work hard, hoping that someone will notice and give them the rewards they deserve. Clearly, this is a fallacy. Failing to proactively negotiate at work costs girls not only money, but affects career opportunities and job success as well, says Frolinger. Women have to raise their hands to let people know they're interested when a bigger job becomes available. They have to request the resources required to get the job done. They have to reach agreement on project parameters and deadlines. And yes, they certainly have to advocate when it comes to compensation. While writing Nice Girls Don't Get Rich, I had the pleasure of interviewing Dr. Lisa Barron, an assistant professor in organizational behavior at the Graduate School of Management at the University of California, Irvine. Linda published an article, Ask and You Shall Receive: Gender Differences in Negotiators' Beliefs About Requests for a Higher Salary, based on a study she conducted with male and female MBA students. The scenario involved all students being offered a job with a salary of $61,000 and a bonus of $5,000. They were also told that other students from their program were offered similar jobs at another company with a salary of $67,000 and a bonus of $10,000. The students in the study were given information that would allow them to negotiate not only their salaries, but also tuition reimbursement and vacation. In the end, Both men and women negotiated for more money, but men wound up receiving significantly more because they asked for more. Lisa found 3 primary themes that emerged with the amounts men and women asked for. Number 1, entitlement. The men felt they were entitled to even more than what their colleagues had been offered at the other company, whereas the women felt it would be fair to get equal to what their colleagues received. In other words, men had more of a sense of entitlement and women more of a desire to ask for what they thought was fair. Number 2, worth. The men equated their salaries more with what they thought they were worth. If a colleague was receiving $67,000 annually, they believed they should get more because they were worth more. Women were uncomfortable with the notion of worth, didn't think of themselves as worth more, or couldn't measure their worth. Number 3, proving oneself. The women in the study were hesitant to ask for more money before they could prove they deserved it, whereas the men used past experiences as a rationale for getting more money. Number 4, consequences. Both men and women considered the consequences of asking for more money, but men weren't concerned that damage done in the present could hurt them down the road. The women were more worried that the recruiter would think poorly of them or think they were greedy or not nice. The tricky part is that it is not enough for women to just ask. They must recognize that stereotyped expectations about whether and how they should negotiate are alive and well. To ignore them is at their peril. Women are expected to be too nice to negotiate. The best way for women to bargain without blowing themselves up is to make every effort to appear selfless, linking what they want to what's good for their companies. Then there's the issue that many women equate negotiation with confrontation. It doesn't have to be that way. In fact, the win-win negotiation described by Roger Fisher and William Ury in their classic book, Getting to Yes, Negotiating Agreement Without Giving In, is not only a more comfortable approach for most women, it is the only approach that makes sense when the negotiations are taking place with colleagues and clients. Why? Because everything we do before, during, and after the negotiations should enhance the relationship. Furthermore, because this brand of negotiation demands an understanding of the other party's needs, women, generally considered skilled listeners, are well poised to be excellent at it. And there's still more good news. Negotiating is a learnable skill. You can improve the outcomes you get and reduce the stress in getting them if you are willing to invest in yourself. After every important negotiation, think about the things that worked and why they worked, and also consider what you will do next time to be even more successful. Coaching tips. Carol Frolinger provides these tips for how you can better negotiate more effectively for what you want. Deliver excellence always. You have leverage when negotiating if your work consistently exceeds expectations. Because you clearly provide value to your company, the powers that be will want to do everything they can to keep you satisfied. After all, it's disruptive when productive people leave the company. Do your homework. Benchmark as much information as you can about what others in your industry, and even better in your company or department, have received. Use the internet as one way to gather data, but don't rely on online sleuthing exclusively. Draw on your networks as well to find what you need to know. Having this data will enable you to establish reasonable objectives for your negotiation. Be clear about what you want. If you don't know what you want, you can't get what you want. At the same time, think creatively about ways your needs can be met. For example, in order to secure more resources, you may be willing to accept a larger project scope or a shorter deadline. Have a plan B. Consider the alternatives you have if you are unable to reach agreement with the other person or persons. How good or bad are the alternatives? This is the negotiation concept described in Getting to Yes as BATNA, BATNA, best alternative to a negotiated agreement. The better your alternatives, the more leverage you have in the negotiation. Also consider the other party's BATNA. They may have as much to lose as you do if you are unable to reach an agreement. Anticipate pushback. Anticipate the pushback you are likely to get and plan how you will respond. But keep in mind, it's one thing to know what you are going to say, but it's another to actually get the words out of your mouth effectively. That's why, if it's an important negotiation, you should go one step further and enlist a friend to practice with you. Provide your friend with enough information about the situation and the person with whom you are negotiating so that he or she can play the role convincingly. Mistake 55. Prematurely abandoning your career goals. Success breeds success. Eleanor Roosevelt said, "You gain courage and confidence from doing the things you think you cannot do." The problem encountered by many women is that they often allow others to sidetrack them from their early dreams and career goals. Mary Catherine Bateson, daughter of anthropologists Margaret Mead and Gregory Bateson, wrote a wonderfully insightful book entitled Composing a Life. Her observation is that women's lives, unlike men's, are not linear but rather constantly shifting. She writes, "Our lives not only take new directions, they are subject to repeated redirection, partly because of the extension of our years of health and productivity. It's this redirection that gets in our way of making plans and pursuing them through to completion. As a result, when we're interested in returning to them, we may find the workforce is no longer interested in us." When I worked at ARCO, I saw numerous well-educated, bright women who were considered only for entry-level positions because they had abandoned their early career goals. They erroneously thought they would be able to pick up their careers where they left off. I once interviewed a woman for a position within corporate communications who had many starts and stops in her career. She had earned a college degree in English, intending to go into the newspaper business as a writer or editor. For the past 12 years, she'd held various administrative positions for short periods of time, 8 to 18 months, as she moved around the country with her husband's job changes. She was a lovely woman who was clearly bright, but when asked, admitted she was not up to speed with state-of-the-art office technology and equipment. Combined with a spotty work history, she wasn't someone I could in good conscience further to the next stage of candidacy. If she had at least kept up to date with technology, I would have considered her along with other candidates. If she had achieved any of her personal goals, regardless of how minor they may have appeared, I would have assessed her as more likely to perseveringly pursue the goals of the communications department. Instead, like many other women in her situation, her best chance of eventually getting the position she wanted would be to begin with an entry-level secretarial position and work her way up. Even if circumstances prevent you from achieving your goal of being editor-in-chief of a major metropolitan newspaper, remain involved with your interests and up to date with your field of interest. You may have what it takes to be successful, but if you lose yourself in someone else's priorities or societal expectations, you will be judged not by your potential, but rather by your history. Coaching tips. Rather than completely abandon your career goals when life throws you a curve, come up with a strategic plan that allows you to keep abreast of developments in your field. Talk to friends and family and ask for their support in helping you to remain on your path. Consider the importance of a college degree not only to your success, but to your self-confidence as well. Even if you don't need it for work, do you want it for you? If so, start downloading the application. When others attempt to derail you from your path, look at it as normal, but don't give in to it. When any system changes, whether it's a political system, an ecological system, or a family system, the system tends to want to maintain its equilibrium by going back to the status quo. So guess what? People are used to the status quo being to put your needs on a back burner. And if they had their druthers, they'd keep it that way. If you decide to be a stay-at-home mom for a while, remain involved with your field through participation in professional associations or community college courses. Volunteer to do work in your field of interest that will allow you access to the technology and equipment you will need when you return to work. Mistake 56. Ignoring the importance of network relationships. Once upon a time, in a decade far, far away, people would do their jobs, collect their paychecks, go home, and know that as long as they did their jobs well, they could sleep easily at night. They would be taken care of. Only in a fairy tale would this scenario be true today. There was a time when IBM was notorious for its full employment policy. Even during difficult financial times, you wouldn't be laid off. Your hours might be cut, or you might be transferred to the boondocks, but IBM founder Tom Watson prided himself on the full employment policy. Not anymore. Many women still believe in that fairy tale. They go to work, do a good job, try not to make any waves, and think this is enough to protect them from career derailment. As Judge Judy would say, wrong! You are in the center of a complex network of people. Your job includes building a relationship with everyone in that network. You don't have to do it on the golf course or over beers after work, but you do have to do it if you want to ensure long-term success. Rather than share with you a story about a woman whose career was negatively impacted by her failure to maintain network relationships, let me tell you about a woman whose career was saved by those relationships. Alexis is an executive with responsibility for the North American sales group of an international toy company. After quite a few years of working for the company, her boss left and was replaced with someone from outside the company. Alexis and the new boss didn't see eye to eye on many issues, and dissatisfaction on both ends inevitably arose. The new boss was ready to fire her and asked Human Resources to help him do so. He admitted she did a fine job, was a hard worker, and always met her sales goals, but they disagreed on some significant changes he wanted to make in the business. To bolster his case, he suggested they conduct a survey of people in her network, asking for feedback about her performance. He assumed that if he didn't get along with her, then others must not as well. Well, was he surprised by the results? It turned out that Alexis was a superb networker. She built strong relationships not only with customers of the company, but also with vendors, coworkers, and people reporting to her. To a person, they praised her for her work ethic, integrity, and attention to customer needs. From reading their comments, you would believe they'd named their first, second, and third child after her. It was pretty clear that if the new boss fired her, he would lose goodwill throughout the company's community of employees and customers. Instead, as a result of her network relationships, he was forced to find a way to work more effectively with her. Alexis's story demonstrates the power of network relationships. Most of us aren't in situations this dramatic, but we all do need to call on relationships every now and then to help us out professionally. And remember, when you need a relationship, it's already too late to build it. Coaching tips. When you have a chance, refer to the network diagram charts in your bonus materials PDF. This will help you to envision what a network really looks like and provide you with a method to diagram your own network. Develop a plan for how you're going to build or maintain a relationship with each person in the network. Remember to take into consideration the quid pro quo inherent to each of these relationships, what you have to offer, and what you need to exchange. Join and actively participate in a professional association. Tell yourself, spending time building relationships is not a waste of time. And it's not. The more relationships you have in place, the more access you have to information and resources. Create a database that includes the names of all the people you meet and the information they share with you. Mistake 57. Refusing perks. Tony was promoted to a senior management position in her firm. The company, like many others, had a policy about which levels of employees were entitled to which offices. You know the story. Those on the bottom of the food chain get an inside cubicle. Next up, get a cubicle with a window. Next up, a double-sized cubicle, and so on, up to a corner office with a door, mahogany furniture, and a predetermined color of carpet. When I worked in corporate America, I used to say, I want to be promoted to a door. Tony was entitled to an office with a window and a door and faux mahogany furniture. When she was informed it was time to move from her double-sized cubicle with a window, she refused. She didn't see the need to go to the trouble and expense to move. Mistake! Nancy experienced a similar situation. Due to her promotion, she was entitled to a new office, furniture, PC, and so on. In her case, Nancy expected to move into her new space and was waiting for the green light to do so, but the green light never came. One day she went to her boss and asked what was up. He informed her that he'd recently hired someone for whom he would need the office she'd expected. You guessed it, the new hire was a man. Rather than make waves, Nancy stayed in her cubicle, grateful for even being promoted. Even bigger mistake. Coaching tips. You don't take a perk because you want it or think you deserve it. You take it because it manages the impressions others have of you and those you have of yourself. When a perk you've earned is, shall we say, overlooked, bring it to management's attention. It could legitimately be an oversight. Then again, they could just be hoping you'll act like most women and never bring it up. When you're not given perks commensurate with your position and you know it's not an oversight, ask why not. At a minimum, make someone look you in the eye and tell you why you're not getting what everyone else in your position gets. If you feel strongly about the slight and are willing to accept the consequences, bring the matter to senior management for a final decision. Without being whiny or pointing fingers, explain the situation, what you would like to have happen, and in what time frame. The worst you will hear is no, in which case you let it go unless it's the hill you're willing to die on. When you get a promotion, be sure to ask what it includes. Often information either doesn't flow automatically or is delayed. Mistake 58. Making up negative stories. My mother was a master at making up negative stories when things went wrong. If someone was a bit cool to her, she would think out loud, maybe the gift I gave him wasn't nice enough. If I didn't get a particular job, it was, maybe you didn't wear the right dress. If my father didn't get a promotion, he heard, maybe you insulted the boss. As a result, whenever things didn't go quite as I had planned, I assumed I'd done something wrong. And I know I'm not alone. Many women suffer from the same phenomenon and for the same reason. At work, making up negative stories will serve to continually put you in a position of having to second-guess yourself, or worse yet, being hesitant to take risks for fear of something coming back to haunt you. It can also be immobilizing. Let me give you an example. A former client called to discuss a promotional opportunity being offered to her. She would be moving from an individual contributor to manager of her department. Since she had been with her firm for a relatively short period of time, it was quite a compliment to be offered this position. Within hours of being offered the job, however, she had made up so many negative stories about what could go wrong that she became hesitant to accept the assignment for fear of failing at it. It wasn't that she was wrong in her diagnosis about the potential pitfalls. It was that she couldn't overcome this negative thinking long enough to find the many ways there were to obviate them. Had she not been capable of handling the challenges inherent to the position, she never would have been offered it in the first place. She did wind up accepting the position and, to no one's surprise except perhaps her own, she's doing beautifully. Coaching tips. To begin, replace negative stories with more neutral ones. Consider alternative scenarios that could explain what has happened that have nothing to do with your doing something wrong. Focus on solutions to problems, not the problems themselves. Wallowing in a sea of negativity will cause you to miss the obvious solutions. Mistake 59. Striving for perfection. Having been made to believe we're totally flawed, imperfect beings, women overcompensate by striving for perfection. Intellectually, we know it's impossible, but emotionally, we go there every time we feel insecure or less than competent. What a waste of time and energy. We would be much better off using the time we spend perfecting already good work products or relationships on new and creative endeavors. Elsewhere in this audiobook, I talk about how we allow others to waste our time. Well, this is one way in which we waste our own time. Julia is the perfect example. Before she came for coaching, she would drive herself crazy, checking and rechecking, then checking one more time, everything that left her office. Her compulsion around perfection caused her marriage to fail, created physical problems for her, and made the people who worked with her absolutely nuts. No one wanted to have her on their team because she was known for being so nitpicky. Her career was severely limited by her inability to let go of the small stuff. She unintentionally conveyed the message to others that nothing was good enough for her. She made them feel as if they weren't good enough. Who wants to work with or for someone like that? This is an area where guys really get it. They know when good enough is good enough and move on to the next thing. Where do you think they find the time to network, go to lunch with colleagues, and attend professional association meetings? They do it by realizing it's more efficient to go back and correct a mistake, if there is one, than to keep reviewing a project to possibly catch one. Coaching tips. Consciously reduce the amount of time you work on any given day or spend on any one piece of work. If you know you have only 1 hour to proof a report, then you'll do it in an hour. If you leave the schedule open-ended, perfection-seeking behavior will result in your putting in more hours at work than necessary. Ask for feedback. Before putting in extra time on what might already be a completed product, ask a colleague what he or she thinks. It may be that it's perfectly fine as it is. If your behavior borders on obsessive or compulsive, consider seeking professional help for the purpose of assessing whether medication could be helpful in soothing the anxiety often associated with being perfectionistic. Strive for 80% perfection. The difference between 80% and 100% won't be noticed by most people, but will buy you more time to shift to other important tasks. Read The Gifts of Imperfection. Let go of who you think you're supposed to be and embrace who you are. Or, I thought it was just me, but it isn't. Making the journey from What Will People Think to I Am Enough, both by Brené Brown. You may have seen Brown on the TED Talk that encourages us to embrace our vulnerability as a means of living life more fully. Both books carry this theme in an inspirational way. Ask yourself often, is this a valuable use of my time? If the answer is yes, ask yourself why. If your answer is tied to your self-image and what people will think of you, you may be guilty of striving for perfection. Relinquish the need to be seen as perfect and settle for being viewed as human. After all, you are a human being, not a human doing. Mistake 60. Nixing the idea of an entrepreneurial venture. When I told my mother I was going to quit my job to start my own business, she replied, "It makes my stomach turn to think of you as unemployed." Now, mind you, I have 2 brothers, both of whom have their own businesses, but they're not thought of as unemployed. Yet her comment illuminates why many women, dissatisfied with the opportunities presented in corporate America, are reluctant to venture out on their own. If we're not thought of as capable enough to run our own businesses or not encouraged to do so, we're less likely to believe we can do so successfully. In my case, I had more courage than brains. I had no idea how difficult it would be, but my mantra was, failure is not an option. Almost 30 years later, I'm still self-employed and proud of it. Going back for a moment to one of the women leaders I most admire, Mary Kay Ash, you can see the entrepreneurial spirit at work. When she started her business, the naysayers said she could not possibly start a cosmetics company. No one dreamed she would successfully compete with more established competitors like Revlon, Estee Lauder, and CoverGirl. She was a single mom who knew little about cosmetics and even less about running a business. But she had a vision to create work for women that would allow them to become financially independent and still allow them to lead lives where God could come first, family could come second, and work could come third. The vision paid off. She started the company in 1963 with her life savings of $5,000. By 2003, Mary Kay Cosmetics was one of the largest direct sellers of skincare and color cosmetics in the world. It employed more than 1 million independent beauty consultants worldwide and realized annual revenues of nearly $1.8 billion. Each woman working for the company sees herself as an entrepreneur walking in the footsteps of Mary Kay. Interviewing several of them for my book, See Jane Lead, 99 Ways for Women to Take Charge at Work, was an inspirational experience. Not only did they believe their lives were changed by becoming independent beauty consultants, but they continued to live and espouse the values of the company founder. The fact is, women have been starting businesses at a higher rate than men for more than 2 decades. According to the National Federation of Independent Business, women will create over half of the 9.72 million jobs expected in small businesses by 2018. If you're among the women disillusioned by corporate politics, the inability to live your life on your terms, and the lack of respect paid to women who opt for motherhood and a career, then you might consider how you can start a business that would allow you to be the boss in your very own private corner office. Coaching tips. For inspiration, read a few biographies of women who started their own enterprises. Consider starting with On Her Own Ground, The Life and Times of Madam C.J. Walker by Alelia Bundles. Madam C.J. Walker was the first Black female millionaire after developing and marketing African-American hair care products. She also opened up some great career opportunities for African-American women. Read Think Like an Entrepreneur, Transforming Your Career and Taking Charge of Your Life by Deborah A. Bailey. The tips she provides will help you to compete successfully anywhere. Conduct some informational interviews with local entrepreneurs. Ask them how they got started, what their biggest challenges were, and what recommendations they would give to you about starting a business. Most women are more than happy to help other women get started. Find and join or start a Ladies Who Launch chapter. This group of entrepreneurial women are all about encouraging and supporting female-owned businesses. Chapter 5. How you brand and market yourself. When you think about well-known name brands, which ones come to mind? If you're like most people, names like Kleenex, Coke, and Google immediately pop up. Not only are the names familiar, but they've also become synonymous with the product. When we go to a restaurant and ask for a Coke, we may or may not be served a drink made by Coca-Cola. We don't just do a search on the internet, we Google it, regardless of the actual search engine being used. Hand me a Kleenex doesn't necessarily mean Kleenex brand. Brand names get a good reputation as a result of 2 things: consistent quality and marketing. One without the other doesn't equate to staying power or success in the marketplace. Dr. Bruce Heller, president of the Heller Group in Encino, California, coaches professionals about the importance of thinking of themselves as brands to be marketed. Says Heller, you have to look at the workplace as a marketplace. In this market, your product is you. You create a brand for yourself by first identifying what distinguishes you from other people in the workplace and then marketing those distinctions as a brand. One of Dr. Heller's favorite phrases, out of sight, out of mind, out of business, is particularly important for women to remember. As young girls, we often learn that we are to be seen but not heard. Carrying that forward to adulthood translates into doing our work in a quiet and unassuming way. I often hear women say, they don't care if they're given credit, they're just happy to make a contribution to the bottom line. The result is that we are overlooked for promotions and assignments we've actually earned and deserve. The coaching tips in the next section are designed to help you define your brand, acknowledge the value of your brand, and develop a plan for marketing your brand. Mistake 61. Failing to define your brand. Not long ago, I interviewed a woman with a doctorate in organization development for a vacancy on our coaching team. Her resume was impressive. She seemed to have the kind of experience and education I sought, but I wasn't sure of her specialty area. Because we're known as a firm with subject matter experts who can provide executives with unique expertise in their areas for development, one of the first questions I posed to this woman was, "Tell me about what you're best known for." For the next 35 minutes, she told me all about what she had done, what her interests were, and the many ways in which she could add value. The problem was, she didn't answer my question. Despite another 20 minutes of probing and asking the question in several different ways, I never learned what made her unique among all organizational psychologists. Peter Montoya, whom I consider to be the guru of personal branding, wrote, "A personal brand is a promise of performance that creates expectations in its audience. Done well, it clearly communicates the values, personality, and abilities of the person behind it." That's what was missing from my interview with the woman who wanted to be on our coaching team, but wasn't selected because of her inability to clearly define her brand for me. In another scenario, I was doing a radio show on women and money when a call came in from a woman asking how she could better market her daycare business. I asked her to tell me about what makes your daycare business different from all the others in your community. There was dead silence before she replied, "I guess I can't." As I told her, until you can clearly articulate what differentiates your brand from the others, you can't successfully market it. Coaching tips. Make a list of the 3 to 5 things that bring you the most satisfaction at work. We tend to be good at what we like to do, so focusing first on these will help to point you in the right direction. You might come up with responses such as help others, listen, problem solve, negotiate, write technical reports, manage projects, collect data, identify obstacles, implement solutions, and more. Next, translate these behaviors into 3 key strengths you bring to your workplace. For example, my ability to listen effectively enables me to gather data from reluctant sources. Tied in with that is my skill at writing, which allows me to report that data in an objective way. Third, once the data is collected and reported, I've exhibited the ability to identify and implement solutions to problems. Practice saying these words out loud so that when the time is right, you can recite them fluently and confidently. Consider how these behaviors distinguish you from others. For example, the ability to gather and report data may be unique in a department or company known mainly for producing a product. Or having skill in building relationships may be unique and valuable in an organization where intellectual capital is the product. Finish this sentence. There goes a woman who. Now, engage in the behaviors required to make that statement a reality. Mistake 62. An elevator speech that doesn't go to the top. Deborah worked for a large entertainment company as an executive in charge of minority recruitment. The company took a table at a fundraising event, and when she arrived, no seats were left at the table. Not one to be shy, she looked around and spotted a table where there were empty seats. After asking if she could join their table, she sat down and was naturally asked where she worked and what she did. Deborah said something like this. I'm the director of minority recruitment at one of the country's largest entertainment companies. I'm so fortunate to be able to enhance the company's bottom line by developing programs that attract and retain minority talent. Just this past year alone, we increased the number of minority hires by 22% over the previous year and reduced minority attrition by 8%. It's been so rewarding to get people at all levels involved in the effort and see such great results. For the remainder of the evening, she chatted with the folks at the table and gave her business card to several people who asked for it. The next morning, there was a message on her voicemail from someone at the table who said he was so impressed with her enthusiasm and passion for what she did that he wanted to talk to her about a job opening he had coming up. After an interview, he made her an offer she couldn't refuse, and the rest is history. Contrast this to an exercise I do in leadership classes for women, where I ask participants to introduce themselves. Inevitably, the first woman to go gives her name, what she does, and how long she's worked for her company. It's rare for anyone to give his or her job title, and even rarer for them to expand on the impact they make on the company and its bottom line. When you're asked to introduce yourself, what do you say? Are you like Deborah, or more like the hundreds of nice girls I've encountered who provide lukewarm self-introductions? Does what you say make a memorable impression or get lost in the dozens of introductions we hear during the course of each work week? Marketing your brand starts with your elevator speech. It must be factual, but should also emphasize your unique skills and how you make a difference. Many women tell me that to do so makes it seem as if they're bragging. Did Deborah sound as if she was bragging, or simply relating with gusto how much she loved what she did? It's not bragging if you speak the truth, use your title, and comment on a few things of which you're proud. Coaching tips. Prepare an introduction that takes about the same time as an elevator ride and that lets others know who you are, what you love doing, and how you impact your company's bottom line. This works equally well if you're an administrative assistant or vice president, because it's all about branding yourself as someone others would want to buy. If you don't believe you make a difference, why should anyone else? Practice your introduction until it rolls off your tongue without hesitation. This will take a little while, particularly if you're not used to extolling your own virtues. Ask friends if they'll give you feedback as to what they would think about you if they didn't know you and heard you say it. Go back and make adjustments as needed and as your situation changes. Pitch it with passion. It's not only what you say that makes a difference, but how you say it. Endow your introduction with energy and enthusiasm. Mistake 63. Minimizing your work or position. This goes beyond a lukewarm elevator speech, way beyond. I can't tell you how many times I've heard women respond to the question, "What do you do?" with a self-deprecating answer. "Oh, I just manage a legal office. I'm only an administrative assistant. I kind of run the information technology group." These comments don't sound like brands I would be interested in learning more about. Instead, they reveal a feeling of embarrassment or lack of pride in what the person does. Every job in every organization is critical to its operation. You may not be the president of Nestle, but you wouldn't have your job if it wasn't necessary to run the business. Identifying why your business needs you is crucial to accurately marketing your brand. Perhaps what bothers me most about this phenomenon is that, in many cases, women have diminished their brands because they are buying into what others have said about them or their roles. If at a party you overhear your spouse say that you don't have a career, when in fact you do temp work to augment the household income, or if your father loudly and proudly talks to anyone who will listen about your brother the lawyer, it might be hard to talk about a more modest career without feeling like a second-class citizen. There's a joke that underscores this point. The first woman is elected President of the United States, and she asks her mother what she's going to wear to the inauguration. The mother indicates she's not going to go because she has nothing to wear. After much cajoling, the woman gets her mother to attend the event. Just before she's about to be sworn in, she overhears the Chief Justice of the United States lean over and whisper to her mother, "You must be very proud of your daughter." To this, the mother replies, "Yes, but her brother is a doctor." As Scottish essayist Thomas Carlyle said, "All work, even cotton spinning, is noble. Work alone is noble." Regardless of what you do, be proud of it and describe it in a way that allows others to see that pride and, in turn, build your personal brand. Coaching tips. Don't allow others to place a value on the work you do. Only you can do that. Remove minimizing words from the description of your work. Whether you sweep floors or run a sweepstakes for a living, do it and describe it with pride. Mistake 64. Undervaluing your consultative skills. If you've ever helped a coworker to solve a sticky problem, you're a consultant. If you've influenced your boss to take a different tack than one that was originally intended, you're a consultant. And if you've offered advice that prevented a major catastrophe from happening to a friend who is about to fall off a career cliff, then you're also a consultant. Women frequently overlook the ways in which building relationships contributes to being a trusted advisor, an invaluable skill, but one we often chalk up to just being a good listener. I borrow this phrase from a wonderful book with the same title, The Trusted Advisor by David Maister. In the book, Maister illuminates the ways in which trust and confidence are built over time through listening and understanding. Although the book's primary audience is consultants, it's equally helpful to anyone who wants their brand to include the perception of strong consultative skills. Because listening and helping others is part of the genetic makeup for so many of us, we don't place enough credence in the fact that this is a valuable and marketable commodity that can be traded on. Whereas nice girls routinely engage in consultative behaviors but don't emphasize them, smart women make them a hallmark of their brands. Coaching tips. Gain a deeper understanding of the consultative process inherent to the roles most of us play in our organizations by reading David Maister's The Trusted Advisor. Consider yourself an internal consultant. Regardless of your position, your experience and expertise, combined with strong relationships, provide you with an entree to this function. When branding and marketing yourself, don't forget to use the phrase to describe what you do. Don't feel as if you've failed as a consultant if all your suggestions aren't accepted or implemented. By nature, consultants try to influence, but leave the final decision up to their clients. Always leave the door open for continuing discussion. Mistake 65. Using only your nickname or first name. When was the last time you heard a male executive called by the diminutive of his name? Billy Gates, Donnie Trump, Andy Cuomo. I don't think so. The diminutive of anything diminishes its importance. All nicknames and diminutives are used as a fond way of referring to children. As adults, it serves the same purpose, but most men drop it by the time they're teenagers. Michelle Obama may have been able to call the president Barry, but you wouldn't catch many others getting away with it. I've also been amazed to watch as a woman introduces herself using her formal name, only to have the person immediately shorten it. A client of mine named Teresa tells me that within moments of introducing herself, she's called Terry. I never heard anyone change Jim to Jimmy, she says. Similarly, whenever I hear a woman answer the phone with only her first name or leave a voicemail message that says, "This is Sarah, please leave your message," it makes me wonder why she dropped her last name. One woman in a workshop told me she does this because using a hyphenated last name makes it seem too long, and dropping it entirely is one way to shorten it. Why does she need to shorten it? Are we talking about the difference between 2 seconds and 3 seconds? It's your name. Shortening a name is common among administrative staff and entirely unnecessary. You will rarely hear a man answer the phone using only his first name. It's a small but significant difference. Using only your first name relegates you, once again, to a childlike status. Ask a child his or her name, and most often you get only the first name. The combination of your first and last names moves you to adulthood. Coaching tips. Even if you've gone by Kathy, Debbie, Maggie, or Sandy your entire life, begin introducing yourself using your formal name. Over time, people will take your cue. Change your business cards, desk nameplate, or formal letterhead to read Kathleen, Deborah, Margaret, or Sandra. You'll be much more likely to be taken seriously if you don't use your childhood nickname for professional purposes. Always use your first and last names on your voicemail message, in your email address, when introducing yourself, and when answering the phone. If people change your name to the diminutive, correct them by simply repeating the name you prefer them to use. Mistake 66. Waiting to be noticed. During a recent downsizing in her corporation, Jacqueline desperately wanted to stay on in either her current position or another one in the company. She knew that behind closed doors, decisions were being made about who would stay and who would go. While she waited nervously to be told her fate, I suggested she had nothing to lose by going to her boss and human resources representative to make a case for staying. It was as if I'd suggested she race nude across the executive floor. Not only couldn't she fathom coming up with something to say that could possibly make a difference, she couldn't picture herself going in and saying it. Corporate downsizings and the trend toward flat organizations have created the need to be noticed in a positive way before workforce reductions take place. When it comes to maintaining your job during layoffs, it can be as simple as making a case for why your unique brand will be valuable in the newly formed organization. As for flatter organizations, the dearth of opportunities to move up makes assignments and projects that can offer you visibility or specialized training all the more valuable. Recipients of these assignments are often those who subtly, and at times not so subtly, call attention to the ways in which their strengths play to the requirements of the work. Waiting to be noticed will not get you where you want to be. You've got to know your brand and sell it when the opportunity arises. Women, especially those who are not particularly good at selling themselves, are often overlooked, not because of lack of capability, but because of modesty or the mistaken belief that their accomplishments will eventually be noticed. Coaching tips. If there's a vacancy or assignment you want, ask to be considered for it. When you're ready to make a career move, talk about it out loud. Let people know you're ready for the next challenge. The more people you talk to about it, the more likely you are to hear about opportunities when they arise. Continually showcase your achievements in subtle ways. One suggestion is to prepare a weekly or biweekly status sheet listing your accomplishments or those of your department. Another is to share your achievements in the form of best practices. For example, at a staff meeting, you could share with your colleagues how you solved a particular problem or overcame an obstacle that threatened a deadline. Develop a marketing plan. Envision your future and write down the specific steps you'll take to get there. Spend time engaged in learning, soliciting feedback or getting coaching, and doing something different than what you already are good at. These 3 things prepare you for unexpected challenges and opportunities. Ask someone in a position senior to yours to be an advocate for you by proposing your name. Mistake 67. Refusing high-profile assignments. This entire audiobook is the byproduct of something a client told me when we were about to start a coaching session. As the director of operations at an East Coast branch of a manufacturing firm headquartered in Los Angeles, Sandra was asked to sit on the executive committee of her company. She had long complained that she wasn't recognized for her achievements in turning around what had been a money-losing operation. The request to sit on the EC made a strong statement about not only her value to her own division, but also the contributions she could make throughout the firm. And what did Sandra do? She turned it down because in the past she had attended several of their meetings and saw them as a waste of time. The first words out of my mouth were, "Honey, you gotta quit being a girl." I couldn't help myself. Without considering the bigger picture, she acted in a manner consistent with the values she'd learned in childhood, to work hard and not waste the company's time or money. And at that very moment, all the mistakes I had seen women make throughout my career, because of how they were socialized, came flooding into my head. For years, I had talked to men and women about the ways in which parental messages impact their careers, but I had neglected the fact that boys and girls get different messages. On the way back to Los Angeles from meeting with Sandra, I outlined all of a book I called Quit Being a Girl, which was later changed to Nice Girls Don't Get the Corner Office. The opportunity to showcase your capabilities through a high-profile assignment isn't limited to something as grand as being invited to sit on your company's executive committee. Being asked to facilitate an important meeting, to make a critical client presentation, or to make a presentation to your senior management are all examples of high-profile assignments you can't afford to pass up. I understand that we're all oversubscribed, that meetings can go on for what seems like an eternity, and that making client presentations can be a lot of work and a little risky. So what? Use these opportunities to profile your unique capabilities and build relationships with others who are viewed as movers and shakers. Remember, 90% of success comes from just showing up. Coaching tips. When you're asked to sit at the table, graciously accept the invitation. If you don't have the time, make the time. It's an investment in your future. When offered a position or assignment that's new to you, take it. If others have enough confidence in you that you can do the job, you should too. Request potentially risky but high-profile projects. No guts, no glory. Volunteer to give presentations to senior management. The benefits typically outweigh the risks, and you can't get comfortable doing it unless you do it. Exposure to senior management is critical for recognition. Keep in mind that in the workplace, senior executives are your customers. Therefore, you need to be in situations where you can identify their needs and serve them. Mistake 68. Not sitting at the table. In the last mistake, I talked about figuratively not sitting at the table. Now I want to focus on literally not sitting at the table. My dear friend Diane, who manages a branch office for a large financial institution, was over for dinner one night, and I asked how her annual offsite with senior management went. My ears perked up when she mentioned that her division vice president invited her to sit at his table for dinner one night, but she left the seat open so that someone who has less regular exposure to him could have it. Before I could accuse her of being a nice girl, she added that a peer of hers, a man who has the same opportunities to interact with the VP throughout the year as she does, took the seat instead. Even Diane's husband's mouth dropped open hearing this. As nice a thought as it is, leaving a seat open next to the most senior person in the room is a huge branding mistake. Not only does it deprive you of having the ear of the boss, it deprives you of being seen sitting next to the person in power. Whether it's a regular meeting or a special event, finding the chance to speak one-on-one with executives in your company is something you should be seeking out, not giving up. Another way in which this happens that always surprises me is when a woman enters a conference room or other meeting room for what she knows will be a packed meeting. She looks around the room and sees chairs surrounding the table and others on the periphery of the room. Invariably, the nice girl will take a seat on the periphery to leave the seats at the table for more important people. This is not Thanksgiving. and you are no longer 6 years old and relegated to the children's table. If you want your voice heard and to be seen as someone who belongs playing with the big boys, then you have to literally sit at the table. Coaching tips. When you're invited to sit at the table, sit at the table. If there aren't enough chairs at the table to accommodate everyone, pull one up and squeeze it in. When given a choice of seats, sit next to the most powerful person in the room. Their power will cascade over to you. Mistake 69. Being modest. Both boys and girls are taught in childhood to be modest, but women take the lesson way too far. There's a time and place for modesty. When you've moved a mountain, broken the sound barrier, or produced a miracle, it's neither the time nor the place. When people fail to notice your major accomplishments, it's your job to illuminate them. Making things look easy or seamless, when in fact they require Herculean efforts, isn't a great marketing technique. Helena provides a great example of being much too modest. As Director of Executive Development, she and her team are responsible for performing management assessments, designing individualized development programs for each top member of management, and providing executive coaching. When her company merged with another firm, the size of her job nearly doubled, yet the size of her team remained the same. Nonetheless, she found creative ways to get the job done with the people available to her. During her annual performance review, Helena's boss commended her for the extra effort she put in and gave her a generous bonus. Pleased that he'd recognized her good work, she modestly responded, "It really wasn't anything." She had gone into the meeting wanting to bring up the need for additional staff, but when he complimented her and gave her the bonus, she was completely thrown off kilter and failed to parlay his recognition into a marketing opportunity. As a result of her modesty, she had to come up with another strategy for requesting more headcount, since getting the job done really wasn't anything. Another example of modesty is the degree to which we display degrees, framed letters of commendation, or photos of us taken with dignitaries. I was in one client's office when she had to step out to take a call. While she was gone, I looked around the office at the many items of personal memorabilia and photos she had on her credenza. Then I spotted a picture of her with Hillary Clinton at a conference on women's affairs, hidden behind all of the other items. When she came back in, I pointed to the picture and asked why she didn't have that particular picture front and center, given that it was so impressive. Her reply? You guessed it. She didn't want to make it seem as if she was too full of herself. I'm pleased to report that this client, 15 years later, is now vice president of a division of her company, and in every office I've subsequently visited, the picture is prominently displayed. Is this why she's been so successful? Of course not. But moving from hiding her accomplishments to letting others know about them did make a difference in how she marketed her brand. Coaching tips. Completely, totally, and permanently erase the statement, "Oh, it was nothing," from your vocabulary. When reporting accomplishments, give them the import they deserve. Helena should have said something like, "It took everyone on the team working long hours and weekends, but I'm proud of what we did and glad you appreciate it." When given a compliment, look the person in the eye and respond with a simple thank you. Avoid downplaying your efforts. Forward notes of appreciation or acknowledgement about your work to your manager. Prominently display awards, plaques, or other items that speak to your achievements. Keep an Attagal file, a collection of accomplishments of which you are proud, thank you notes, outstanding performance reviews, and the like. Review it at those moments when you begin to doubt yourself. Mistake 70. Inappropriate use of social media. I was recently called by a prestigious institution as a reference for a woman who once worked for me. She was a phenomenal employee, and I was happy to give her a good reference. After asking me a few questions about this woman, whom I highly recommended, he asked, "Do I have to worry about her doing anything that would embarrass our organization?" The question caught me by surprise. As it turns out, he had Googled her and found her MySpace page from years ago when she was barely in her 20s. There he found pictures of her with a nose ring, drinking beer, participating in a wet t-shirt contest. We've all done things we wouldn't want a prospective employer to know about. I'm only thankful we didn't have social networking sites early in my career. Even as it is now, I had to figure out how to keep friends and family members from posting what I consider to be less than professional pictures and comments on my Facebook page. I encourage you to do the same. There should be nothing on any social networking site that could possibly tarnish your reputation or cause someone to question your values, behavior, or your brand. Once it's posted, it's hard to put the toothpaste back in the tube. Here are a few other mistakes to avoid, contributed by branding expert Ryan Rankatori. 1. Incomplete profiles. They mean one of two things. Either your background is so empty that you can't even complete a simple profile, or you're lazy. 2. Multiple names. Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn are all micro-networks that form your overall network. Are you confusing your connections with different messaging, names, and images across all these sites? The most powerful corporate brands know that a consistent image is key to building a memorable, identifiable brand. You should strive for the same consistency. 3. Not interlinking your profiles. Why is this important? The more touch points that exist to connect with your network, the better. Seeing you come up again and again across social networks creates a memorable brand. 4. Being a robot. Never ever send a LinkedIn request with the stock message that reads, "I'd like to add you to my professional network on LinkedIn." Rankatori says when he receives a message with this request, he reads it as, "I'd like to add you to my professional network, but I don't have the courtesy to take 10 seconds to include your name or a personal message." And 5. Tunnel vision. Do your postings scream, "Me, me, 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 me"? A solid rule of thumb is that 90% of what you share should be made up of personal insights and thoughts, along with a heavy dose of helpful links, while 10% should directly benefit you. Coaching tips. Here are some tips from Poonam Sagar, digital media consultant and coach at PT Infotech Solutions in Indonesia, for how you can use social networking to your advantage. Be friendly. It's called social networking, not social narcissism, although some people do confuse the two. Your social media outlets represent your personal brand, and, as I mentioned earlier, people want to affiliate with brands that are likable and emotionally intelligent. If you use your outlets to express negative emotions or critical diatribes about other people or products, your brand will quickly lose its luster. Be helpful and generous. There's a currency associated with sharing valuable information. Post links to articles or blogs that you know are of interest to others in your network. Others will come to see you as a resource, something you definitely want associated with your brand. Consider creating your own website. New technology has made it inexpensive and even somewhat easy, depending on your level of technical expertise in these matters, to get a website up and running in a matter of hours. The one that was recommended to me due to its ease of use is Weebly.com. Check it out. And if you need help, it might be worth it to barter your expertise for that of a techie friend who can provide you with assistance. Post compelling and quality content online. Whatever you decide to share about yourself online needs to be engaging and optimized for search engines. If you're writing brilliant blog posts or sharing the world's wittiest status updates, it doesn't do any good if nobody can find it. Choose your connections wisely and manage your privacy settings on social media platforms. Send and accept connection requests only from people you know, want to know, or who add value to your network. Mistake 71. Ineffective use of social media. It's one thing to use social media inappropriately, in ways that can be damaging to your brand. It's another to use it ineffectively, in ways that don't benefit your brand. I am not exactly what you'd call an early adopter, someone who jumps on the technology bandwagon early. But even I know the power of social networking. It's why I have Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn pages. A few colleagues and I even had a blog for a few years until the blogosphere took over the internet and it was clear people couldn't possibly absorb all the information available to them. The outlets I use serve the purpose of disseminating career information that complement my writing, speaking, and coaching. In short, keeping the Dr. Lois Frankel brand in the public eye as a resource for women's career issues. I've already talked about the risks of not getting into the social media game. Now ask yourself if you are using social media as effectively as possible to help you build or maintain your brand. As a woman, we already know you're doing more social networking than your male colleagues, but we also know that the nice girl in you is most likely not using it to your advantage. As a recovering nice girl, I myself am loath to ask for recommendations and introductions that could be valuable to me. What was that your mother always told you? Do as I say, not as I do. Digital media consultant and coach Poonam Sagar gives us more insight into what you should be thinking about when it comes to your online brand, as well as tips to put into practice. Who are you? What expertise do you have? What do you want to be known for accomplishing? How do you want to be known and recognized by colleagues, other professionals, and potential employers? The information you put in your social media profiles and what you post develops your online brand. Google yourself and reflect on the person that emerged from the search. Are the results congruent with who you want to be online? The 3 basics of effective online social networking are familiarity. What are you getting into? Don't sign up for a social networking platform or web application without understanding what you will use it for. Consistency. It's important to carry the same voice, image, and persona across multiple social networking platforms. Complete your profiles on the social platforms you wish to use with a crisp resume and a professional photograph. Develop your personal tagline. Participation. Social networking is a gift economy. The more you participate productively with others, the higher your own profile will be. Coaching tips. Research online the social networking platforms to understand how they use your data and the conventions that govern the way the community operates before you create your accounts. Create a schedule that works for you for social media conversations. For example, 15 minutes every alternate day. Remember that it doesn't have to take a lot of time. Control your personal information online with privacy settings. Post only information and pictures that you are happy for everyone to see. Remove tags from undesirable pictures that might have been posted online by friends. Connect only with people you want to communicate with online. Acknowledge and appreciate your connections. Share their posts. Endorse or recommend them on LinkedIn and Twitter. And finally, remember to thank them. Mistake 72. Staying in your safety zone. I once asked a man why he'd applied for a particular position when he knew he did not meet the stated requirements. His reply was simple. I'm smart, I'll learn. Women tend to remain in positions too long for fear of getting in over their heads. Unless a woman is 100% confident that she meets all the expectations for the job, she won't consider throwing her hat in the ring. Men are more likely than women to seek stretch assignments, ones they've never done before, but want to prove they can. In the modern job market, we look at people who stay in a job too long in the same way we used to judge job hoppers, as if there's something wrong with them. Staying in a job too long gives the impression of being complacent and, perhaps, not staying up on the latest technical developments in the field. Women even refuse assignments for which they are handpicked if they feel they're not qualified for the job. Big mistake. There's no surer way to be crossed off the list for future opportunities than by refusing an offer, and there's no greater burden than a good opportunity. Ironically, even people who stay in their comfort zones aren't attracted or impressed by other people who do the same. Most folks consider those who are enthusiastic, take risks, and exhibit a can-do attitude as charismatic or people they would like to emulate. Coaching tips. Unless the responsibilities within a particular job change significantly, look for a new assignment about every 3 years, 5 years maximum. Don't let your fear of failure cause you to overlook jobs you could do with minimal training. Stay up on developments in your field by taking classes or reading books. If you haven't learned anything new lately, you're not growing. Volunteer for assignments that stretch your skill set or enable you to learn entirely new ones that will flesh out your portfolio. If you're willing to take the calculated risk of possibly failing, it's not selfish to learn on the job. Start looking for your next job the day you start a new one. You may not actually make a move for several years, but being open to the possibilities creates a proactive, preemptive focus in the job market. Mistake 73. Giving away your ideas. This story is all too common. Woman has idea. Woman expresses idea. Idea gets ignored. Man expresses same idea. Man gets promoted. Who's to blame? Woman. She let her idea be stolen instead of calling attention to the source. Why? Because she's unsure of herself to begin with and doesn't want to appear selfish, territorial, confrontational, or not a team player. Every time you give away an idea, you give away a little of your self-respect. Do this enough times, and your self-confidence begins to dwindle immeasurably. Don't make the mistake of assuming your idea is overlooked because you're a woman. I've observed meetings at which women's ideas were ignored for the simplest of reasons. Perhaps they didn't speak loudly enough to be heard, or they whispered their concept to the man sitting next to them and he offered it as his own, or the timing was wrong. These are factors you can address fairly easily and unobtrusively. It's not only about not giving your ideas away, it's also about finding ways to sell them. Your ideas have value in the marketplace called work. Each time you make a suggestion that's actually implemented, you've made a sale. Make enough of these sales, and you've collected more of those invisible chips that can later be subtly bartered for favors, plum assignments, or perks. Coaching tips. Get in the habit of asking a question after expressing an idea or making a proposal. Try something like, "My recommendation is that we prioritize our solutions and select the top 2 for immediate implementation. Are there any objections to getting to work on this immediately?" This increases the likelihood of acknowledgement and discussion. When someone proposes the same thing you previously suggested, albeit in a slightly different way, bring the attention back to where the idea originated by saying, "Thank you for building on my original suggestion, Joe. Let me add a few things that I'm certain we'll agree on." Speak loudly enough to be heard. Take the risk of putting your ideas out directly and confidently. Whenever possible or appropriate, put your ideas in writing. It gives them a kind of credibility that just the spoken word lacks, and it also reminds people where the ideas came from. The written word is still one of the most powerful forms of communication, and some people respond much more favorably if they can see what you're saying. Whatever you do, don't lean over and whisper your idea to the person sitting next to you. Mistake 74. working in stereotypical roles or departments. For nearly 3 decades, I've watched women in stereotypical roles, administrative assistants, personnel department staffers, clerks, go to school at night and earn college degrees in the hope of moving up the corporate ladder. I've also seen women with degrees enter the workforce in stereotypically female roles as a strategy to get a foot in the door in the hope of being noticed and promoted. Unfortunately, I haven't seen many who were successful in either scenario. Spending time in a female ghetto makes you more likely to be branded as unworthy of a senior assignment. Do I think this is right? Of course not. Look around your company. Are there departments in your organization like this? Human resources and personnel often fall into this category. The fact that there are more women nurses than male and more women grammar school teachers than male has traditionally caused pay in these areas to be less than the work warrants. Are you in one of these situations? If so, your status will not be viewed on a par with people working in departments where men and women are represented in essentially equal numbers. A good example of this is found in the banking industry. When tellers were predominantly men, the position was considered somewhat prestigious. As more and more women filled these roles, the pay scale for tellers declined and the position lost its glitter. Remaining too long in such a role or department will eventually limit your marketability. Coaching tips. Seek assignments in departments or fields where there are comparable numbers of men and women. When asked to take a stereotypical role, consider whether the long-term benefits outweigh the short-term ones. Never volunteer to make copies or coffee for a meeting. If asked, suggest the responsibility be rotated or assigned based on seniority. If moving out of a stereotypical role requires additional training or education, get it. It's worth the investment in your future. If you acquire the training needed to move out of a stereotypical role and it fails to yield results, consider the possibility that you've been typed and might need to seek a new organization. Mistake 75. Not soliciting enough feedback or ignoring it. There's a word on the street about all of us. It's what people say about us behind our backs or when we leave a room. This is the stuff that succession planning meetings are made of. A bunch of executives sit around a room and give their impressions of you. Creating your personal brand allows you to influence those impressions. You cannot build your brand without getting feedback. Neither can you effectively market yourself without feedback. Feedback is a little like medicine. You resist taking it, but you know it will make you better. Then there are the people who respond to feedback by either ignoring it and hoping it will go away, or brushing it off with, "That's just one person's opinion." Perception is reality. People do not know you by your intentions. They know you by your behavior. You can explain or justify your behavior, but that doesn't solve the problem of having a brand that doesn't meet customers' expectations. Sooner or later, people stop buying it. As we tell our clients, when 3 people say you're drunk, lie down. Coaching tips. Ask your Human Resources Department to conduct a 360-degree feedback assessment. This will allow you to see yourself as others see you and provide the opportunity to work on areas for improvement. If that's not possible, get in the habit of routinely asking people what you could do more of, less of, or continue to be even more effective in your job. Make it easy for your boss to give you feedback by regularly asking for it. Here again, don't ask, "How am I doing?" but rather what you can do more of, less of, or continue. When given feedback, respond with a non-defensive inquiry. "Can you tell me more about how and when I do that?" Avoid responding with explanations for how and why you do something. When the feedback stings, ask for time to think about it. If you need clarification, get back to the person and ask for it when you can do so unemotionally. Most people are reluctant to give honest feedback, so when you get it, consider it a gift. If you ask for feedback, it implies that you're going to do something with it. Let people know what you're doing to address your development areas. It calls attention to any changes you actually make. Mistake 76. Being invisible. Did you know that the capture of Osama bin Laden was made possible by a woman? Much has been made of the team of Navy SEALs who bravely carried out the mission, but it would not have happened at all had it not been for a dedicated CIA analyst. According to one of the SEALs, this woman teed it up for success. She obviously cannot reveal her name for security purposes, but what's most interesting to me is how many people don't even know she exists. Contrast that with the SEAL who went outside the bounds of propriety and actually wrote a book about the capture. I facilitate a leadership program for men and women in which participants from the same company work in small groups to solve a real-world problem faced by their firm. Using a specified problem-solving model, they are asked to come up with a solution that includes problem identification, causes, and recommendations for overcoming it, as well as the preparation of a presentation for senior management. On the last day of the program, senior executives from the company are invited to listen to the presentations and comment on the viability of what is suggested. Many times, the end product is so good that the proposed solutions are incorporated into the company's business plan. Inevitably, the women in the program are the worker bees in this exercise. They keep the guys focused, they prepare the overheads or PowerPoint slides for the presentation, they ensure that everyone's opinion is heard and taken into consideration. When it comes to who will lead the presentation, it's an entirely different story. In nearly 20 years of doing this particular exercise, I cannot recall one time when a woman took the lead. Instead, they suggested that the most verbal man lead the presentation team. Women are invisible enough without having to take extra steps to be doubly certain they aren't seen or noticed. These situations present the perfect opportunities to market your brand. Don't hand it over to a competitor, even if it's a friendly competition. Coaching tips. Volunteer to chair regular department meetings. Submit a proposal to make a presentation in your area of expertise at a professional association meeting. Write articles for local newspapers, professional journals, or your company newsletter. When volunteers are asked to speak to senior management, seize the opportunity. In meetings, make certain you don't remain invisible. Voicing your ideas is a great way to market your brand. Make your motto early and often when it comes to making your presence known. Mistake 77. Overlooking opportunities to rebrand yourself. What happens when you go back to school, get a degree or certificate, and everyone still sees and treats you as an administrative assistant? Or when you've gotten feedback that you're not coming across as you thought you were, and you do a course correction only to find no one notices? How about when you've been laid off from a job in a field that is going the way of the dinosaurs? Pamela Mitchell, founder of the Reinvention Institute in Miami, Florida, and author of The 10 Laws of Career Reinvention, would tell you it's time to reinvent yourself. Pamela created a quick quiz to help you determine if reinvention should be part of your future. When you have a chance, take the Reinvention questionnaire in your bonus materials PDF. For now, consider how you would fill in these blanks. On Sunday night, I feel. At work, I feel. My relationship with my boss is. The senior team at my company view me as. If your responses are reflective of significant dissatisfaction, then it's probably time to consider reinvention. Don't be a nice girl who suffers in silence or falls into the group of people Henry David Thoreau describes as those who lead lives of quiet desperation, and go to the grave with the song still in them. Follow these tips that Pamela shared on The Katie Couric Show, Katie, for how you can start creating a brand new you. Coaching tips. Begin with a mini reinvention. Change your hair color, lose weight, or take on a new sport or hobby. These small steps will shift you toward thinking outside the box for the bigger changes you want to make. Grab a buddy. Reinvention is lonely work. Identify a friend or coworker who you know is struggling with some of the same things you are, and schedule time each week to talk about what you both plan to do, what you have done, and your visions for your futures. Ban excuses. Excuses are simply manifestations of fear. Rather than talk about why you can't change, come up with not only reasons why you can, but why you will. Step outside your comfort zone. The life you want to live is just outside your comfort zone. Give yourself time. Most people want immediate results, but that's not realistic. Set goals and keep track of progress so that you can appropriately reward yourself for success along the way. Mistake 78. Ignoring your legacy. What is the forensic evidence that I existed? When they dust for fingerprints, what will they find? This is how one executive described the desire to leave something of himself behind in the workplace where he had spent so many years devoted to his company. When I told a friend about this insightful comment, her response was, "I don't think about leaving a legacy, I just want to do a good job." Ah, yes. Nice girls are selfless and self-sacrificing, when in fact, if you are really doing a good job, then you are likely doing things that will leave a legacy. Your legacy doesn't have to be a building with your name on it, a huge charitable foundation, or an endowed chair at your alma mater. Most of us leave much more modest legacies, but we don't think of them as part of our brands. Depending on where you are in your career at the moment, it may not be on your radar screen, but I encourage people at all levels to consider what they want their legacies to be so that they can engage in behaviors that will ultimately lead to the satisfaction of knowing their professional presence made a difference. Studio City-based consultant and psychotherapist Susan Bacascia and I developed a chart to describe the various tasks inherent to each phase of our careers. These phases are not dictated by our ages, but rather the time we've spent in the career of our choice. Let me describe the chart in your bonus materials PDF. It's similar to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but with a focus on career, because we believe that striving for professional fulfillment is part of everyone's developmental process. When that process is thwarted, we often experience malaise or indifference to our work. Imagine a pyramid where the base of the pyramid represents doing and the apex represents being. At the base, we start by acquiring the basic skills, education, and training needed to be competitive in the workplace. Then as we head upward toward the apex, we move through learn the rules, boundaries, and strategies essential for workplace success, develop 360-degree relationships to serve you well throughout your career, create and market your brand with an eye toward work-life balance, focus on financial requirements for family and the future, engage in meaningful work, and develop leadership skills. The final 5, create your workplace legacy, and then we finally reach the apex, transition to post-work lifestyle. Personal branding and creating our legacy are 2 items from this pyramid that go hand in hand. I've seen too many women who've made remarkable contributions to their organizations underplay their impact and fade into obscurity, whether due to ineffective branding, changing jobs, or retirement. Existential philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre said that the loudest statement we make about who we are is our choice of career. The brand you establish in that career will be one of your greatest legacies. Coaching tips. Be a mentor. This you can do at any age or career stage. If you're not a mentor to people inside your company, then mentor young women in the community. The website mentoringgroup.com has a wealth of information to assist you with developing a meaningful relationship with mentees. Take risks. Speak the unspoken. If you've reached the stage of your career where your reputation is established, the fact that you're still employed tells you the company values your contributions, and you most likely can get away with saying things that people on the way up can't. It's the perfect time to take some risks and be the voice for concerns you've had for a while but have never had the courage to express. Create new systems or processes. You have expertise and a perspective that others may not. Consider bringing together technical experts from all age groups to work on a task force that will add value to the company's bottom line by developing new systems or processes. Use your external network of experts to help. You not only benefit from their expertise, but you also have a legitimate reason to stay in touch. And if or when you leave the company, you never know when or how you might need members of your network. Chapter 6. How You Sound. There's a Chinese curse that afflicts many nice girls. May you have a wonderful idea and not be able to convince anyone of it. The best ideas fall on deaf ears if they're not communicated in ways that instill confidence and credibility. Dr. Albert Mehrabian, Professor Emeritus of Psychology at UCLA, developed what is known as the 7%, 38%, 55% rule. 7% of your credibility comes from what you say, the content of your messages. 38% comes from how you sound, tone of voice, loudness, and so forth. And 55% comes from how you look, dress, posture, nonverbal messages, and so on. You'll find a visual depiction of this model on the Components of Credibility chart in your bonus materials PDF. These factors also contribute to what is known as gravitas, what some believe to be at the core of executive communication. In a research paper on executive presence, gravitas is described by Sylvia Ann Hewlett and co-authors as elegant packaging that attracts impressed attention, allowing your hardcore skills, accumulated knowledge, depth of experience, and raw talent to stand out and draw others to you. This next section examines behaviors contributing to how you sound and gives you specific language to practice. Try saying some of the coaching tips out loud to get a feel for how they might sound. Avoid the inclination to discard a tip just because it feels uncomfortable or awkward. It may be the one you need most. Remember, combined with how you look, which I cover in the next section, how you sound comprises more than 90% of the perception of your credibility. Mistake 79. Couching statements as questions. This is one of the most common mistakes I hear women make. Asking a question is a safe way of expressing an idea without being perceived as too direct or pushy. Such questions typically take the form of, "What would you think if we," or "Have you considered?" By asking a question rather than making a statement, we relinquish the ownership and outcomes of our ideas. Consider this exchange. Anne, do you think we should budget more money for development this year so that we can meet unexpected but emerging needs? Pete, no, I think we should put more money into marketing. We first need to create buzz and then worry about filling the need. Anne, that's true, but we have to be prepared to fill the need upon demand, and that requires development funds. Pete, so why'd you ask me? A senior woman I coached was having little success shaking the perception that she was intimidating. As a tall and imposing figure, and one who worked with military-like precision in the defense industry, it was easy to see how her direct reports might be afraid to stand up to or disagree with her. When I first met her, we role-played a typical scenario where she wanted input from her team but wasn't getting it. She started by asking a question about what I thought of a particular process. When I answered, she responded with a yes but question. Yes but, don't you think? This went on for several iterations, and I understood completely what was getting in her way. The woman's questions weren't intended to engage discussion. They were intended, consciously or not, to get others to do what she wanted them to do. On the surface, it appeared she was interested in the opinions of others, but her staff knew that what they said wasn't going to make a difference, so they stopped telling her what they thought. I later learned that another coach had told her she should ask more questions to dispel the notion that she didn't care about what her staff thought. I'm sure that coach hadn't quite envisioned how the suggestion would be applied. The result of posing your statements as questions is that others won't hear you as owning your ideas. Rather, they'll see you as manipulative, or they'll assume there's room to pick apart your proposal or ignore it entirely. If you ask a question to camouflage a statement, it's a little like trying to teach a pig to sing. It frustrates you and annoys the pig. If you're worried about sounding too strident or pushy, consider adding language to the message that would make it more palatable, but at all costs avoid turning it into a question if it isn't truly a request for information. Coaching tips. Start making statements. Each time you find yourself couching an opinion in the form of a question, stop and turn it into a statement. Save your questions for those times when you legitimately need information or are interested in someone's opinion. Put ideas out in the affirmative. I propose we prepare ourselves for emerging needs by putting the bulk of our budget monies into development. Even if someone disagrees with you, your affirmative statement leaves you in a much stronger position to defend your proposal. Adding a tagline such as, "I'm interested in your thoughts," or "You can hear I feel strongly about this, and at the same time, I'd like to hear what others think," after a proposal or statement can make you more comfortable with being direct without making you appear uncertain. Mistake 80. Using preambles. A preamble is a concoction of words and non-words used before getting to the main point. It's like a closet filled with clutter. When there's too much clutter, you can't see what's in the closet. The same is true with words. The more words you use, the more diffused your message becomes and the less likely the listener will hear your unique message. Women use preambles as a means of softening their messages for fear of being perceived as too direct or aggressive. What's your response to this preamble? "You know, I was thinking about this problem we're having with productivity. In fact, I've been talking to other people about it too. A lot of us share the same concerns over reduced productivity during the last 3 quarters, so I'm not alone in this. Come to think of it, it might even be more than just those 3 quarters. It's something we've known about for a long time, but we haven't measured. At any rate, we've all been trying to find a way to address the problem, and I think I may have come up with an idea. I'm not saying it's the best idea or the only idea, just that it's one idea. In fact, other people have ideas too, but I'll leave it up to them to share those with you. Now, my idea involves..." And the point is, this person's motto must be, "Why use fewer words when I can use more?" This same message could have been delivered powerfully and confidently using 75% fewer words. Here's how it would sound. Productivity has been an issue we've struggled with for some time now, and I have a proposal for addressing it. Coaching tips. Give your bottom line first. Organize your thoughts before you open your mouth by asking yourself 2 simple questions. What's my main topic? And what 2 or 3 points do I want the listener to consider? Let your mantra be, "Short sounds confident." If the message is an important one, practice before delivering it. Hone it using as few words as possible. Try combining affirmative declarations with short messages. For example, I propose we conduct a cross-functional analysis to determine the causes of and cures for reduced productivity during the last 3 to 4 quarters. Mistake 81. Explaining. Remember the old television show I Love Lucy? Since originally airing in 1951, there has never been a time when it was not on the air. It's been in syndication in dozens of languages for more than 60 years. In the show, whenever Ricky was exasperated with some stunt Lucy pulled, he sternly admonished her, "Lucy, you got some splainin' to do." With this, Lucy knew she was in trouble, and a sheepish look would take over her face. By demanding that she explain herself, Ricky was relegating Lucy to the level of a child, and she responded in a childish way. Explanations coming from an adult woman make them seem unsure of themselves and, at times, somewhat childish. The lengthy explanation is the counterpoint to the preamble. You finally make your point, then you undermine it with an even longer explanation that causes others to mentally check out. Preambles combined with explanations are lethal. Why do nice girls tend to pair these fatal flaws more than men? There are a few reasons. More words soften a message, and heaven forbid we sound too powerful. Another is that we fear we haven't been thorough or complete enough, so in an effort to be perfect, we keep talking. A third reason is that our statements frequently are not acknowledged, so we continue talking in an effort to get feedback. And finally, we overcompensate for our insecurity. We think the more we talk, the better case we make, when in fact, the opposite is true. Let's pick up the preamble from the previous mistake and pair it with this lengthy explanation. I'm not saying it's the best idea or the only idea, just that it's one idea. In fact, other people have ideas too, but I'll leave it up to them to share those with you. Now, my idea involves doing some kind of a climate survey. You know, the kind where we go out to the employees and ask them questions about their processes, job satisfaction, relationships with their supervisors, and so on. A lot of companies are doing this now. We can either use an outside consultant or our own staff. If it's all right with you, I would be willing to look into what the best way to accomplish this would be. Or if you prefer, you can name a task for us to investigate options. On the other hand, if you want, I will investigate the options and get back to you. As I said, lethal. Coaching tips. Shorten your explanations by 50 to 75%. Use the headline model to plan your verbal communications in advance, sort out your thoughts when responding to a question, and keep your messages succinct. You'll find the headline model in the bonus materials PDF. The more you use this model, the more natural it will become. Here's what the entire message would sound like if you used all the coaching tips from the past 3 mistakes with the headline communications model. I propose we conduct a cross-functional analysis to determine the causes of and cures for reduced productivity during the last 3 to 4 quarters. The results will give us 3 pieces of invaluable data. 1, where our greatest strengths lie. 2, what mistakes we're currently making. And 3, where we should go from here. I'll be happy to take the lead on this. Do you have any thoughts? Resist the internal message that screams, "Incomplete!" Saying everything you know related to a topic isn't necessary. Depending on your level of expertise, it may be incomplete to you, but not to the other person. This is a case where less is more. Mistake 82. Asking permission. Have you ever noticed that men don't ask permission? They ask forgiveness. My hunch is that women ask permission more out of habit than from really needing someone to give them the green light. It's a variation on asking questions to play it safe, but potentially more self-defeating. In our society, we expect children, not adults, to ask permission. Every time a woman asks permission to do or say something, she diminishes her stature and relegates herself to the position of a child. She also sets herself up to hear no. By seeking permission before acting, we are less likely to be accused of making mistakes, but we're also less likely to be viewed as confident risk-takers. Women ask permission for things as simple as taking a day off, and as ridiculous as whether they can spend money on a particular service required by the department, despite the fact they have already been given signing authority. I'll never forget a woman who complained to me that she was denied permission for a one-day offsite for her staff, while a male coworker took his entire team on a boondoggle to a local resort for 3 days. When I inquired as to how she went about making the plans, she admitted she thought she was being politically correct by asking the boss if it would be all right to have everyone gone for a day. His reply was that he preferred this didn't happen. She then went to her coworker and asked him how he'd gotten permission from the boss. He said, "It never occurred to me to ask." Regardless of your position, you're entitled to take independent action within a given set of boundaries. Your job is to identify those boundaries, clarify them with your boss, and act within them. From administrative assistants to department managers, I observe many who won't make a move without first getting permission. Believe me, your boss wants you to take the ball and run with it. It's what you're paid for, and it makes his or her job infinitely easier. Coaching tips. Inform others of your intentions. Don't ask for permission. By informing others, you show respect for their need to know, but without your action being contingent upon their approval. Assume equality. Turn this, "Would it be all right with you if I work at home tomorrow? I'm expecting a delivery midday," into this, "I just wanted to let you know I'll be working at home tomorrow. I've got a delivery coming." You can assume that if people have a problem with what you're saying, they'll let you know. You can then negotiate from a position of greater strength. If using affirmative declarations is difficult for you, soften your message with a follow-up phrase. Rather than asking for permission, say something like this: "I plan to prepare a position paper to address each of the concerns of our client. When it's complete, I'd like to get your input before sharing it with the client." Similarly, don't fall into the trap of responding to statements posed as questions. You'll wind up in a spitting match. A legitimate question is one in which you are asking for information you don't have. By all means, ask these types of questions, but avoid holding a group hostage with your questions. Be aware of the body language of others that suggests they're ready to move on. Ask additional questions offline. Mistake 83. Apologizing. I was watching the British Open just after Tiger Woods had lost a tournament. The sportscaster interviewing him expressed sympathy for an obviously bad day in which he'd missed some easy shots and just hadn't played up to his normal standard. His response was, "I didn't play poorly. The wind and the conditions were just against me today." It was a reminder of how even in the face of obvious errors and poor performance, men will deny or minimize the mistake rather than assume responsibility or apologize. Women can take a lesson from this. Apologizing for unintentional, low-profile, non-egregious errors erodes our self-confidence and, in turn, the confidence others have in us. Whether it's inadvertently bumping into someone on the street or making a small mistake in the office, a woman is far more likely to apologize than a man. It's second nature to us and often done in place of confronting the real source of the mistake, the other person's poor communication. It's a conflict-reducing technique, but one that makes you look like you're at fault when in fact you're not. Here's an example. A woman opened a coaching session by telling me that her boss had just finished berating her over the fact that she hadn't informed him of some meeting she'd attended that he wanted to attend as well. The fact was, she had forwarded to him an email with the information about the meeting, but he'd either failed to read it or forgotten to mark it on his calendar. When asked how she handled the situation, I could tell she was proud of her response. Because we happened to have previously talked about the phenomenon of women apologizing, she knew she didn't want to do that. Instead, she very politely told him, "I forwarded the email to you the same day I received the information. If you're saying that in the future you would like me to check with you to be certain you receive information such as this, I'll be happy to." This was a great response for a number of reasons. First, she didn't fall into the trap of apologizing. She reported that by not doing so, she felt far more empowered and less like a child who is being scolded. Second, is there a boss anywhere who wants employees marching into his or her office to confirm receipt of a bunch of emails? By thinking on her feet, she came up with an alternative she knew he wasn't going to go for. Essentially, in a very diplomatic way, she put the onus on him to read his mail. Coaching tips. Start counting the number of times you apologize unnecessarily. Consciously reduce this number by saving your apologies for big-time mistakes, and there aren't many of those. When you do make a mistake worth apologizing for, do so only once, then move into a problem-solving mode. Turn the inclination to apologize into an objective assessment of what went wrong and ways to fix it. Combine the previous coaching tips with an unapologetic statement such as, "Based on the information initially provided to me, I had no idea that was your expectation. Tell me more about what you had in mind, and I'll make the necessary revisions." Avoid using apologies that put you in a one-down position as a way of ensuring you're liked. Always begin from a place of equality, regardless of the level of the person with whom you are dealing. He or she might have a higher position than you, but that doesn't make the person any better than you. Mistake 84. Using minimizing words. Although women may not have cornered the market on the use of minimizing words, we certainly use them more than most men. Minimizing words are those that diminish the importance or size of an achievement. My cousin's teenage daughter recently demonstrated this, and the incident served as a reminder that this is something learned early in girlhood in response to the message, "Don't brag or boast." During a family event, her grandfather proudly announced that she had won several scholastic awards. When I expressed my congratulations and inquired as to which ones, she responded, "Oh, they're just Golden State Awards." Now, I have no idea what these awards are, but I do know she had to do something above and beyond the norm to achieve them. By using the word just, she minimized the importance of the recognition. The workplace equivalent is to downplay success or attribute it to something other than talent, hard work, or know-how. In response to congratulations or compliments, women will often say something like, "It was really nothing," or "I guess I just got lucky." Say those phrases enough times, and you'll begin to believe them. Coaching tips. Practice saying, "Thank you for noticing," or "Thank you, I'm pleased with how it turned out." Say it again and again until it rolls off your tongue in response to a compliment. Objectively describe your achievements without using qualifiers. Avoid, "It was only," "I just," or "I surprised myself." If you want to be modest, try saying something like, "Thank you. I am quite proud of what I achieved and must give some credit to those who helped me along the way." Read Power Talk, Using Language to Build Authority and Influence by Sarah Myers McGinty. This book provides great insight into the importance of matching your communication to the situation, as well as techniques for how you can ensure that your message is taken seriously. Mistake 85. Using qualifiers. Another way in which women calm their fears about being too direct, opinionated, or committed is to use qualifiers. They serve the purpose of softening and weakening your message. Qualifiers include comments such as, "It's kind of like," "We sort of did," "Perhaps we should," "Maybe it would be better if," "We could." Yikes, it's maddening. Equivocating comments prompt people to ask or think, "What is it like? What did you do? Should we or shouldn't we? Is it better or isn't it? Can we or can't we?" Coaching tips. Give your opinion in clear, certain terms. This doesn't mean dogmatically, just directly and without qualifiers. Here again, if you feel you need them, taglines can help you soften a strong opinion without invalidating it. For example, "I feel strongly that we should act now rather than wait for all the reasons mentioned. I'm curious to hear what others think." If you're really not sure, then preface your remarks with why you're not sure or what would make you more committed. For example, "Given the facts we have so far, I'm not sure we should move so quickly. I would need more data before making a final decision," is still more clear than equivocating. Mistake 86. Not answering the question you're asked. Have you ever felt like a deer caught in the headlights of an oncoming car when asked a question you didn't expect? You feel your heart start to pound. Your mind races trying to locate a few points that would make you sound halfway intelligent and informed. The seconds ticking by seem like hours. And what do you finally do? You start talking in an attempt to fill the silence and hope something will eventually come to you. Consider this exchange between a senior vice president and one of her direct reports. Senior Vice President: "Do you think we should tell our shareholders about the anticipated loss for the fourth quarter or wait until we're sure how much the loss will be?" Direct report: "Well, we could tell them now in preparation for the fourth quarter financials. On the other hand, if we wait, we'll sound more credible in terms of actual numbers. If we tell them now, we'll have to deal with lots of questions we can't answer. If we wait, it may appear we're trying to hide something. There are pros and cons either way." Guess what? The VP already knows there are pros and cons. She can probably articulate them just as well as you. What she wants is an answer. My Indonesian clients, who, regardless of gender, communicate in a stereotypically feminine way, call this basa-basi, wishy-washy. Women often make the mistake of thinking they have the luxury of thinking out loud in response to tough questions. They believe putting all the options on the table is the most helpful and fair thing to do. The obvious problem is that it leaves the questioner without an answer. If you ask me, it's just another way women hedge their bets and play it safe. One colleague calls this hiding in plain sight. If there ever is a time to make a declarative statement, it's in response to a direct question. Coaching tips. Directly answer the question you're asked. Just as in school, there are only 4 kinds of questions: true, false, fill in the blank, either or, and essay. The question asked by the senior VP was either or. Should we share the information now or wait? The first words out of your mouth must be one or the other, or your own third alternative. In this case, the sentence could begin with, "Neither. I think we should let the results speak for themselves when the financials are announced." The inability to answer a question directly and succinctly can stem from the desire to have the perfect or right answer. I often hear people answer a yes-no question with, "But I can't give you a yes or no answer." Oh, yes, you can. You do it by taking a risk and putting yourself on the line. It's better to err on the side of starting a debate than it is to sound wishy-washy. Go back to the headline communication model to organize your thoughts. Tom Henschel, president of Essential Communications, coaches clients to chunk answers mentally in terms of the bottom line and 2 or 3 pieces of supporting data. An appropriate response to the question asked by the senior vice president would sound like this. I suggest we share the information now. There are 2 primary reasons I advise this. First, I believe it's better to err on the side of full disclosure rather than be accused of withholding information. Second, we're pretty sure there's going to be a loss, but if we're wrong and there isn't, people will be relieved and we've lost nothing. When answering an essay question, use a numbered framework to order and express your thoughts. I have 3 ideas, or there are 2 paths we can take. Take an improvisation class. Part of being able to answer questions directly is knowing how to think on your feet. The techniques you learn in improvisation will be helpful to you in a number of ways. Mistake 87. Talking too fast. When I was interviewed the first time on the Today Show by Ann Curry, I was thrilled. I don't know what got into me, probably high on the adrenaline rush I was experiencing, but after the interview, I asked if I could give her a coaching tip. She hesitated, but then said sure. My tip for her was to speak more slowly, because speaking so rapidly makes it seem like she's trying to take less time. Without being defensive, she replied that the control booth is always whispering in her ear, "Speed it up." As I told her, you don't hear Matt Lauer speeding it up, even though I'm sure they're telling him the same thing. Or they're not, because they know they can't get away with it with a man. Was Anne replaced in the co-anchor spot in 2012 because she spoke too fast? I don't think so. None of us really knows the answer to that question, but I can tell you she was a smart, gutsy woman with a lot of heart. Just before our interview started, she looked me in the eye, gave me a fist bump, and said, "Let's do something good for women." My own opinion, and it's just that, is that Anne's departure was a case of being on the wrong playing field. The format and tenor of the Today Show changed over the years, and Anne is better suited to reports with more gravitas. The pieces she has done subsequently certainly showcase her talent in this arena. But I digress. Many of us, having been given the message that we talk too much, are fearful of taking up too much floor time. We speed up our communications so that we can get our entire message out before being interrupted or given a sign that we've talked too much. We wind up sounding like the man in the old FedEx commercial who could talk at the speed of light. Much like physical space, taking the appropriate amount of time to verbally express ourselves is a sign of entitlement. That is, I'm entitled to be seen and heard. Because so much of your credibility is dependent on how you sound, regardless of the actual content, it's important to convey confidence, accuracy, and depth of thought. Speaking too quickly does just the opposite. It can be interpreted by others as implying that you don't deserve the time you're taking from them or that your message isn't important enough for them to spend time on. Rushing through your message can be construed as not being thorough or thoughtful in your approach. These interpretations can, in turn, cause the listener to question the accuracy of what you are reporting. Coaching tips. Practice speaking at a moderate pace. Practicing a presentation to music is helpful, provided it's not a Sousa march. Join Toastmasters. These groups, which you can find in most cities, enable professionals to meet during the lunch hour and practice public speaking. Members give one another feedback at the end of each presentation. It's one of the best ways to gain comfort with not only talking, but public speaking too. You'll find contact information in your bonus materials PDF. Read Smart Talk, The Public Speaker's Guide to Success in Every Situation by Lisa B. Marshall. The book is filled with practical suggestions for how you can look and sound like a pro in front of an audience. Ask a friend or colleague to discreetly give you a sign when your speech speeds up. Tell yourself you're entitled to take all the time you need to convey your message, providing you do it in the way suggested in previous tips. Mistake 88. The inability to speak the language of your business. Every business and profession has a language and jargon all its own. We may joke about phrases such as, "Let's make sure we're all on the same page," "She drank the Kool-Aid," and "Let's take this offline." But when we fail to use the language, it conveys a lack of familiarity. Influence comes from knowing the business, and one of the best ways you can exercise your influence is to use language unique to your industry and profession. Women often assume if they know and are good at their piece of the business, that alone will make them influential. Wrong. One woman we worked with wondered why she was continually overlooked for promotions. She received consistently good performance reviews and was frequently praised for her expertise and contributions to the department. In an attempt to identify high-potential employees, her company regularly administered management assessments to a certain level of staff. The assessment included a few tests and an interview with an organizational psychologist. The result: she was described in the report as being of above-average intelligence, a good problem solver, and potentially a good manager, but lacking in her ability to speak about parts of the business other than her own. Do you know the ROI, bottom line, and performance indicators for your company? If not, it's time to find out. Coaching tips. Read the Wall Street Journal. It will provide you with not only information that could be helpful to you in your work, but also a common language of business. Ask someone in your finance department to explain the basics. Subscribe to industry magazines or newsletters. Take a class in accounting for non-financial professionals. Get involved with your own personal finances and budgeting. Attend professional association meetings. Research benchmarks and best practices in your field. Mistake 89. Using non-words. Non-words are habitual sounds and phrases you use to fill up silence. When they infuse your speech, they make you sound unsure or hesitant. Non-words can be or but can also be short interjections such as "know what I mean?" or "see?" Any repetitive sound used as a substitute for a brief pause becomes a non-word and detracts from your message. If every sound you utter were transcribed, you wouldn't want your speech to read as if you didn't know what you were talking about. Know what I mean? Becoming conscious of these credibility busters can be the toughest part of changing the habit. Once you begin to track your non-words, no matter how diligent you are, you're probably hearing only about 1/10 of the ones you actually say. Coaching tips. Ask a trusted colleague for feedback about your use of non-words. Set up a real-time feedback loop with friends or colleagues. For example, over a cup of coffee, have them snap their fingers every time you use a non-word. Involve people outside work in your real-time feedback. The more feedback you get, the faster you'll break the habit. Videotape yourself making a presentation and review it for how you sound. Put a voice recorder on your desk and hit the record button before you answer the phone or make a call. Listen to the recording later and count your non-words. Become comfortable with silence. It can be a powerful tool in your communications. Mistake 90. Using touchy-feely language. Yet another way women display their insecurity around being direct is to use the proverbial touchy-feely language. The best way I can describe this is to show you what it sounds like in comparison to non-touchy-feely language. I felt wishy-washy just writing it. Touchy-feely. It feels like we should. More confidently stated, I believe it would be best to. Touchy-feely. I might. More confidently stated, I intend to. Touchy-feely. You could consider. More confidently stated, I would advise you to. Touchy-feely. How would you feel if we. More confidently stated, What would you think if we? Touchy-feely? One could argue that. More confidently stated, the opposition would say. Touchy-feely, my thought is that we. More confidently stated, my proposal is that we. You get the picture. Both sides convey the same literal messages, but the more confidently stated ones are more assertive. They make a stronger statement about the speaker's commitment to what's being said and about her desire to become visible. You might think I'm just splitting hairs here, but our language strongly conveys meta-messages about us, our values, and our intentions. Coaching tips. Practice beginning your sentences with declarative I statements, such as I think, I believe, I propose, I intend, I would like, or even I feel. Take more risks around stating your thoughts with conviction. Develop a more business-like vocabulary by reading books and articles targeted to business people. When writing letters or emails, go back and edit them with the intention of strengthening your written word. Don't entirely relinquish touchy-feely language, just be more discriminating in how you use it. It can serve a purpose when counseling or coaching coworkers. Mistake 91. The sandwich. I don't know who came up with the idea for giving feedback using the sandwich technique, but it's manipulative and undermines your ability to be straightforward. The sandwich model suggests that when you're giving feedback, you should couch the negative between two pieces of positive feedback. Forget about it. It doesn't work. It may be easier for you, but not for the recipient. I hesitate to give you an example of how it works because I don't want you to get the idea you should include it in your communication skills repertoire. But for the sake of clarity, here's what it would sound like. Greg, I'd like to give you some feedback about your recent work on the Jackson project. I really like how you spent considerable time up front building a relationship with the client. They seem to appreciate it. On the other hand, I would have liked you to put more time into doing the research necessary to create a robust proposal to them. Overall, I'd say you're doing a good job of managing the client's expectations. Now, what is Greg going to walk away with? He's going to be asking himself if he's doing a good job or not. Even though the last message was a positive one, the middle, more critical message is most likely what he's going to focus on. Separating positive and negative feedback is a much more effective way of delivering a clear message of expectations and reinforcing appropriate performance. Giving critical feedback is difficult no matter how skilled or practiced you are at it. It's one reason why I use the 7-to-1 rule of feedback, which I'll describe shortly. Women in particular often don't like being the bearers of bad news. In fact, most of us avoid it, like a 10-pound box of chocolates. To be effective, feedback has to be specific, behavioral, and focus on positive results. A better way to approach Greg would have been as follows. Greg, I'd like to give you a little feedback about the Jackson proposal. It seemed to me that the research you presented wasn't thorough enough and left a number of questions unanswered for the client. That's specific. In the future, I'd like you to conduct a more thorough review of what the competition is doing and contrast the benefit of using our process and people. That's behavioral. This would enable the client to make an informed decision in a shorter period of time. And that's positive results. Coaching tips. Giving critical feedback is much easier if you follow the 7-to-1 rule. Over time, you must give 7 pieces of positive feedback for every 1 piece of negative. This enables the recipient to hear your developmental message and not see you as overly critical. When you give positive feedback, make certain it's free from implied criticism. Like a left-handed compliment, it would sound something like this from your mother-in-law. Dinner tonight was just delicious. It's so much better than the last 3 meals you cooked for us. Keep in mind that ongoing feedback should be both positive and negative. Giving feedback can be made easier by using a model called the desk script. D stands for describe why you're having the conversation. For example, Frank, I'd like to talk to you about something that happened last week when we were working together on the Acme project. E stands for explain in behavioral terms how you see the situation and elicit from the other person his or her perceptions. For example, I felt the bulk of the work fell on my shoulders because you arrived late and left early 4 of the 5 days. I'm wondering how you see the situation. The S stands for show that you've heard what's been said and specify what you want to see happen. For example, I understand. You had a family problem to deal with, and if I'd known that in advance, I could have made different arrangements or asked that someone else work with me. In the future, it would be helpful if you would let me know when you're not able to devote 100% of your attention to a project we're working on together. And C stands for tie the desired behavior to consequences, positive or negative, depending on the severity of the problem or length of time it's been discussed. For example, thanks for hearing me out. If we find ways to communicate better internally, we can provide increased value to our clients. Mistake 92. Speaking softly. When I was about 14 years old, I worked in a dry cleaning store owned by a woman who is prone to migraine headaches. If you've ever been in a dry cleaner's midday during the week, you know there's a hum of machinery and pressing equipment. I was speaking quite loudly to someone working a few feet away, and the owner came over and whispered in my ear, "Don't you know that young ladies don't speak loudly?" For many years after that, I was careful not to speak too loudly for fear of sounding unladylike. 3 decades later, I realized the woman most likely had a headache and just wished I would keep quiet. I wonder how many other young women have been given the same message, and perhaps for the same reason. The volume of our voices is one more way in which we can manage others' impressions of us. Women tend to have softer voices to begin with. When we speak softly, the message conveyed is one of uncertainty or lack of confidence. Volume also impacts body language. The louder you speak, the more gestures you tend to naturally use. By combining appropriate volume and gestures, you immediately convey a sense of authority or subject matter expertise. Coaching tips. When speaking before a group, pretend the person farthest away from you is a little hard of hearing and speak loudly enough so that he or she can hear you. Take a voice, acting, or singing class to learn how to project your voice. If people tend to ask you to repeat things or speak more loudly, consider this message something you must address. Videotape yourself making a presentation or even just discussing a subject in a meeting. If you find it difficult to hear what you're saying, but everyone else can be heard just fine, this is another indication that volume is something you want to work on. Listen to your own voicemail greeting. Objectively assess how you would characterize the voice on the other end. Practice leaving a message that expresses self-confidence. This is frequently other people's first impression of you. Imagine your listeners as customers. Your voice should envelop them so they lean back comfortably in their chairs. If they have to lean forward, straining to hear you, you're not taking good care of those customers. Mistake 93. Speaking at a higher than natural pitch. Why is it that a woman can be speaking with another woman in a natural pitch, but when a man comes into the room, she's suddenly a falsetto? This is not something you usually catch a man doing. When a woman's voice reverts to sounding high and thin, it becomes like a little girl's voice. What does a little girl's voice sound like? Coy, demure, sweet, and not at all authoritative, which is probably the effect some women want their voices to have. Again, people respond not only to the content of your message, but to the sound of it as well. higher-pitched messages, which are stereotypically more feminine, tend to be discounted. Why do you think, for so many years during early broadcasting, that newscasters were all men? Walter Cronkite was someone we trusted even though we knew little about the man's character. To this day, male voices predominate in the national evening news. From Anderson Cooper to Charlie Rose and Scott Pelley, men are the so-called voices of authority. Although I can't tell you why it happens, I do know that lower voices are accorded more attention and respect. As voices go up in pitch, credibility goes down. Perhaps it's simply ingrained in our culture that lower voices are typically male, and we tend to grant more authority in general to men. Even men who have higher-pitched voices face the same problems with credibility as do women. Ross Perot's somewhat diminutive physical stature, combined with a voice that was higher-pitched than normal for most men, didn't help him in the political arena. Think about the voices of Meg Whitman, CEO of Hewlett-Packard, and Queen Elizabeth. Although the Queen is largely seen as a titular head of state, and Whitman heads one of the world's largest companies, their voices contribute to how seriously we consider what one has to say over the other. Coaching tips. When you wake up, make a noise. It can be any noise, like or la 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 la. You'll notice that this is your natural, unconstricted pitch, one you should try to maintain throughout the workday. Join a choral group and find your pitch. You won't be able to sing falsetto for long. Consciously breathe and relax your neck and shoulder muscles. Vocal pitch often rises because of tension and the restriction of the vocal cords. Imagine your neck and chest cavity to be large, spacious openings. Picture your voice rolling around inside you. Reframe any small, constricted images of your voice. Mistake 94. Trailing voicemails. We used to joke that my mother-in-law didn't know how to say goodbye. Long after she and I had finished discussing the last item on either of our agendas, she just couldn't bring herself to close the conversation. The same holds true for many women when they leave voicemail messages. Regardless of how succinct and articulate the initial part of the message is, it winds up sounding something like this. Okay, well, I guess that's everything. Call me if you have any questions. That's it, I think. Okay, bye. Trailing voicemails can undo the effectiveness of your initial and most important message. They can make you look indecisive. I once worked with a client who told me that people left her rude, abrupt voicemails and she didn't know how to respond to them. I asked her to save a few for me to listen to during one of our meetings. I also asked her to save some of her own voicemail messages by asking trusted colleagues to forward them back to her. Upon listening to both sets of messages, it was immediately evident that those she had problems with were from men. They weren't rude and abrupt, they were just succinct. Hers, on the other hand, used more words than necessary as she thought out loud and scrolled through her mental agenda. In comparison, they sounded softer because they were softer. More words soften a message. Fewer words make it more memorable. Coaching tips. Most business and voicemail systems give you the opportunity to go back and listen to your message. To find out if you're guilty of leaving messages that trail off, go back and listen to a few before sending them. In advance of your call, create a mental checklist of what you want to cover so you'll know when you're finished and it's time to hang up. My mother-in-law could have really used this tip. If you find that this is a mistake you make, force yourself to end after you've made your point. Stop talking, say goodbye, hang up. Prepare a standard tagline for the end of messages, voicemail or otherwise. Saying something like, "Call me if you have questions," and hanging up immediately will work. Mistake 95. failing to pause or reflect before responding. I'm sure you've heard the term pregnant pause. It's a brief period of time that causes others to anticipate and pay attention to what you're about to say. In your desire to please others and not take up too much time, you may respond to questions too soon, not giving yourself enough time to reflect on your answer. A pregnant pause before speaking is a powerful tool to add to your communication skill set. Remember the old commercial, when E.F. Hutton talks, people listen. A pause before speaking does several things. It conveys a message of thoughtfulness about what you're about to say. It generates interest on the part of the listener. A pause and the ensuing silence give others the impression that you're self-confident, and they give you time to put your thoughts into a concise framework. Coaching tips. Practice counting to 3 before replying to a question, even when the answer is on the tip of your tongue. During the pause, ask yourself what the main point is that you want the listener to take away. Let that point be your lead sentence. Use the second hand of a clock or watch to time a 3-second pause. In the middle of a conversation, it may seem to you like an eternity, but as you will see, it's only momentary. Mistake 96. Over-relying on one communication style. Most of us have a preferred style of communication that involves focusing primarily on data, feelings, action, or ideas. I use the word primarily because we typically use at least one of the other modes in many of our day-to-day communications. So think about this. If you're the kind of person who communicates your ideas using feelings, as many women prefer, and you're trying to influence someone who likes to communicate using facts, as many men prefer, then you're going to encounter a natural disconnect. When you say, "I feel this is the right thing to do," the other person is thinking, "I don't care what you feel. Give me a logical reason why we should do this." In situations like this, great ideas are often overlooked or even ridiculed because they weren't communicated in a way the other person could easily process. The antidote to this dilemma is to vary your communication style based on the preferences of the person you're trying to influence. If you think this smacks of being phony, think again. Your message doesn't change, just the words you use to deliver it. Use your EQ here to observe individual preferences and apply the right style to each interaction. Coaching tips. When you have a chance, refer to the communications chart in your bonus materials PDF to help you identify the right communication method to use with different people. Take the free Communication Styles Inventory at Kiersey.com. This will enable you to identify your own preferred style of communication and those of others. While there, check out the books available that go into more depth about communication style preferences. If it looks like you're not getting through to someone, try shifting your communication style. Sometimes that's all it takes to get their attention. Mistake 97. Ambivalence. One of the things that drive our male coworkers nuts, and probably male spouses too, is the apparent ambivalence that women seem to have with making a decision and committing to a direction. I carefully selected the word apparent here because that's how men perceive the cognitive process employed by many women who lack the confidence and courage to jump into the pool with both feet. A professor in graduate school called this the Coney Island dip. We dip our toes into the water and see if we're prepared to go all the way. Ambivalence, or the difficulty making a choice due to conflicting internal messages, isn't the exclusive domain of women, but we exhibit our fair share of it. There are a number of factors that can cause ambivalence, among them lack of data, the belief that others know more than we do, having been criticized in the past for decisions made, a genuine desire to weigh all options, fear of making a wrong decision, and not wanting to hurt someone's feelings. Regardless of what contributes to your appearing ambivalent, the result is that others perceive you as lacking the capability of making a commitment, having the courage to stand by your convictions, and possessing the resilience to turn around a decision that didn't pan out as planned. Coaching tips. Develop timeframes within which to make decisions. When the boss asks you to take a lateral assignment in a different city and your immediate response is ambivalence, put a specific time frame on when you'll get back to him or her. Say something like, "I'm honored you would recommend me for this position. It's a big decision, and I'd like to think about it for a few days. I'll get back to you within 48 hours. A response like this does not appear ambivalent, but rather thoughtful. Be clear about why decision-making is postponed and use data to support it. For example, "I'm not inclined to make a decision about this just yet. We've surveyed only 1/3 of our clients, and additional data is needed to be certain we're on the right path. A good decision will require input from at least 60% of our clients this action will impact." Avoid thinking out loud as a routine way of communicating. When you think out loud, you are cueing the listener that you're reflecting on a number of options or issues. It's okay to do this once in a while, but do it too often and you'll be labeled indecisive. Use a trusted friend as a sounding board, not your boss or management. If you're the kind of person who truly needs to thrash ideas around before making a commitment, then do it with a friend or family member. Keep in mind that most decisions are adjustable. For this reason, it's better to commit one way or the other than to appear wishy-washy. Mistake 98. Confusing problem-solving with complaining. I have one inviolable rule in my office: no complaining without an accompanying solution or request for help with finding a solution. Unaccustomed to their right to present alternatives to problems without being accused of being pushy or overstepping their bounds, nice girls tepidly put a problem on the table, then tiptoe around it. No one likes a complainer, even if there's legitimacy to the expressed concerns. Men complain among themselves, but rarely to management. It's that stiff upper lip thing that probably precludes them from wanting to be seen as a crybaby. Instead, either they suck it up when something bothers them, or they strategically try to figure out a way to solve the problem or find a way around it. Women, on the other hand, take things to heart and often wind up making mountains out of molehills, much to the consternation of their male colleagues. Coaching tips. Never, ever, ever complain. Instead, follow Winston Churchill's wise maxim, never, ever, ever give up. If something bothers you, identify what would make the situation better and then do it or propose it, but don't ask permission to do it. Don't be duped into being the mouthpiece for the complaints of others. Even if there's a critical mass behind a concern, it doesn't mean you should be the one to bring it up. Do that enough times and you'll be seen as a malcontent. The exception is when it's your legitimate responsibility to take action on concerns because of your position or your role. If you don't have a clue how to solve a problem, approach others with it in the spirit of true problem solving by brainstorming and applying creativity to sticky situations. Chapter 7. How you look. When I coach, I typically begin with behaviors that are easily identifiable and changeable. This gives people a quick success because others can readily observe the efforts they put into replacing self-defeating behaviors with more functional ones. This section examines the things you may unconsciously or habitually do that contribute to perceptions of being less capable and competent than you really are. Don't be fooled by the apparent simplicity of some of these mistakes. Few women make only one of them, and combining several significantly contributes to the appearance of diminished competence. Let's start by dispelling the biggest myth of career mobility. The best and the brightest are rewarded with promotions and choice assignments. Wrong. Those who possess a competitive degree of competence and look and sound the part of a professional are the ones who move fluidly through their careers. Competence is only table stakes. It's what gets you in the door. You're expected to be competent, but competence alone won't move you forward. Many women, especially young women, bristle at the idea of being judged based on how they look. We may have an idealistic view of what should constitute success or simply reject Madison Avenue's depiction of what a woman should look like. It certainly presents a challenge for all of us who are far from a size 2 and don't have flawless complexions, blue eyes, and blonde hair. On top of that, it's so subjective. Beauty is, after all, in the eye of the beholder. Still, there are some things we can do to look the part of a professional without feeling as if we're being inauthentic, and that's what is focused on in this chapter. As my friend and communications coach Tom Henschel says, if everyone else comes to work looking like Monday morning and you come in looking like Friday night, it's not going to work for you in the long run. As cited earlier, research shows that about 55% of your credibility comes from how you look. How you sound accounts for an additional 38%. Only 7% of your credibility is based on what you say. If you don't look the part, you won't be recognized as a competent professional no matter how smart or educated you are. Fortunately, it's also one of the easiest things you can address on your path toward forging the impression that you are a credible and competent professional. Mistake 99. Obvious body ink and piercings. A huge shout out and thank you to Christine Yelda and the women at Genentech in South San Francisco for introducing me to the term tramp stamp. For those of you who, like me before I was enlightened, have no idea what it means, it's a derogatory term for a tattoo on a woman's lower back that shows between her pants and top when she bends over, or if she wears revealing clothing. The buzz on the internet is not particularly flattering to the women who sport them. Urban Dictionary claims, fair or unfair, these tattoos have a socially constructed connotation associated with them. These women are labeled as tramps, whores, or other derogatory sexually promiscuous terms. How about tattoos on other parts of your body? I'll forego the lecture about why in the world you'd want to have one. I know they're trendy, and one wild evening out with your friends can result in one, but I gotta say, you can't have them showing in most workplaces. Exceptions might be highly creative or artistic arenas. Despite the fact that 1 in 5 adults now have tattoos, a study conducted by career website Vault.com suggests that 85% of respondents think that a tattoo or body piercing negatively affects a candidate's ability to get a job. Brian Kaplan, an economics professor at George Mason University, went so far as to suggest there's an inverse correlation between tattoos and lifetime earnings. I had an interesting experience with a woman I hired a number of years ago. During the interview, she wore long sleeves. Only after hiring her did I learn that those fabric sleeves covered up tattoo sleeves. Her forearms were totally covered in ink. Had I seen those tattoos during the interview, I never would have hired her because I think they show poor judgment for people who want to be considered serious professionals. Similarly, I don't like people who hide things during the interview, whether it's a tattoo, being fired from a last job, or a drug problem. The fact that you're hiding something speaks for itself. In this woman's case, she turned out to be a disaster, despite my best efforts to overlook the ink when I walked into the office. Her poor judgment was evident in her decision-making skills and the manner in which she interacted with clients and coworkers. She didn't make it past the 90-day probationary period. The real question is, do you want tattoos or piercings to be what people are talking about? Do you really want them to define your brand? Coaching tips. Don't get a tattoo or an unusual body piercing if you've had even one drink, toke, or snort. You'll be likely to regret it. Similarly, don't be goaded into getting one by your sorority sisters, girlfriends, or someone you're dating who thinks they're hot. If you just have to get a tattoo or piercing, put it in a place no one at work will ever see. One woman who worked for me knew how I felt about visible tattoos in a consulting office. It took her months to get up her nerve to show me where she put one, on the nape of her neck, covered up by her long hair worn down during work hours. As long as I didn't see it. If you already have prominent tattoos or piercings, hide them during the workday. If it means you have to sweat all summer long in long-sleeve blouses, so be it. It's the price you pay for being part of this trend. Mistake 100. Smiling inappropriately. We reached the point in a Leadership Skills for Women workshop where we were discussing how to get people to take us more seriously. A petite Asian woman, an engineer from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California, raised her hand to question why her male colleagues ignored her input. When she finished, a ripple of laughter crossed the room. The reason was obvious to the rest of us. The entire time she spoke, she displayed a rather large and inappropriate smile. Girls are socialized to smile more than boys. Parents smile more at baby girls than at baby boys. When men don't smile, they're taken seriously. When women don't smile, we're often asked, "What's wrong?" It's no wonder we aren't even aware when we smile at the wrong times. Coaching tips. Pay more attention to when you're smiling. I constantly coach women to watch the smile. Consciously match your facial expression to your message. Aim for congruence between your body language and your message. Before delivering serious messages, rehearse in front of a mirror. This will give you a better idea of when you're smiling inappropriately. Don't quit smiling entirely. It contributes to your likability quotient, and likability is a critical factor in achieving success. Be discriminating about how and when you choose to smile. For example, a smile can be intentionally used to soften a less serious message or to convey empathy. Mistake 101. Taking up too little space. The use of space is one way we make a statement about our confidence and sense of entitlement. The more space you take up, the more confident you appear. The next time you're on an airplane, take a look at the differences between how men and women sit. Whereas men sit down and spread out using both armrests, women tend to keep their elbows tucked in close to their sides, trying not to take up too much space. Another place to observe this is on elevators. Most people, men and women alike, are conscious of making room for others as they enter. As the elevator gets crowded, however, it's more likely you'll see a woman cower in a corner for fear of taking up too much space. The same phenomenon often occurs when a woman steps in front of a room to make a presentation. She tends to stand in one place, moving only slightly within the space she occupies. When you combine taking up too little space with using too few gestures, the overwhelming impression conveyed is that of being demure, careful, unwilling to take risks, timid, or frightened, with little to contribute. Coaching tips. When giving a presentation, use the full amount of space available to you by slowly walking side to side, forward and back. Even if you're on a large stage, you should come out from behind the podium to take up about 75% of the space available. Choose a seat at a meeting that will give you freedom to move around. Don't sit where you'll be forced to keep your elbows glued to your sides. Keeping your elbows on the table and leaning in slightly conveys a message of being more alert to what's being said. The exception is if you have to pull a chair up to squeeze into the table, as I described earlier. When standing in front of a group, stand with your feet about as far apart as your shoulders are wide. When seated, use the coaching tips on gestures provided with the next mistake to appear more expansive and less constrained. Request a lavalier or handheld microphone when one is needed. It will allow you to move about more freely than if you have to speak into a stationary microphone. Mistake 102. Using gestures inconsistent with your message. The use of gestures is an outgrowth of not taking up enough space. Like all other parts of your self-presentation, gestures should be integrated with your energy. If you're working to make your presence larger and to take up more space, working on gesturing is an easy way to begin. It's little wonder why. We've been taught to sit demurely with our hands folded in our laps. When we have used gestures, we've been given the message that we're too emotional. For fear of being called unladylike or emotional, we've let the pendulum swing the other way. No gestures. Comedian Joan Rivers is an example of someone who takes up lots of space with her gestures because she wants to convey the message of being larger than life. Her hair, makeup, and gestures all contribute to this impression. Unless you do stand-up comedy, I wouldn't recommend that you emulate her. Hillary Rodham Clinton, on the other hand, uses the prototypical gestures of a politician. She appears tense and almost too conscious of the use of gestures and often reverts to being an axe gesturer. You know the move. It's when points are emphasized using repetitive karate chop-like gestures. Predictable, consistent gestures distract from the message. Gestures should complement, not detract from your message. A woman who does this well is Christine Lagarde, head of the International Monetary Fund, or IMF. Her communications, including her gestures, convey the message of authority while simultaneously maintaining her elegance and natural femininity. The next time you see her on television, turn off the sound and just watch her. You'll see that she non-verbally communicates a sense of confidence without the brashness of Rivers or the rehearsed look of Clinton. Coaching tips. Allow your gestures to flow naturally from your spoken message and your energy. Be aware of when you wring your hands because you're anxious, and stop. Match your gestures to the size of your audience. The larger the group, the larger the gesture. Emphasize your points by enumerating them with your fingers. 1, 2, 3. Communication consultant Tom Henschel advises clients to use gestures that break the silhouette. That is, when you stand with your hands at your sides or in front of you, your silhouette shows no gestures. When you work on taking up more space, your gestures should move outside the line of that silhouette. You can do this whether you're sitting at a conference table or standing in a doorway having a chat. Put energy into your gestures and enjoy taking up the space. Mistake 103. Being over or under animated. A communication colleague, Alan Weiner, president of Communication Development Associates in Woodland Hills, California, uses the term carbonation to refer to a person's degree of animation, which includes not only gestures, but also facial expressions, speed of talking, and other forms of body language. We've all listened to and watched people who are over-carbonated. They look and sound as if they're a can of soda that was shaken before being opened. Not only is this distracting, but it makes the person appear less confident than he or she may actually be. My contention is that women, more than men, are guilty of overcarbonation because we feel responsible for making everyone happy. As a result, women go out of bounds by putting more verbal and nonverbal energy into everything we do. Conversely, If a woman has previously been given the message that she's too bubbly or emotional, she can fall into the trap of appearing undercarbonated or flat and unanimated. In an effort to conceal her natural ebullience, she causes the pendulum to swing the other way. We ascribe characteristics such as low energy, aloof, boring, or bored, or depressed to such people. The friendship between actresses Carol Burnett and Julie Andrews often puts them on the same stage, where we observe Burnett's overcarbonation as a counterpoint to Andrews's undercarbonation. Especially early in Burnett's career, her exaggerated facial expressions and body movements contributed to her success as a popular comedienne. In comparison, Andrews is less animated, more cautious, and ever the demure lady. Neither set of behaviors conveys the message most professional women want to project. Coaching tips. If you tend to be undercarbonated, speak more loudly. It's a natural way of increasing your animation. Because overcarbonation can result from anxiety, practice deep breathing and other relaxation techniques that will reduce overly animated behavior. Consciously strive to strike a balance between over and undercarbonation. One way to do this is to observe yourself on a videotape with the sound off. If you were standing outside the meeting, looking through a glass partition, how would you describe the woman you see? Mistake 104. Tilting your head. This is a small mistake with a big impact. The tilt of a head in conversation has the impact of softening a message. It's almost always used to either imply a question, signal that you're listening, or encourage the other person to respond. Women tilt their heads significantly more than men in conversation, and in this regard, a head tilt can be a good thing. When trying to convey a direct message, however, it can be interpreted as uncertainty or lack of commitment to what you're saying, even when you're dead sure of it. It's another one of those ways women have learned to communicate difficult messages in a socially acceptable but less assertive way. The best place to observe this is on television, where people are interviewed. On Sunday morning programs such as Face the Nation, This Week, or Meet the Press, you don't see too many head tilts by either the hosts or the guests. The topics are often of national and international importance, and therefore, participants in these discussions typically want to convey a sense of seriousness. But if you watch skilled interviewers such as Barbara Walters, Oprah Winfrey, or Katie Couric conduct interviews in which they really want a guest to open up, they effectively use tilting of their heads. They can ask the most personal questions and get away with it because, in part, the tilt of the head makes guests feel as if the host is really interested in what they're saying. Conversely, notice how these women lose the head tilt when they want to be taken seriously. So the message here is not to stop tilting your head entirely, but do be aware of when you might do it at difficult moments as a means of softening a message that shouldn't be softened. Coaching tips. When conveying a serious message, avoid tilting your head. Look at the person straight on and in the eye. Use a head tilt to your advantage, such as when you're listening and want the other person to open up, or when you want to convey that you understand how the other person may feel. A head tilt can also be used to bridge an uncomfortable silence, as if to say, "Take your time, I'm listening." Mistake 105. Wearing inappropriate makeup. Makeup is tricky. On the one hand, I don't want to perpetuate Madison Avenue's image of what a woman should look like. On the other, I know it's something people notice when it's too heavy or too light. I once asked the boss of a woman scientist for feedback about what she could do to overcome existing barriers to promotion. He thoughtfully explained how she could be more strategic, speak up more in meetings, and be a stronger advocate for her staff. After an uncomfortable silence, I suggested it seemed he had something to add. Somewhat sheepishly, he said, "Maybe she could start wearing makeup." You can hear that comment as just another sexist remark or as a valuable insight into what people expect as you climb the corporate ladder. I was once shopping in Palm Springs, California, when I noticed a woman who was heavily made up. Turning to a friend, I nodded and commented, "She looks like a caricature of Tammy Faye Baker." As we approached the checkout line, and I saw her husband at the time, Jim Baker, join her, I realized it was Tammy Faye Baker. In business, you don't want to use the late Ms. Baker or Lady Gaga as your makeup role model. Makeup is an accessory similar to a piece of jewelry or a scarf. People do notice it. Wearing too little can diminish your credibility as much as wearing too much. Coaching tips. Go to the makeup counter of a high-end department store and ask a salesperson whom you consider to be appropriately made up for a free consultation. Ask a trusted colleague or friend who wears makeup that complements her features if she would be willing to give you feedback on yours. If you tend not to wear makeup, begin by using small amounts as recommended by a friend or consultant. Go to a Mary Kay or Avon consultant for helpful makeup hints. Stand with your back to a mirror and quickly turn around and look at your face. What's the first thing you notice? That may well be the place to use less or more makeup. Mistake 106. The wrong hairstyle. Hair. Can't live with it, can't live without it. Who hasn't struggled with a bad haircut, not quite the right color, or just a bad hair day? Losing all of mine in 2006 during chemotherapy to treat breast cancer gave me an entirely new relationship with my hair. Now I'm just glad that I have it. The most common mistake I see women make is to wear their hair too long. One of the consultants in our office tells the story of when she received her doctorate in organization development and asked a physician in senior management at the hospital where she worked for feedback about how she could get a promotion she wanted. Looking at her beautiful, waist-length, strawberry blonde hair, he replied, "Lose the Alice in Wonderland look." I may not like how he gave her the feedback, but as they say, feedback is a gift. In a predominantly male environment, long hair diminished her credibility by emphasizing her femininity. We'll never know if she got that promotion because she cut her hair, but even she agrees that cutting it made a difference in how people treated her. Coaching tips. Don't skimp when it comes to finding a good hairdresser. A low-price leader may not be the best place to find a highly skilled professional. There's an inverse proportion of hair to age. Typically, your hair should get increasingly shorter as you get older and go higher on the corporate ladder. Not only is shorter hair more professional, but longer hair tends to emphasize facial features of which we may be less proud as we age. If you don't want to cut your hair, wear it up to give the appearance of being shorter. Hair, like makeup, is an accessory. Make certain it complements the rest of your appearance. If your hair is graying, consider a good colorist. Whereas gray or graying hair on men is viewed as distinguished, women aren't typically afforded the same compliment unless it's a pure white color and well-styled. Mary Mitchell, in an article titled "Dress for Success: 9 Tips for Professional-Looking Hair," offers these 2 tips. First, skip the Pat Benatar look. Heavily sprayed, scrunched, and gelled hair can be the equivalent of wearing a skirt slid up to the thigh, says Jenny Brooks, stylist for Ovation Salon in Philadelphia. Instead, she suggests products that provide a softer, more polished look that won't distract from your professionalism. It's possible to have an edge while still being professional, she says. Think of an altogether polished look. Second, Match your style to the vibe of your workplace, no matter what level you're at. At the prestigious Hotel Bel Air in LA, all employees are required to look sophisticated and yet low-key, so they fit in, but don't rival the star-studded guests. The Director of Human Resources, Antoinette Lara, tells employees, think about how you'd wear your hair at a club on Saturday night. Then do the opposite when you come to work. Mistake 107. Inappropriate attire. The workplace casual trend has made professional attire a bit more complicated. It used to be simple. Women wore dresses or suits to work. With workplace casual now the norm on days more than just Fridays, the margin for error increases. Interestingly, just recently, the newly appointed CEO of a major food manufacturer made one of his first edicts to do away with workplace casual. When I inquired why he would want this to be his initial foray into his role, the employee I was speaking with said he thought coming to work dressed casually on Friday makes you think you've already started the weekend and productivity goes down. It's the same rationale I used nearly 20 years ago for why I didn't like workplace casual on any day of the week. Then a friend pointed out to me that at companies like Google and Apple, employees dress casually all the time, and you can't say those companies aren't productive in showing huge returns to their investors. But I still say, follow the maxim. Dress for the job you want, not the job you have, and you won't go wrong. Short skirts, seductive clothing, stiletto heels, unshined shoes, and ill-fitting or wrinkled clothes won't get you where you want to be, at least not in the business world. Like it or not, people notice not only the style of clothes we wear, but also their quality, even when your office subscribes to what one client of mine calls casual intensity. Are there exceptions to the rule? Absolutely. There's a brokerage firm I work with that has a fairly strict and conservative unspoken dress code. When I coach women from this organization and the issue of dress comes up as a way of arguing the point, they inevitably bring up one woman who breaks every single rule of dress I just mentioned. I mean every rule. And to this I reply, she's the exception, and not many of us can get away with being exceptions. It just so happens the woman is superb at what she does, has been with the company for many years, and is known for being eccentric. Not only her dress, but also her behavior is tolerated because of the value she adds. Most of us wouldn't get away with it, and we shouldn't even try. Can how you dress be a deal buster for hiring promotions and assignments that you want? Yes. It's the kind of thing that, when you get it right, you get no credit for, but when you get it wrong, people notice. Again, as my colleague Tom Henschel says, if everyone else comes to work looking like Monday morning, and you come to work looking like Friday night, there's a problem. Coaching tips. Look around at the successful women in senior positions in your organization. That's how you should dress. Nicole Balkenbush, senior financial analyst at Procter & Gamble, offers this tip. If you wonder whether or not something is appropriate to wear to work, it most likely isn't, so don't. Even if your office subscribes to workplace casual, dress just a little better than most of the people around you. When you know you're going to be making a presentation to management or clients, dress to impress. You'll rarely go wrong. Go to the department that sells professional women's clothing in Nordstrom, Bloomingdale's, or other similar stores and ask for fashion advice. View clothes purchases as an investment in your future. Budget enough money to buy several really good outfits a year. When you feel good in clothes, you act more confidently. Have your color chart done. Wearing colors that complement your natural features has a bigger impact than you may think. Freelance writer Wendy Allen, at Wendy C. Allen on Twitter, offers this advice to young women looking to establish a great work wardrobe. Invest in these items first, as they are the most versatile and will help anyone look professional from the get-go. Dress pants. Dress pants are likely to get the most wear out of anything in your work wardrobe, so it's essential to choose a style that suits you and get them tailored to fit. Wool blends will be the most durable, and every woman should own at least 3 pairs in neutrals like khaki, navy, brown, gray, or black to take her through the week. Blazer. A dressy jacket is another wardrobe basic that every woman needs, as it can instantly make any outfit look more professional and serious. While brown and beige can work, most experts advise going with black, gray, or navy. Pencil skirt. A black pencil or A-line skirt is an excellent wardrobe staple. You can pair it with everything from a sweater to a suit jacket to adjust the formality of the look. If black is too boring for you, colors like navy and gray can also be good choices. White shirts. Crisp white shirts are essential for completing your professional look. While the classic tailored look is best, you could also add a few shirts that incorporate ruffles or short sleeves to mix things up. Add 2 to 4 of these to your wardrobe and ensure that the fit is perfect, as you don't want any gapping or buttons coming undone at the front. Black heels. Work-appropriate shoes are one area where you should feel comfortable spending a little more money, as comfort is key when you'll be wearing a pair of shoes all day, every day. Look for high-quality leather pumps in black with a mid-height heel. Ideally, they should be closed toe, as that look is both comfortable and professional. You can always branch out later. A suit. If your workplace is formal or conservative, then you'll need to invest in a suit or two to take you through the week. Suits can actually be a great investment, as you can wear each piece separately too, so you can get a lot of mileage out of a single suit. To start out, choose a suit in a solid black, navy, or gray. Later, when you're ready to get an additional suit, you can branch out and play with color and pattern. Like with dress pants, fit really matters on suits, so make sure to invest in alterations if necessary. Dressy tops. A few dressy tops should also become a key part of your workweek wardrobe. Solid colors or prints can be paired with blazers and suits to build outfits that can easily transition from the workplace to a night out. Leather belt. When starting out your wardrobe, you'll need at least 1 black leather belt to pair with suits and dress pants. Later on, you can add belts that cinch around your natural waist and can be worn over shirts, cardigans, and dresses. Mistake 108. Sitting on your foot. I'm not sure I would have thought of this one myself. It comes from Dr. Doug Andrews, chair of the Department of Business Communication at the University of Southern California. He has the opportunity to observe students, both young and older than average, in his classes. He described it as this thing women do when sitting where they tuck one foot up underneath them. Dr. Andrews is absolutely right when he says it's something that he never sees men do, and that it conveys the impression of being a little girl rather than a professional woman. I was recently in an antique store where I was drawn to a photograph from the early 1900s of a 6 or 7-year-old girl posed for her portrait. She had one foot tucked under her, and it softened both her and the picture. You can also observe this phenomenon on television talk shows. A guest comes out, sits in the chair next to the host, and tucks her foot up beneath her. Can you imagine former Secretary of State General Colin Powell, Microsoft CEO Steve Ballmer, or New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg doing this? It's almost always a woman guest who does it, and she does it out of discomfort or shyness. It may be cute, but it's not professional. Coaching tips. It's simple. If you want to be taken seriously, sit with both feet on the floor with knees together. In a more relaxed situation, cross your legs at the knee. Never sit with your foot tucked beneath you. Remember, being grounded requires both feet on the ground. Mistake 109. Grooming in public. When was the last time you saw a man pull out a mirror and check his hair after lunch? Well, okay, John Edwards did do a little primping. How about file his nails during a meeting? Even the thought of it is ridiculous. No matter how discreet you think you're being, grooming in public is noticed and mentally logged by those around you. Another habit, often unconscious, that women often reveal is that of flipping long hair behind the ears. It may be when she looks down to read something, or it may be used as a coy, flirtatious gesture. Take a moment to think about a group of people who play with their hair. If you came up with teenagers, you're right. Flipping your hair behind your ears makes you appear less mature than you really are. Public primping emphasizes your femininity and distracts from your credibility. Real women avoid PDG, public displays of grooming. Coaching tips. Never comb your hair or apply lipstick in public. If you can't resist, excuse yourself and go to the ladies' room. If you do go to the ladies' room to primp, keep it quick. Don't keep people waiting. Better yet, wait until you get back to the office. If you see your reflection in a mirror or glassy surface and notice something wrong, avoid the inclination to fix it there. Wait until you can do so in private. Avoid touching your hair unnecessarily. Think in terms of, every time I touch my hair, I reduce my credibility by 1 year. Mistake 110. Sitting in meetings with your hands under the table. Sitting in meetings is not the same as sitting at the dinner table. You don't have to follow the rules learned in childhood for keeping your elbows off the table. Observe how men sit at meetings. When they're speaking, confident men almost always lean in with their elbows and hands resting on the table. When men begin listening to something that intrigues them, you can picture them sitting there with their elbows on the table, chin resting on their clasped hands. And what do? We often do as we were taught, sit coyly, with our hands folded in our laps or under the table. The difference is striking. As uncomfortable as it may be at first, when it comes to being taken seriously, all research points to the need to put it on the table. Coaching tips. In meetings, lean forward slightly, resting your forearms on the table with hands lightly clasped. Not only does this make you look more involved in the conversation, but it also puts you in a perfect position to gesture when needed. While we're on the subject of meetings, let me slip in 2 more tips. Whenever possible, select a seat next to the most powerful person in the room. For some unknown reason, that person's power permeates those around him or her. It also conveys the message that you're not afraid of power. Don't be afraid to sit at the head of a long or oval table. Again, this isn't Thanksgiving dinner. From the head of the table, you can see everyone in the room, and just as important, everyone can see you. Mistake 111. Wearing your reading glasses around your neck. This habit surely had to start with some librarian in the 1950s. Why is it that women, not men, buy those little chains to hang reading glasses around their necks? Are we more apt to lose our glasses than men, or are we just more willing to call attention to the fact that we're aging? In some department stores, you'll even find these chains displayed as accessories. In the name of full disclosure, I must admit that since the first edition of Corner Office was released, I have taken to using one of these chains for my own reading glasses. But I never use it in professional situations, but only when I'm shopping, on an airplane, or working at home, so that I don't lose them. At a workshop on developing presentation skills, there was one woman, apparently in her mid-50s, who held on to her reading glasses throughout her videotaped half-hour practice session. Not only did she hold on to them, but she also twirled them while listening to questions from the audience. Never once did she actually put them on, leading me to believe they were more of a prop than a requirement. At the risk of sounding ageist, I need to say once again that, unlike men, it's the rare woman who finds her credibility increasing with age. I'm on a one-woman campaign to change this by attempting to be a role model for how to age with grace. So although I don't think it's something to hide or lie about, I also don't think it's necessary to emphasize your age. Coaching tips. If you're concerned about being able to read your notes during a presentation, type them in a font large enough to see without glasses. Using a PowerPoint presentation will also serve to keep you on target with your topic without having to put your glasses on and take them off. If you need a prop, use a marker or a pencil. There's nothing wrong with holding it. Just take care not to tap, twirl, or click it, thereby creating a distraction from your message. A trick my ophthalmologist taught me is to wear a pair of plain glasses with the readers on the bottom. Even though I wear contact lenses to camouflage my severe nearsightedness, I wear the glasses over them so that I'm not continually putting on and taking off my readers. Since we're on the subject of glasses, keep in mind that they can be used as a prop to make you appear more mature if you have difficulty with being taken seriously because you look too young. Even if you don't require corrected vision, a pair with non-prescription glass can give you the appearance of being a bit more mature. Mistake 112. Accessorizing too much. Accessories can be your best friend or your worst enemy. I once watched a video conference in which former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright was a keynote speaker. She wore a lovely tailored dress, totally appropriate for the event, but she had on her trademark huge pin. To me, this detracted from her message. Throughout the presentation, I found myself focusing more on trying to figure out what the pin was than on what she was saying. I've learned to use accessories to manage the impression I often give that I'm very serious. In an effort to convey an impression of more levity, I accessorize with playful pins. One that frequently gets attention is of 3 women with wild hair and colorful dresses arm in arm. It's my way of getting across the message that I may be serious, but I like to have fun as much as the next person. Of course, if I'd been given feedback that I was too jocular, my tactic would be different. Carefully chosen, accessories add style and personality to otherwise conservative corporate attire. They convey a message about you that may not be heard through your words and presence alone. But when inappropriate or overdone, they detract from your credibility. Accessories make a statement. Consider what you want yours to be. Coaching tips. Don't wear long, dangling earrings to work. Depending on your size and hair length, aim for posts no larger than the size of about a quarter. Add an inexpensive pearl necklace and earrings to your accessory kit. They never go out of style. Match accessories to not only your outfit, but also what you will be doing that day. A whimsical pin might be appropriate for a day in the office when you're meeting only with colleagues, but not necessarily for one when you're making a strategic planning presentation. Similarly, the bigger the group you're speaking to, the bolder the accessories can be. Just be certain not to make the same mistake as Secretary Albright. Do the same as was suggested in the section on makeup tips. Turn your back to the mirror and quickly swing around. Does anything stand out about your accessories? If so, consider changing it. Mistake 113. Poor eye contact. There are a number of factors that contribute to the tendency to avoid another person's eyes. In some cultures, it's a sign of respect to look away when speaking with someone who is older or has more authority or stature than you. There's research that suggests avoiding eye contact is a sign of deception. Children won't look at us when they know they've done something wrong or when they're being scolded. When a woman avoids eye contact, it's usually a sure sign that she's uncomfortable or unsure of herself. If the eyes are the window to the soul, then you must use them to allow others to see your sincerity, self-confidence, and knowledge, and to see the other person's. A good place to observe this behavior is on television, when someone like Ann Curry or even Ellen DeGeneres conducts an interview. Both of these women have learned the art of eye contact. Note how they look people directly in the eye, especially when asking difficult questions. Similarly, note that when they're embarrassed or someone has said something that catches them off guard, they look away. What also makes these women so good at what they do is that by looking the other person in the eye, they often get a sense of what he or she is thinking and base the next question on this. You don't have to be a television interviewer to use eye contact to your advantage. Coaching tips. When you go to the movies, observe how the more self-confident female characters use their eyes to convey a message. Make a mental note of the specific behaviors that contribute to this impression. If you have been given feedback that you have a tendency to stare, get into the habit of looking slightly up or to the side when thinking about a response. This creates a break in the eye contact long enough to convey a comfortable pause. When greeting someone, be certain to look him or her in the eye. It puts you on an even footing with the person. Chapter 8. How you respond. So far, we've looked at the behaviors in which you actively engage that detract from or diminish your credibility. In this last section, we'll examine how you respond to the ways others treat you. Often these responses are so automatic that we don't consider the ramifications they may have on us and our careers. Similarly, they can be formed by old experiences and interactions that are no longer relevant in the present. For example, many women have been socialized to respond to inappropriate treatment in a polite, docile, or acquiescent way. One tragic example of this is a woman who told me what happened to her at a movie when she was about 7 or 8 years old. She and her older cousins routinely went to a Saturday matinee. One Saturday, a man sat down next to her and began to molest her. She allowed this to continue for several minutes, then told her cousins she wanted to change seats, but not why. When they moved, the man moved along with them and began doing it again. She became immobilized. She allowed it to happen until the movie was over. In relating the story many years later, she wondered why she hadn't told him to stop or asked her cousins for help. Sadly, her response isn't unusual for women. We're not taught to defend ourselves or get angry when someone is disrespectful to us. In my book, Women, Anger, and Depression, Strategies for Self-Empowerment, Health Communications, I contrast the messages little boys are given regarding anger to those given to little girls. Whereas boys are typically taught the art of self-defense, girls are taught to turn the other cheek. As a result, we're more likely to tolerate behavior we should never allow to happen. Unlearning those early childhood messages is a huge step on the path to living an empowered life. Mistake 114. Airing your feelings in online public forums. In 2009, Dawn Marie Souza, a paramedic in Connecticut, used Facebook to call her boss a scumbag and suggest in unflattering terms that he wasn't qualified to be a supervisor. The company had a policy that prohibited employees from using the internet to say derogatory things about coworkers in the company, and she was promptly fired. Then, the National Labor Relations Board, NLRB, found out about the termination and, believing that the policy was overly broad, filed a complaint against the company. The NLRB ultimately found that the policy violated the National Labor Relations Act, giving employees the right to discuss the terms and conditions of their employment with others. This is one that I definitely did not have to address a decade ago. Even if the laws are changing to protect your First Amendment right to free speech, it's just plain foolish to use social media to air your grievances against anyone. It's a pitfall, more for women than men, because 1, we tend to be more emotional, 2, we use social media more, and 3, we want to show our support for others. Pamela Mitchell, founder of the Reinvention Institute, whom I mentioned earlier, was telling me about a client of hers who has a bad habit of using her Facebook page to address every bone she has to pick with others. Whereas in the past, people would pick up the phone and commiserate with a friend to get something off their chests, now they post their feelings on Facebook and get immediate reinforcement from their friends and colleagues. As early as middle school, mean girls are using social media to write awful things about one another. It's the 21st century version of the slam book, a notebook that was passed around in which students would make comments about kids they didn't like. This extends into adulthood, with technology that has made it possible to say anything you want about someone else and in a matter of seconds have it distributed to hundreds of people in your network. The obvious problem is it's also available for viewing by anyone with access to a computer. Coaching tips. Don't use social media as your personal pulpit for punishment. It will almost always come back to bite you. If you've got a gripe, go directly to the person. This is what grown-ups do. They don't talk behind people's backs or make anonymous comments. They give others the courtesy of being able to respond to their grievances. And if that fails, they move on. If you've got a legitimate beef with a company or institution with which you do business, use a recognized public forum such as TripAdvisor.com, Yelp.com, or Angie'sList.com to factually explain your concerns.